say the color black without walking on eggshells.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you eat black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Hello, hey, there we go. What up, fools? Today is 8/14/2026. It is 7:10 p.m. Eastern Time. How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? Michael Portnoy, I found you through Destiny. He recommended me to you. Oh, Destiny recommended you to me? I don't remember him doing that, but I'm glad you're here now. To remind me of that. Thank you. Welcome in, Michael Portnoy. How's everybody doing? What up, Ryan? What up, what up? Welcome in. My mic was out because I reset my computer trying to fix some of the issues that I've been having over the last couple of days. Hopefully it's better. Hopefully it's better, but if you haven't been here, like yesterday I was having so many issues with lag on my computer while trying to play. video games, so hopefully we'll be alright. We'll see. This debate is AIDS, ass, cancer. Ooh. Sounds like my kind of debate. Let's go. I saw the Unfuck America tour was posting clips of the debate like Candace absolutely destroyed him, so we'll see. I have not watched any of this. I don't know any of it. Like, I don't know anything about it. Don't know what happened. Don't know. Haven't even seen a clip from it. Nothing. Literally nothing. So, we'll get into it in just a minute. We'll let people get in.
Pisco an anti-Semite to Mantis. The other thing that I would say inspired this morning's content, I was literally watching this and I was fucking befuddled. Steven doubling down on calling Pisco an anti-Semite to Mantis and a tomfoolery. And the truth is, I am so fucking sick of everyone in this space being such a fucking pussy that when Steven behaves poorly, they can't call it out because he's too big. The DGG sphere, if you criticize Steven for calling Pisco a fucking anti-Semite, you're liable to have a DGG fucking dog pile, either in your chat, on your post-recorded content, dislike bombed, fucking email.
I mean, to be clear, Counterpoints is wrong here. If you go, so again, like, that is what Mantis is doing. That's what, like, we are there challenging Destiny on calling Pisco anti-Semitic and how cringe it is. And you can go to the fucking comment section, and we're not getting dislike bombed. We're not getting flooded with DGGers harassing us or calling us out. It seems like the majority of DGG actually agrees with us. You know, from what I've seen going through the comments, like this one says casual Destiny W. Okay. Our Queen Mantis, why doesn't it have even like the top liked comments at the top? So 187 comments. The majority of them seem to be the majority of them seem to be like in favor of what it was that Mantis was saying. The majority of them seem to be like DGGers who agree with Mantis. Like Mantis bent him over the kitchen table real bad. Destiny admitting at the end his focus is on Hassan is because of interpersonal attacks rather than political principles is exactly what others have been pointing out. Like the majority of the comments are pro Mantis and seem to disagree with Destiny. So I think I don't think this is like mostly. I don't think this is mostly people from, you know, other communities coming in. It seems to be mostly DGGers, and even on Twitter, it seems like the majority of people on Twitter are also disagreeing with Destiny on this. So it is what it is. It's I think that Counterpoints just takes like very different positions that I think maybe that's going to be what people are criticizing, but so far Mantis has not been getting attacked by Destiny. I have not been getting attacked by Destiny, nor his community. I don't think either one of us have been feeling any sort of pressure from them. So,
your bosses, all that kind of shit. Fuck that. I am so done with that. You want everybody to walk on fucking eggshells around you. Oh, don't talk about my sex drama or else we'll harass you. That's snarking. Don't cover my personal life. Don't cover my court case. Don't do this. But you're a rabid anti-Semite. And by the way, he's right when he says that fucking Hassan Piker's a terrorist supporter. He's right when he says Pisco sweeps for the fucking lefties too goddamn much. But fucking coming out and being like, you're an anti-Semite. Fuck you. You think that Pisco wakes up every single day and he goes, Jews. The fucking Jews. That's crazy. That is truly unmoored.
See, this is frustrating because this is literally kind of doing the thing that Destiny keeps complaining about with this, where he's strawmanning the fuck out of what it is that Destiny even said, which obviously I agree with Destiny to an extent that, like, yes, like if you platform anti-Semitic people over and over without any real pushback and you're just kind of helping them, you do end up with like kind of an anti-Semitic platform, and a lot of people would end up just calling you anti-Semitic. I think Destiny, throughout history, I think he would have disagreed with that. He would have said that that doesn't make you anti-Semitic, but you kind of are like irresponsibly platforming them, or you're making it to where they're able to get their message out better. I think that Destiny would have distinguished these terms in the past, but this, oh, he wakes up every day, oh, Jews, like,
from reality. Oh, and then also, Josiah's a piece of shit because he was steel manning or trying to communicate with a far lefty dude who claimed to be a liberal, but let's be real, a far lefty dude sweeping for the DSA and for his.
Yeah, I didn't have a problem with the way that Josiah engaged on that panel at all, because obviously it was a bit of a dog pile. There were a bunch of people who were being a bit more aggressive. And so the fact that there was somebody who was sitting there kind of like doing this, like, yeah, I get what you're saying, like, and then like still arguing with him and pushing back, I feel like Josiah did a great job there. I think that he kind of played the part that he should have played in that moment.
Son Piker. And you're going to say that, oh, I don't know if I can be a co-political person with Josiah anymore. He's just so brain rotted by the lefties. Josiah is one of like the nicest go along to get along big tent Democrats in the Twitch and YouTube political sphere. He doesn't engage in drama. He doesn't fucking fight. What that, in my opinion, thinking from a Machiavellian standpoint, that is truly just trying to burn the bridges that are already burned with Josiah and with Pisco in order to get a few extra eyeballs. That's what that shit is. And it should be called out, and it should be called out as absolutely psychotic, unhinged fucking behavior. Here's another fucking call out. Hutch shouldn't be able to just go, oh, well, you know, I'm going to go on every now and then in order to have like a nice, sweet, kind, gentle pat on the back debate with Destiny. Meanwhile, he's calling my friends an anti-Semite, and he's calling my friend a dumbass, lefty platforming, anti-Semitic piece of shit because they're too kind to far left. Fuck.
Well, on top of that, like, even Destiny the very next day was like, yeah, I hope they're not mad at me. Like, you know, I like Tom and Mantis. Like, I think that they're cool, and I'm afraid I went too hard, blah, blah, blah. Well, obviously, me and Mantis don't care. Like, we don't give a fuck. We talk to each other that way. Like, that's... that we don't give a fuck. But... yeah, it doesn't seem like, you know, just the disagreement in and of itself is the problem there.
Fuck that. You want to throw elbows? Get fucking elbows thrown, motherfucker. How about that shit? How about instead of, oh, he's a fucking anti-Semite, fuck his job, contact his job, dox his family, fuck him? Guess what? It's coming back, you fucking dipshit. And here's the other thing. What I'm saying is fucking true. Call CPS on me, motherfucker. Go ahead. Guess what? They're not going to find shit. They're going to find a clean house. They're going to find groceries. They're going to find a father who loves their kids. They're going to find a mother who loves their kids. They're going to find an amicable divorce. They're going to find a good fucking situation for my kids. Call CPS, motherfucker. How about that shit? How about fuck you? So sick of this. And by the way, here's the truth of it. I didn't put my tail between my legs for the 2 weeks after the drama because I was worried about Destiny or worried about DGG. I wasn't worried about any of that shit. Fuck Destiny. Fuck DGG. Okay? What I was worried about was I knew there were people who had cross-pollinated over from DGG, and I didn't want them to take shit.
Okay, I don't even know what he's talking about anymore. All right. Y'all ready?
See that too.
Are we live? Okay, so we're officially live. Candace, Andrew, good to sit down here with you, talking to you guys about the conversation.
Bro, this is so dark. Their camera is so fucking dark. Like when I had to take a screenshot of this to put it on the thumbnail, I had to turn the brightness up times like 100. It is so fucking dark. Let me see if I can just turn it up myself, because this looks horrific.
That I think started with you being on Joe Rogan when you said, hey, I'm offering $300,000. And for the audience watching this, you have to know when you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight, even some of the stuff this morning. Like it's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to the both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is, Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started. For the audience watching, I think this is truly for three different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did. We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people, young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things, but you had a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, you, that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place. And kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it. So you have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment, do all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the three channels, subscribe to them: the Candace Show, the Crucible. I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well, and the PBD podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about the two of you. My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time, it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's three people representing Andrew and three.
Okay, there we go. I think that's a bit better. It's a little bit washed out, but it looks better.
Three people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say, fact check this. Even the folks in the back can say, fact check this. So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all three of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also volunteered, but it ended up being this format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. That's I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. this theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence. That in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, "Yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site." Charlie responded with this, "Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me." That was a message sent September 9th.
That's a little strange that this would just now get published, right? Am I crazy? That's a little weird. That's kind of odd. It feels like that's something that should have, like, especially with the amount of speculation from Candace Owens and her crazy friends, that feels like that's something that should have been put out to the public very early. Obviously, that's something that he got from Erika Kirk, not something that he had himself, some sort of like personal text message that he had. But why wouldn't Erika have published this sooner? That doesn't make sense. That's fucking dumb. That's kind of dumb that they would wait for this to publish that shit.
Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said. That he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence, they seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate, and so let's get to it. The debate topic today is 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as a trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, but Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case. And I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll know.
Is it true that Luigi... Live updates: Luigi Mangione pleads guilty in federal court, admitting to shooting UHC executive, New York Times. That's Damn, dude, the dumb fucking leftists who have been running around defending this guy the entire time, saying that he didn't do it, they look just as fucking stupid as Candace Owens now, claiming that Tyler Robinson didn't do it. Well, all right.
Notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim.
Wait, what was it?
Evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all.
No, that's not what it means. It means that, like, by far the majority of the evidence leans in one direction. That's overwhelming, not just I find it very convincing. If the evidence is overwhelming in a direction, that's why you find it convincing. He's flipped these. His philosophy is always kind of fucked, but the overwhelming evidence being in one direction, that's what makes it convincing. It doesn't mean you find it convincing. That would be backwards. You find overwhelming evidence in one direction means that I find it convincing. No, you find it convincing because the evidence is in one direction. What the fuck?
All only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like, but if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people, and she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building. And she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me $300,000. But today, I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the...
No, Bucky. I don't, I'm not a social Christian or a cultural Christian. No.
the audience. I have obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th. By throwing it to, this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, I mean, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do.
You can't, this is so stupid. We've been lied to before. Like, if you look at by far the majority of things that come from the government, they're not lies. Like, you're talking like 99% of the shit that we get from the government, there's no reason to believe that they're lies. But you find like the 1% is what sticks out. The 1% is what everybody talks about. The 1% is what makes its way all over the fucking airways and all over the news. And so then people like her, because she's very illogical, they stick to that. And tons of conservatives and MAGA followers, they're very illogical, and so now they'll take that 1% and act like that's enough to just distrust the government in whole now.
Do you want to say this? What's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with a preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. Is not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27 front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be, strangely, to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of
What? I don't think I ever saw this. Netanyahu says Israel did not kill Charlie Kirk, rejecting an idea circulating on the far right. Well, okay, so when she says nobody was saying this, but they're saying that it was already circulating. On Thursday, September 18th, 2025, Benjamin Netanyahu posted an unusual video on X, a preemptive denial that Israel was involved in the murder of Charlie Kirk. Joseph Goebbels, a Nazi propaganda minister, said that the bigger the lie, the faster it will spread, the Israeli prime minister said in the video in English. Well, somebody fabricated a monstrous big lie that Israel had something to do with Charlie Kirk's horrific murder. Without getting into specifics about the accusations, Netanyahu asserted that the young conservative pundit loved Israel and loved the Jewish people. Okay. No law enforcement official has raised the possibility that Israel was involved in the assassination that sent shockwaves through the United States last week. The FBI has charged only 22-year-old Tyler Robinson. What Netanyahu is responding to instead are theories being loudly entertained by popular right-wing internet pundits and politicians, figures standing to inherit Kirk's mantle of influence. They include Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Representative Matt Gaetz, and white nationalist streamer Nick Fuentes. So, okay, so nobody was saying this except for her. Except for her and all of the biggest right-wing pundits, but that, you know, and some congressmen and women, but that's it, you know. But nobody was saying this. Nobody even said this, guys.
They come do a little mini tour and to be, strangely, to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied.
Oh, Bibi Netanyahu. Okay. So she can say Israel killed Charlie Kirk, but if Bibi Netanyahu says I didn't kill Charlie Kirk, she's like, nobody said that. We said Israel killed Charlie Kirk, not Bibi Netanyahu, you stupid idiots. Nobody even said that.
And said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually, on your show, it began.
Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure it was just about Tucker Carlson. Pretty sure it was. It was just about Tucker Carlson, where Tucker Carlson was getting a lot of, or Charlie Kirk was getting a lot of shit for having Tucker Carlson at one of his events. And apparently a lot of the Jewish donors threatened to pull out if he had Tucker Carlson at the event. And even at the event, Charlie said, like, I refuse to back down, that a lot of them are threatening me, and I'm refusing to do what they tell me to. I'm going to run my events the way that I want to. And And so in the text message, she said something like they're fitting all of the stereotypes or some shit like that, and that's it. Like all they did is just, he was just talking about the fact that Tucker Carlson was the Jews were trying to stop Tucker Carlson from coming to his events.
Since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after.
Well, what she doesn't mention is that we also have a letter that Charlie Kirk sent Israel, that it was him telling them how to do better propaganda, that he was fully on their side, and that Israel he's telling, like, he literally writes a letter to Netanyahu saying, you guys are doing really bad propaganda and you need to be better at this. It's really upsetting to me that you guys are leaving me as like one of the last people out here defending you, and you're not even defending yourselves. So I'm going to give you a bunch of tips on how to do better Hasbara. It is literally what he says. He says, I'm going to give you a bunch of tips on how to do better Hasbara and use social media to actually benefit your war and keep people on your side. But if you're not going to do it, I'm not going to do it anymore. If you're not going to defend your own country, I'm not going to continue doing it. But if you will, then I will still be your strongest soldier. So the idea that, like, throughout this period, while he's writing letters to Netanyahu trying to convince him to be a better propagandist for Israel, the idea that, like, we're supposed to believe that he just didn't like Israel anymore. Fucking bullshit, dude. Bullshit.
Debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's
I was telling you guys about this the other day, that, like, the reason we call them Tyler Truthers is because back in the, like, truther is the new term for conspiracy theorists, because the conspiracy theorists don't like the term conspiracy theorists. They say it was invented by the CIA to turn everybody against them as this stigmatized term, and so it's used to like call them stupid and call them dumb, and so they won't call themselves conspiracy theorists, they call themselves truthers. And so she's literally just like every fucking conspiracy theorist. She's just like all of them.
It's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like, calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers and they're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just a open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erika Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, are you, between 0 to 100, what is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know, I'd say 75, 85%.
Oh, I'd say it's like 95 to 99%. I'd say it's like 95 to, because there's no other suspects. There's not a single other suspect. So, like, there's no room to even deny whether or not he did it. Like, who the fuck could it have been?
Candace?
0%.
0%.
I'm at 0.
So-
with what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him, you're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk and
Right.
kill him.
I would, if you said, was he involved that day, as
Right.
I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from
Yeah,
Losi.
but just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories. To that.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot
some
from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated.
There's tons of other cases where people were shot with 30-06 in the neck and that it didn't go through. It's not hard to find. You can easily find them if you just look it up. You can find tons of other court cases. We've been through them. Like there's a ton of other court cases where this exact thing has happened. So, whereas it defies logic. It's, nobody could possibly believe this thing. Well, it's literally happened tons of times. So, seems kind of fucking ridiculous that like all of these cases are impossible.
I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it, and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not. A
Okay,
30-06
but you
from
are
Losi,
open-
150 feet. No.
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
With maybe a smaller
Caliber? Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in
Yes.
the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
What up?
And
Chill,
what's the compelling
bully,
evidence that
thus
you think
far.
you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, and I have seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that it will be presented. Obviously, if this goes to trial, but yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give
that
you an
box.
unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline
Thank you for the 100 jewels.
stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is. Since
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute, and that's why I'm.
yeah, but
because
we're
if
we're
not
trying to get
establishing
to
the
whether there's
timeline-
overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
So
if you
whether
want to
then
use
starting
the first,
with
if you want to use the first part of that for the
yeah,
internal critique,
yeah,
for you,
we should
that's
go
fine.
over the actual
Okay,
evidence that
so
we feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from a 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know, but definitely upon impact. And we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. And my team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay, so just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losey Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary hearing?
Yeah, we covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet
when
analysis?
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That
Okay.
doesn't remove, if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene.
I agree.
That's not convincing evidence to me.
I concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So
that
you
logically possible.
I think, have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith. Mm-hmm. Okay, and for how many years?
many, many years.
For many years. You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that. By the
Sorry,
way.
your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it
She said
change
that
15
was-
years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So I
Army
don't-
sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach this? Then I corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
And I was an NRA instructor for many, many, many
Okay.
years
So,
alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise, when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was
There's clips of Andrew apparently like going back and forth on whether or not he was in the military.
What's that?
When were you in the Army?
What's that?
When were you in the Army?
I was in the Army for a very limited amount of time, years and years ago.
How long was that very limited amount of time, if you don't mind me asking?
It wasn't very long, about a year.
Yeah, so did you serve, Andrew?
I did not, no.
Yeah, so did you serve, Andrew?
I did not, no.
Why are you gay?
Yeah, apparently they had a bunch more clips, I think, similar to
What's
this.
that?
When were you in the Army?
I was in the Army for a very limited amount of time, years and years ago.
How long was that very limited amount of time, if you don't mind me asking?
It wasn't very long, about a year.
Yeah, so did you serve, Andrew?
I did not, no.
For context.
And that's pretty much independent of intelligence.
They seem to be joining the Army based around patriotism, the
When were you
ability
in
to
the
get
Army?
paid, the ability to
When
do
were you
things
in the
like
Army
that.
again?
What's that?
When were you in the Army?
I was in the Army for a very limited amount of time, years and years ago.
How long was that very limited amount of time, if you don't mind me asking?
It wasn't very long, about a year.
About a year. So what happened? 'Cause
Well,
actually-
it doesn't matter what happened.
Oh, but we're talking about service, man.
What about it?
So you want to disenfranchise people based on military service? I actually know why most
Why
people
would
join.
Wait, is that Westside Tyler?
What are you talking about? How would I disenfranchise them based on military service?
No, you
it
said
would be
you
the
wanted to
opposite.
disenfranchise those
If you're
who
requiring
don't.
people to serve
No,
in the
it wouldn't
military-
require.
Is that Westside Tyler? Wait a second. Is that Westside Tyler?
Them to serve in the Army.
There had to be some sort of service which was rendered before you were allowed to vote. Yeah.
Like military?
Military service, maybe.
Yeah, so did you serve, Andrew?
I did not. No.
So then you wouldn't qualify, huh?
Did I say it was exclusive to military service, though?
Well, I don't understand. What other kind of public service could you do
I just gave
besides
you-
defending your
I
country?
just gave you several.
Excuse me, I know that you're a red pill mother, but here's the deal. I'm going to put you on mute while I finish
that'll
because
teach
you
me.
clearly don't let women finish.
You asked me a question, though.
So yeah, so there's nothing more patriotic and more civil service in your point of view that, or my point of view, than there is defending your country, which you didn't have the testicular fortitude to do. And so for you to go, maybe if you served in the military, is wild. And
Wait, I don't understand. It still sounds like in the second clip he's saying he didn't serve. Am I crazy? What was the point of the second clip? Wasn't he still saying he didn't serve there? Isn't that what he was saying? He didn't? That's not what I asked. What was the point of the second clip? It still sounded like he was saying he didn't serve in the second clip. My guess is he quit in boot camp. Well, he said in one of the clips that he was in service for a year, but he doesn't consider his time to be him serving like most vets. Okay, I gotcha. Okay.
Dust, and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point at a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point at a time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to,
Well,
I want you to respond to 2 points. I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5 plus actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5 plus prints, and among those 5 plus prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5 plus other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing a rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay. You think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that you fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle, and it's all dusty inside the bore, and you go fire it. You'll often look down the bore, and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay, and the prints?
Yeah, so the prints we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twig's DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, hold on. First, let's go to your first point, because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis during the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded. Yeah. So I'm asking you to address that. How could that be possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
It's not a possibility. It's
well, Andrew does this a lot, where he'll make a claim. And then when he's called on the claim, then he'll do this like, okay, look, let's just grant this. No, you're not just granting it. You're wrong. Like, you said something dumb. You got caught. Like, she called your fucking bluff. You got to concede it. You can't just grant it.
It's a fact. The person who took it.
I'm just granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that she presented.
So now
it's
granted.
So what? He does this all the fucking time.
What do you mean, so what?
Yeah, so what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah, so wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded,
I'm telling you to explain it. You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory with fingerprints?
So your answer is I don't.
Well, okay, you're there to debate this issue one way or the other. You're not an expert on any of these things, yet you're still there to debate it. So, like, you're not a fucking lawyer either, yet you're still there to debate whether or not he was likely the one who did this. That's, that's not a good fucking argument.
No, you can just say you don't know.
But
you
I
don't
did.
have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what? So
Yeah,
say
so-
I don't know. I
but what
actually
would
don't
that-
have an
what would
explanation
that
for that,
prove,
Candace.
though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those are the three names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs
Would you like me to
fingerprints-
finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
this was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there's evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case that this doesn't have an explanation for it yet, that doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off, right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy. Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson, it could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes,
though?
because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know, like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great-grandfather's gun.
Okay.
I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the patsy
Oh my
part
goodness.
if I can't get to the end of the sentence?
Oh my
So that could be a
goodness.
reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together. That doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints, and that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various
But it
places.
also could demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
this is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, well, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be patsy.
Describe how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence.
That's not how that works. Andrew's right here. Like, this is not evidence of anything. She's just saying there's like something that's seems strange about this, And that's what a lot of this is. It's like her whole thing is just asking questions over and over and over. Just, that's weird, isn't it? Yeah, isn't that strange? Huh. And then coming to some sort of conclusion because things are strange, or because you don't have answers to things. Like that is the best way to get people to deny something, is to just keep poking holes in the answer that's already given. You can just keep poking holes. You can do that with literally anything. Like, you ask enough questions, you can make anything seem suspicious or weird. And that's all she does. That's all she ever fucking does. Like, this has been the majority of her career, fighting against the left. Now she's just turned the same sort of stupid, dumb fuck logic against the right. And now they're all mad.
Evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state.
It shows that there's evidence more people touched the item more recently than Tyler Robinson. Not necessarily. It doesn't mean that more people touched it more recently. One, because there's tons of reasons for why the like they're talking about on the entire weapon, right? If he's pulling it out to shoot it, right, and all he touches is just the barrel and the stock. If that's all he touches because he's getting ready to shoot it, that's one thing. Whereas, like, if other people were like cleaning it and doing all sorts of other shit with it, and they're touching it all over the place, that's very different, right? Then it could even be that because he touched where, in the places that he touched it, he can just like wipe those two places. But on the rest of the fucking gun, other people's prints are still there because he's only wiping where he touched it most recently. Like, it doesn't end up being evidence for anything if there's other conclusions that are just as likely.
State. Well, did you watch the preliminary
no, I
hearing?
didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What
okay?
I'm here to do is represent my own opinion,
You
which
said
is
in
that
your opening
based
statement,
based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
The state has
that I find it
presented
convincing.
evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy
No, that's very
behavior.
important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it, is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that,
no. This is a.
Yeah, what is she what evidence specifically is she calling hearsay? She said all the evidence. Specifically, what evidence are you talking about that you think is hearsay?
Huge point. This is crazy that you don't know this.
We can call for a fact check if all the evidence
we need more than a fact check. This was every single day. Utah Rule 1102.
They want to go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up. And then, Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well, but they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah, so this says, the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal.
I have no idea what I'm talking about. Well, why don't you hop on? If you're the one who knows, if you're the knower, hop on. Let's get into it. I have tons and tons of fucking videos debunking the dumb shit that comes from Candace Owens on this. I literally have an entire documentary about her just like lying and pushing blatant anti-Semitic bullshit. I have I have tons of TikTok videos debunking her and her, cohort of nut jobs. I did cover the preliminary hearings with a lawyer on here as well. So if you guys want to fucking get into it, let's go. Let's fucking go. Why Tom thumbnail look like he's blowing a big ghost? There's some hot ghosts. It's not only ugly people who die, okay? There's some hot ghosts out there. Kobe Bryant died. I mean, come on. Use your imagination.
External jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercausal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay, and I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that, so I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
But no, you just literally said I couldn't do that.
Yeah, no, the fact check is supposed to be on whether or not the entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it.
No,
the same way that you got to Tyler
Robinson.
Shooter
from that.
Yes, you did. You again, this is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah, and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial, swear them in. But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley was saying,
but not all of it, like I said.
The overwhelming majority.
Again, no dispute.
Outside of the one that you don't want to give. Please don't cut me off.
Though.
Outside of that is what's in dispute. It means that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact,
what was the fucking hearsay? Why isn't he? This is so annoying. Why isn't he asking these fucking questions? This is horrific to listen to. Holy shit, Andrew. Ask the fucking question. What was hearsay? Give me like a substantive piece of evidence that was hearsay. Because really what this should start off with is like, instead of Andrew trying to debunk what it is she's saying, Andrew should start off with like why he thinks Tyler Robinson did it. Then she starts to attack his reasoning to say, okay, well, I think you're wrong. Here's where your evidence doesn't work out. Like, that's how this should go. But so far, this has been like him trying to explain why her evidence is dumb when she's just trying to debunk the other fucking evidence. This is horrific.
His testimony before they had about an hour debate. Actually, maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said, this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking, Lance, are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution, 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then, they would not allow this stuff. They would say, we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance
but
just can't willy-nilly say.
I'm not disputing.
But the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence. That's what you're saying to me. When you say, Candace,
I'll
can't
give
talk
you the
about the degraded
argument
prince, which is a fact.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
And then infer off of that that Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just literally making stuff up. So here's what the position is. I'm asking this.
I'm saying that let's pull that up. Let's pull that up. I am doing exactly what the state did. I am looking at a piece of evidence, and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there.
Can you describe to the audience what Rule 1102
means? So
this,
just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I am saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extract.
All she's showing is that they did show, what is it called, reasonable hearsay, in the trial. That's all she's doing. She's just showing that they did use reasonable hearsay. She's not making a claim as to what evidence was reasonable hearsay. She's not making a claim to this at all. Like, that is the question that he should fucking be asking right now, and he's not asking. This is infuriating.
Extrapolate from
Never
a
made that
fact
argument.
like
Just making it up. Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew,
based on
can I
your
show my evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is...
She's talking about witness testimony, not the evidence. She's just talking about witness testimony. She's saying that the majority of witness testimony was reliable hearsay. She's not talking about the fucking evidence for the preliminary hearings. But she keeps saying the entire preliminary hearing. No, you're talking about the witness fucking testimony. The majority of the shit that we watched wasn't even witness testimony. Like, the majority of it was not just witness testimony. A lot of it was about, like, the process that the cops went through. A lot of it was, like, you know, testing on the barrels, testing on, you know, for fingerprints. Like, that's not reliable hearsay. None of that is reliable hearsay. None of it. Like, that was the majority of the fucking hearings, was going over, like, actual... I'm blanking on the term. What's it called where you're, like, looking for fingerprints and... shit. It's a specific, like, type of evidence that I'm blanking on the word for some reason. It keeps popping into my head, and then it's immediately fucking gone. Neither of these two understand what a preliminary hearing even is, I don't think. I mean, she sounds like she's got it. Forensic, yes, it's forensic evidence. So yes, that from what I remember, the majority of the hearings were forensic evidence. Then there were also witness testimonies. But she keeps saying the majority of the preliminary hearing was hearsay. No, it's just the witness testimony was.
They can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence, and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't, that's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a point,
it is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that was what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he is describing,
we're asking you
that he is using to argue his case, is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact. So what they are inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the
I hate when he fucking does this, dude. It's so fucking annoying that he does this all the time. I'm just gonna grant that. You're not granting it. You like in this case, he is granting it, but okay. Actually, in this one, in this one, he is granting it. Okay, never mind.
inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car, okay? They are inferring that that's Tyler Robinson.
Can you walk me through the inference? So that I understand.
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we have images.
I'm talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the inverse.
That's not in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts. Okay. It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally
that's how it works.
And is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
Yes.
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning.
Yeah, okay, that doesn't mean anything. So this is she's so fucking dumb, dude. You have to look at the overall evidence. If the majority of the evidence leads to this one person, okay, but then you keep pointing to the fact that other people's fingerprints were on this gun. Other people's fingerprints were on this gun. Okay, does the majority of the evidence lead to any of those people being the shooter? Like she kept claiming like Matt Robinson had the majority of the fingerprints on there. Okay, so then does the majority of the evidence lead to Matt Robinson? I've never heard her claim that Matt Robinson might have done this. I've never heard her suggest Matt Robinson might have been the shooter. So it's a nothingness statement to bring this up as evidence unless it leads you to a different person. That's it. You can't just keep saying, but this is like, I'm just showing that this isn't conclusive. I'm just pointing to the fact that this isn't conclusive, that Tyler Robinson did this. Okay. But who did do it then?
Of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if there's 100 other plausible explanations,
inferring.
then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a patsy. I am saying that there is.
I thought that was the whole your whole claim.
No,
today.
my whole claim was that there is more evidence that he is set up as a patsy.
How does that equal evidence of patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they are.
So what is the alternative theory? You can't say he's being set up as a patsy, but I don't know who the patsy is. The way that this works is they go with the person that has like the most evidence towards them, the most reasonable the most reasonable belief that they did it, and as long as it meets a certain threshold, then they're gonna charge that person and try to convict them in court. That's how that works. If you're just gonna keep saying, well, I'm using the same process, I'm just saying that it's not conclusive. Each thing is not conclusive. Well, each thing doesn't have to be conclusive. Each and every single piece of evidence does not have to be hard proof that that person did it. Each thing can just lead you in a direction of what is likely. And if you have 50 fucking things that all lead to it's likely this person did it, but none of them are conclusive as proof. None of it's like, they got caught red-handed. Which he did, he admitted to it, so that is like the more conclusive fucking claim. But even outside of that, all of the other things, they don't have to, each and every single piece of evidence does not have to be conclusive. It just has to be likely.
They have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over the floor?
I didn't say that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find.
You just said you didn't say
evidence.
it, so we're going to get a fact check on that. You did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually David Hull. They asked him a question: how did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow, what a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay, that's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same.
It is evidence. Again, it's not conclusive. It is evidence. She's so fucking stupid. She is so fucking dumb, dude.
people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
The
they were changing
idea
their
that on a
clothes?
college campus, two people wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to like argue that. I'm just going to let people deal. Why is it absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd thing to say.
I'm not
I know
sure,
these are the same people because they're both wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened. But
It
even
is.
if it
You
is,
can get a fact check on it.
But even if it is, again,
And it was
if
Hall.
we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
But you just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
that never happened.
You're not taking the totality of the evidence. You're looking at one little thing and saying this one little thing isn't conclusive. That's not the same thing.
Stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence, but we should find his tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-06. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweets of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No,
Did
I
you
don't
delete
delete
tweets?
tweets.
Okay, cool. I just look for. He said
Unless
it
I
was his
misspell.
car. It was his. It was.
That's the only time I ever delete tweets as well, is if I misspell something, then I'm like, okay. I normally like sometimes I normally like double check all of my tweets before I ever put them out. But sometimes one will get through, and if I can't edit it, normally I'll edit it, but if I can't edit it, I'll delete it and repost it, or if it's too late, I'll just fucking delete it.
Is the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was going on.
Okay, she has it. Perfect. If you got, Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can see it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
but just
you
5
said
seconds ago, you should concede.
You said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You could even pull
Patrick,
your
did
own
I
clip.
say that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not?
She said that he said that this was convincing, or that this is what convinced him.
I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing that's funny here is, like, we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting? But just say you were wrong. It's cool to just say I was wrong. I did say it.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it
I didn't say
overwhelming.
it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all of these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So, no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the evidence
if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
Actually, I'm glad you're asserting that you're okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just saying that I just said you tweeted this. You said, no, I didn't. We got a fact check. And now you're like just going to gaslight me and pretend that I said.
There's no gaslighting.
It wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more, but I would like to address what you said in that tweet.
This is your time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally your debate
That's not what
claim.
you said.
Yes, no, that is what she said. That is what she said. She said, this is what convinced you. That's what she said. That is 100% what she said. And then he even said, I never said this is what convinced me. He would, how the fuck is he arguing with her on this? How the fuck is he arguing with her on this? This is 100% what he said. And he would remember it because he said, I never said that's what convinced me. What the fuck?
That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position, if that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that?
Is that the only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
but not
right? I feel like that's fair,
but not exhaustive. Just so you know,
I never said it was exhaustive, even though you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why. You're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay. So I would like to know how you got to the conclusion. And I'm just going to throw it right back at you because for some reason you permit yourself to do it. And that's what I'm demonstrating is that you permit yourself to do it. And then you say, when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah. So in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because, I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you make everybody, you call them conspiracy theorists. That's literally what I'm trying to explain to you.
Okay. So if you're asking for my inference why I think it's Tyler Robinson, is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, Twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say.
Yeah, I would. I'm sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
I'm paraphrasing, but it was close to it.
Yeah,
I don't remember him saying that either. I don't remember that statement at all.
Yeah,
I think that's
by the
not
way,
right.
Twigs himself said that he had
see me on the staircase.
that he had some maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry.
Hang on. So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson, not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes of evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the stair. I mean, or texting.
Didn't tweet it.
Texting that's me in the staircase. I think that I didn't
say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is
you said you would see me
over.
In the circus.
You'll be able to see me in footage at UVU, and I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that? The second thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is I'm not 100%.
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, me pointing out the absurdity, he wears Converses. He wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means
that happens, by the way, all the time in these cases.
And I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance and this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out
that either.
Because they interviewed him on September 11th, and then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way, for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything, and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skylar,
not.
I think
He
you
said
pulled
much
it up
more
if you
than
want
that.
to. So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages.
Andrew is really fucking this up, dude. Andrew is really fucking this up, dude. Holy shit. Bro, really, I had faith that Andrew could do this. I had a lot of faith that Andrew could do this. I really did. I thought this is one of the easiest slam dunk cases of all time. Like, this is, you can't fuck this up. Like, you can't fuck this up. It's too easy. It's too fucking easy. There's no way you can fuck this up. And he's fucking it up. That's the consensus. Andrew lost. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Like, this actually pisses me off. This actually pisses me off. Like, we needed a fucking representative out there to destroy Candace on this shit. And he's fucking it up. Oh man. Why? Like, he just did this again, where he just said, that's not what he said. She said, yes it is. And he said much more than that. Why did you say that's not what he said then? Why did you say that's not what he said? You just said that's not what he said, and now you're admitting he did say it. Why the fuck did you say that? Why the fuck did you say that? What the fuck?
That's not what he said.
Really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skylar,
not.
I think
He
you
said
pulled
much
it up
more
if you
than
want
that.
to. So
He said much more than that. What the fuck? Why are you doing this?
couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skylar, I think you have it. You just text me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It
was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. I'm serious. Oh, okay. That's pretty good.
It was me. Look at
That's
the
pretty
pictures
good.
from the surveillance
Oof.
footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this, and I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that from the
Well,
text
I'm just
messages.
saying to you, like,
Okay.
I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep, the 801, Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay, if you have that as well. There you go.
Wait, what are we saying is not hearsay? I thought
Statements
you said
that
the
are not
messages.
hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay. Is consistent with the declarant's testimony and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then, wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him.
Mm-hmm.
So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
No,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say
when
that.
he
You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Yeah,
The
it was.
overwhelming majority.
She said all of it was hearsay. More times. One time she said most of it, but every other, she said like 5 times. All of it was hearsay.
Well, I mean, I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
Sounds
scientific.
like you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel like let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yes,
is that the case?
it was. Yes, that's a fact. I'm not backtracking on that at all.
And what are the things?
How many times did you, I mean, if you watch the video here, it's like they constantly, I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102. And the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard and I agree with what I'm watching. You are watching the state put on a hearsay preliminary hearing, and all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature. There's a reason why they swear you in and they say, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you, write this statement? So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from, all allowed at this stage. Okay. But it's hearsay. So
but even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson. Okay. His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just means
you can't consider another option that there could have been another white guy wearing Converses on campus.
Yeah. Do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah, and I find it to be completely unconvincing.
And that's fair. I understand that
I looked at those blurry photos that they presented and said, your statement on right now is that he's wearing.
Yeah, again, this is like circular logic. He's saying I'm convinced by this because the overwhelming evidence, because of the overwhelming evidence, and overwhelming evidence means I'm convinced by it. And I'm convinced by it means there's overwhelming evidence. And the overwhelming evidence means I'm convinced by it. And I'm convinced by it because there's overwhelming evidence. And the overwhelming evidence means that I'm convinced by it. Like, it's a fucking tautology. Like, this is insane. This is fucking stupid, dude. What the fuck is he doing? What is he doing?
Converses, and he also like that's just crazy.
But these aren't the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter.
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right, but the question that was asked of you was pretty direct.
Yeah.
Right? What did you find
this
to
is
be...
not an exhaustive list of all the things that I find
that's not what you said
convincing.
In the tweet. You can tweet longer, too. It's not like we're limited now to 240 characters anymore.
So anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well,
even though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean from that day, from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Okay, this is something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me ask you that question.
Yes,
okay,
that's what I was saying.
Okay, go ahead, go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah.
Can we do this?
The fact that it took him this long to say that is infuriating. It really is. This is infuriating to listen to. Holy shit.
Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break? Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can also.
Would you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't matter to me either way.
If we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you guys in the middle of it.
Let's
So
end
what
it
would
on
you
what
like
you
to
find
do?
to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay.
I think that's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
All right, you guys, for nearly 2,000 years, Christians have lived continuously in a small village just outside of Jerusalem. Put it to 80 people for getting groceries, assessment, lowering rating on the BB. I want to tell you guys about the war the nation. That's why to.
Bro, she went out fucking big here. She got paid $300,000 to do the debate. Then it's also done on her platform. Then she's also doing fucking 3 commercials, 3 ad reads in one break. And this is already over 2 million views, streamed 9 hours ago. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. She'll make millions of dollars just off this one fucking show, dude. She's making millions. This is reparations? Hell yes, dude. This is fucking crazy, bro.
.health/Candace. Kits are available for United States residents only.
Okay, we're back. Fantastic. I think we're back. By the way, just an FYI for those of you that are watching The Crucible, there's 30,000 concurrent they're watching. Support Andrew Wilson.
Oh, they put this on the Crucible Live as well. Wait, his is fucking 24 minutes. Oh, they cut this and put it out. Candace Owens' argument falls apart. Okay. Yeah, so her ads still get shown on his stream, which means she likely gets paid for that as well. His stream got 313,000 views. Hers is over 2 million right now. Sheesh.
That's your fans of his. Click that subscribe button and helps him grow his business. If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right now. We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PBD Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows.
The ads were blocked on his live? No, I just saw it.
Visit vulnerablepeopleproject.com. Again, that's vulnerablepeopleproject.com. All right, you guys, do you feel like you're working harder than ever but still falling behind every month between grocery prices, bills, and credit card debt?
Bro, she did 1, 2, 3 ad reads in that break, and it got showed on her stream and his.
Allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these conversations right now. Just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech. Having said that, let's go back into the text conversation.
The mainstream media hates this, just so you guys know. Just so you know, they hate this. They still hate it.
We're having, right? Okay. Let's stay there, and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay, that sounds fair. Okay, so yeah, I used basically 3 pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay, so if you want to know exactly what those 3 pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay, so right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not putting on, they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state, okay? So they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird.
She's
We're
allowed,
being told
guys.
This kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did, down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage.
This is, I've talked about this a bunch of times. There is a massive difference from the way that you plan something until you actually do it, especially if you're not somebody who's committed crimes in the past, you're not used to this sort of heat. When you plan on going and killing Charlie Kirk and you're thinking he's just going to be at a college, I'm going to shoot him, I'm going to run off, and a bunch of people on the internet are going to be mad that Charlie Kirk's dead. And then, instead, it turns into, like, the biggest fucking thing in the world. And it's on every fucking news station, every YouTube channel, everywhere. Everybody is talking about this. He is now like the most wanted man in the world. He has President Trump talking about this. He has Kash Patel talking about this. He has Netanyahu talking about this. Like, he just fucking he just fucking set the world in a different direction. And now, when you have this big secret that the whole world wants to know, it's really fucking hard not to turn around and tell your friends. It's really fucking hard not to tell the people that you're closest to. That is not fucking easy. It's not easy. And then on top of that, his family's already becoming suspicious of him at this point. He's saying that his grandpa's asking where his gun is. She keeps saying that it was given to him as an heirloom, but it doesn't sound like it was. It sounds like it was his grandpa's gun, and he wanted to know where the fuck it was. And so once you get that pressure, like, it's hard not to go tell the people that you're closest to. That is not an easy fucking thing to do.
It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told
because he trusted this person. He trusted them. He trusted them not to tell anybody. He also told them not to talk to the police. Like, yes, when he texts him a full confession, but then also trust this person that he's closest to not go turn him into the fucking police because this is a trans person and he's saying that he's tired of the trans fucking rhetoric from this hateful bigot. That, yeah, he thinks, yeah, this trans person's probably going to be on my side. This is somebody that I trust. This is my lover, my confidant, you know, this is somebody, my best friend, like, this is somebody that would never fucking turn me into the police. So this isn't crazy at all. This isn't even weird.
like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascists, but then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
also, as a Helldivers
novelist.
player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that if we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes.
Well, I almost mentioned this the other day because we had some Andrew Wilson fans coming in here like, oh, of course, all of you fucking leftists play video games. And I almost said, like, bro, Andrew Wilson plays fucking video games. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, you beta males all play video games.
But my point being is just that, first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch.
Yeah, but do you see how that's intuition?
That is. I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say
Andrew should not. No, that is not intuitive. This is fucking stupid. He should be fighting this tooth and nail right now. He should be saying literally everything that I just said a second ago. This is dumb. This is absolutely dumb. He should be fighting every single thing that she's saying right now. What the fuck?
say
I
the
think you-
COVID
I think
vaccine
that
is
that's-
running out, feels like it's coming out too fast, and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it. I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But,
now,
but hang on,
I
hang on,
said
hang on. Let
parking
me
it aside.
respond a little bit here because you've been going.
She believes in intuition, guys. She believes in it. That's a real thing to her.
For a minute, let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now they tried to suppress it. That's true.
No.
But there was tons of competing.
No, this is bullshit. This is absolute bullshit. Science is not like a person said. Science does include consensus. Science does include like replicating a test. What these guys do is they say, I can find a study that says, and they think that like all studies are created equal. So as long as they can find a study that says, where I say they think this, I know for a fact that Andrew Wilson has been like schooled on how studies work in reality, and that you can't just pull up a study and say, I can find a study that says, like, I know that he has been absolutely owned on this fucking topic tons of times in the past, to where he doesn't actually think that that's the case. He just continues to pretend that he thinks that that's the case. But anyways,
Science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine.
It wasn't risky.
Well, no,
and
the
masks and
science
things like
they
this.
kept telling us was 100%.
Now, when you're talking about
It was-
intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition's the first step. Something feels
Okay.
off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some
Kind of
parts
like Fed
compelling.
slop?
I think this should go.
Like
I
Fed
found,
slop?
I found,
Well, this is the way that the terminology is generally used. See, again, he's flopping on this so hard. Don't say like Fed slop. Say, this is the way that the terminology is used colloquially. When you think that there is enough evidence to convince you of something, the term is, there's an overwhelming amount of evidence. That's how the verbiage is used. So to say like oh, well, you guys say Fed slop, like, that's such a bad argument. Why are you saying that? Why are you saying this? Why are those words coming out of your mouth right now? You should be defending the terms instead of just doing some sort of like rhetorical gotcha back on her.
I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be kind of.
Don't you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being overwhelmed.
Well, they're trusting their intuition.
Okay. Well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like I said, parking aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, aside, just a general intuition that some might be second messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you.
It's a preliminary hearing. That's the point of the hearing, is that they're supposed to be going over all of the evidence in the hearing.
As a part of their discovery request is, it's not enough to say to me.
Like, yes, the discovery process. So the hearing is you kind of presenting all the evidence that you have just to show that you have enough to charge him so that he can plead guilty or not guilty. This isn't a trial. So yeah, you don't always get all the evidence.
Candace, I just got a text message from Candace, and I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what our client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial, and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud, sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI would not, FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from. Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer. Like, it's just weird mess.
This is okay, fine. But again, all you're doing is poking holes again. If you want to talk about intuition, if somebody sends a text message intuitively, like if it comes from their phone, you intuitively believe they sent it. Like that is, you can't keep appealing to intuition and then when it's inconvenient say, well, fuck intuition. I don't want to believe this. Like, if you're going to keep appealing to intuition, and again, Andrew should be pointing this fucking out. If she's going to keep pointing to intuition, intuitively, a text message comes from somebody's phone, you intuitively believe it came from them. That's how that fucking works. This is so annoying, dude. This is fucking horrible to listen to. Ah, fuck. I'm dead.
Messages.
Oh, never
I
mind.
want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time we got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced.
So not only did Lance log into his phone and his computer and his Discord and type up all of these messages, but then also went to his house pretending to be Tyler Robinson and tricked his parents and made his parents think that he was Tyler Robinson, and then confessed to the crime. Lance, dude, this kid's smart. He's smart.
By these text messages.
Got to figure it out.
Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a, I don't know, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to...
Oh my goodness. This is so stupid. She's like, Andrew is not pushing back against any of this shit. This is horrific. This is absolutely horrific to listen to.
I don't know, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen it. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in this surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse. I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids, and you love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. He didn't actually. None of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things. I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs,
It's not vibes. I'm calling it intuition instead of vibes.
The FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe going to, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
So you gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no, how do you know that?
I had a source within the
Yeah, you can't say you got to watch the show. You're the one who's making the claim.
Robinson family.
You have a source,
Yeah.
an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually
It's an
even
anonymous
true.
source.
You find it to be reliable
of course,
hearsay?
Of course.
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's
Well,
just a
that's
source.
I'm just doing what the
What you're doing
prosecution
is
did.
a cool story.
It's
You're
not
giving,
cool. Well,
hang
you
on,
must
hang
have
on.
hated
You're giving
watching.
us.
You must have hated
hang
watching
on,
the
you're giving
preliminary
us.
hearing.
You're giving us a cool,
Okay,
cool
but
story.
wait,
You're
is it-
saying that according to your sources, that the reason
It is a cool story. It is a fucking cool story. It's a cool story, bro. Maybe even a cool story, sis.
that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, "Hey, is this you? What's going on here?" And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, "No, that's not what happened."
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay, maybe
Yeah.
I'm paraphrasing.
So,
What am I
so,
wrong
so
on?
what is your? Sorry, just so I'm clear. Where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no. I didn't say that.
You said
I
there's the
with
mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him,
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler
Well, I mean,
confronted
that's part
him?
of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, but when you say official doc,
The FBI and the statement from Utah that states why they were charging him says this.
documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw
No, it's in the charging
all
documents.
this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact checked pre-debate.
Are you talking about like the charging documents?
I think it was in the.
Yes.
It could have been in the
It
charging
was in the
documents,
charging
but I
documents.
did. But I do. We can pull them up.
No,
and yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that in the back to pull it up? 'Cause
I can
do know-
already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because
Okay,
this
go
is
ahead.
where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though. Why
it
wouldn't
truly
the
negates
parents?
the point, because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
It's not correcting. That doesn't
misinformation?
negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about you said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him, and we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was
Statements from Tyler Robinson's family played a foundational role in the case, though the core evidence introduced inside the courtroom during July 2026 week-long preliminary hearing primarily focused on the statements from his former roommate, forensic evidence, and text messages. The initial arrest following the September 2025 shooting of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University, Robinson reportedly confessed to his father, a veteran sheriff, a veteran sheriff's deputy, who then turned. Okay. His father is a veteran sheriff's deputy? I don't think that's true. Is it? Is that true? No, Tyler Robinson's father was not a police officer, nor a member of law enforcement. So yeah, this is just totally incorrect. I guess maybe it's saying like his father and, but it just put a comma. He said he confessed to his father, comma, a veteran sheriff's deputy, who then turned him into law enforcement. So yeah, it sounds like written and text confessions. The state entered a physical note into evidence that Robinson left under the keyboard. I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I took it. They also presented subsequent text messages where Robinson apologized to Twiggs for the act. Surveillance and ballistics. Submitted UVU surveillance footage, FBI images, and photographs. So yeah, I guess they didn't use his parents, him confessing to his parents as evidence, only him confessing to Twiggs as evidence. Interesting.
Because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout leader.
How does this negate that the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had
I'm
the
going to
evidence,
address that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. It never happened.
You're quoting the parents as having said. You said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was. Did you say involved? I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about
Confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One is the charging doc, and the other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can run Kathy to go back, and then just to go backwards to Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If you're okay with that,
thing not in dispute. These are all things that I'm not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages as something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that. And she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get discovery on the messages.
Don't you think that would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers.
No.
They may not be fabricated. But by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the
they just could be somebody else.
The parents fact check.
So I was saying, right? I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis.
Let's pull it up.
Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a little bit?
Is this the charging doc?
I can't see it. Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
that's the question I've been asking.
The parents are not going to ever play in
Fucking
court,
move.
play to the
Fucking
cameras
move.
in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
But
forever.
they're playing to somebody else who's your source.
I'm not going to address that.
They're
'Cause
playing to
I don't-
someone else
I don't
who's your
think- I don't
source,
think
but
it's-
won't go publicly tell the media this is not true.
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media. And,
This mother,
especially when your son is
if
up
I thought that my kid
was up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, "That's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not."
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case, and
Well, and especially when this is such a massive story. Yeah, they would have said something already about this if it wasn't the case. Even if the judge issues a gag order, like normally the lawyers are allowed to still speak on the case either way. So this is fucking stupid.
your son is up for death, and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case. You would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what would happen.
If you have a source, it seems like they're violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell. And Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
Based
saying,
on the statements of the
it's
parents.
him saying, the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence, and I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That
and
would
the
also
public
be
on
a
your
good
side.
time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not
You're
receive
saying that
discovery.
they didn't receive that information?
No. They just received the text messages. But in order to...
That's not the text messages.
Yeah, you're not talking about the fucking text messages. What do you mean? You're talking about the fact that he didn't, you're talking about the fact that he turned himself in. That's in the charging documents. That's where they would have, they would have brought this up, and they definitely would have called the parents to testify.
the probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily...
It's still in the charging
They
documents.
still have presented this, yeah?
Yeah.
No.
They could have said they're...
Yes.
No?
No, yes, they could have. It's in the charging documents.
No, they're not allowed to? Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing,
Yeah.
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding to the state's
I'm
evidence.
asking, are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say...
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. I think
It's
that
not a
they,
disagreement.
I think
You're-
that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth to trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward, right? And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal, right? So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so
X.
they're saying all of
yeah,
these
but
charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's what you're asking. Why you're saying could they just
what
put
I'm
out?
asking specifically is like who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible. This never happened. This is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? There's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait
That's
a
the reason
second.
we're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging
that's what she's
in
saying.
what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
That's what he's
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
But thus far, every point that you've brought up, every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be.
It's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
If that was the
It's such a stupid fucking statement, dude. I can't believe he fucking says this shit. I can't believe he said it once. I can't believe he said it twice. I can't believe he said it 4 times now. This is fucking insane that he keeps repeating this, bro. This is fucking insane that he keeps repeating this. This is fucking circular logic. I cannot believe he said this shit. Again, I obviously think that Tyler Robinson is obviously guilty, and I think that there's more than enough evidence to go with that makes the case. But I just don't think that Andrew Wilson is making that case. I don't think he's done a half decent job at making this case at all.
The limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody'd have a problem, actually. At least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with it, you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others. But I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense.
The wackadoo stuff.
And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, you know, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay. I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with.
You should be asking her right now, who currently is the most likely to have done it? That should be the question. Who currently is the most likely to have done it? Because there is a lot of evidence against Tyler Robinson. You're saying some of it you don't believe. Okay, but there's still a lot there. Now, you would have to have some other party that you think is guilty in order to be this convinced that it's not him. So, because at this point, with the amount of evidence that is against Tyler Robinson, there would have to be an equal or greater than amount of evidence against somebody else. So where is that? Where is this evidence? Like, you're saying you can poke holes in this little bits of evidence here and there. Okay, well, nobody's saying that this evidence is all perfect all the way around. So where is the evidence that is better than this?
What I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this like lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that the state is allowed to use.
I didn't
this
lecture
is what
you.
this is what my problem is. You guys are not like, yeah, you guys think while it's still legal. You can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway, going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
so if people look and they say, I'm looking at the gun and I see, and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false.
That is not propositionally
I'll explain
false.
exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition, in fact. What we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were convinced.
Right? Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that. So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16, Utah R Criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up, like we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip.
It is true that there were some things that the defense claimed over and over that they didn't have access to before the trial. Like that is true.
Because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the discovery
just
documents.
show cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying there.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, so that's
I'm even fine with it.
Yeah, we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that
because it's
preliminary to the preliminary. Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
There's
to.
no point here.
There's no disagreement that she said that.
Yeah.
So I guess the disagreements now would move into the evidences that you have stated on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we having a transcendental conversation now? Because
they're all related to this case.
Your entire thing was
it's not a transcendental conversation. He's saying that every episode that you do on this is far beyond just saying that you're not convinced, that you actually make claims much stronger than that. and you continue to poke holes in things that would lead everybody into a specific conclusion. So, a transcendental conversation.
About looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me, again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I wanted to question you on these things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
because
problematic, that
many,
you decide
many
that
claims.
it trips into something else. And I do still want to hold you for going through, because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your...
and you can hold me to those things, but I would like to get into the things that you've said.
And we should discuss the screwdriver as well.
So, and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim, it is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about, not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made.
I was wondering why they were sticking so close to just the fucking preliminary trial, that I kept thinking why I would not be having this conversation with her about just the preliminary trial right now. I would be talking about the claims that she's been making on her own fucking show this entire time, because that's where all of the bullshit comes from. Like, that's where I show you guys like just some of my own like small videos where I absolutely fucking dismantle the shit that she's saying. I gotta run to the restroom real quick, so I'll let one of these videos play while I go to the bathroom. But there's a ton of videos that I have on this where it's obvious she's fucking lying about this shit. This is one of her orbiters that we were talking about the other day, repeating her claims and me breaking down why Candace is lying and why this person's a fucking idiot for believing her. So I can never tell if these people who cover the Tyler Robinson Charlie Kirk case are just crazy liars or grifters. But it doesn't seem like a coincidence that every time one of these videos comes out, they all happen to get everything incorrect. So I just saw a video on this. I figured I'd make a quick video just correcting a lot of the mistakes that this woman made, or lies, whichever one you want to go with. And this is her summarizing what Candace Owens said and her reactions to it.
She was talking about the Discord chats that he supposedly had, where law enforcement had a press conference and said that Tyler admitted to all his friends on Discord that he did this. And then Discord screwed that up and came out with a statement and said, actually, we looked at his chats and that didn't happen. Nothing, no mention of Charlie Kirk or violence. Try again, feds. And then the feds said, oh, we actually meant iMessage. So why would you say Discord?
She goes on to make a lot more mistakes, but we'll stop here for just a second. The FBI never actually said that the messages were from Discord. They started off talking about the fact that Tyler sent Lance messages on Discord and to a group chat where he admitted to killing Charlie Kirk, but then goes on afterwards to talk about other types of messages that were also sent. I'll show you that press conference here.
Investigators identified an individual as the roommate of Robinson. Investigators interviewed that roommate, who stated that his roommate, referring to Robinson, made a joke on Discord. Investigators asked if he would show them the messages on Discord. He opened it and showed several messages to investigators and allowed investigators to take photos of the screen as each message was shown by Robinson's roommate. These photos consisted of various messages, including content of messages between the phone contact named Tyler with an emoji icon.
We're going to pause real quick, go over what he said, the distinctions, and then we'll go back to the rest of his statement. Now, he does say that some of the messages were sent through Discord, but then he says this also consists of messages from a phone contact.
The phone contact named Tyler.
Not a Discord contact, a phone contact named Tyler with an emoji next to it. These are the messages from the phone contact,
including content of messages between the phone contact named Tyler with an emoji icon and Robinson's roommate's device. The content of these messages included messages affiliated with the contact Tyler, stating a need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point, leaving the rifle in a bush, messages related to visually watching the area where a rifle was left, and a message referring to having left the rifle wrapped in a towel.
Now, I can understand somebody watching this, they hear the officer say that there were messages on Discord, and then he continues talking about messages where Tyler talks about wrapping up the rifle, leaving it in the woods, yada, yada, yada. I can understand how somebody could hear that and think that it is a continuous statement about Discord. Now, Discord did come out with a statement saying that these messages were not sent on Discord. The statement that was given to TMZ says, "In the course of our investigation, we identified a Discord account associated with the suspect, but have found no evidence that the suspect planned this incident or promoted violence on Discord." Now, once Discord comes out with this statement, you think, wait, is this a contradiction to what it is that the officer said in that press conference? So you go back and watch and realize, oh, the officer said that this was a phone contact that sent these messages, not a Discord contact. So there's no contradiction there. Not only that, but the indictment refers to them as text messages, and Candace Owens has been confronted on this in her CNN interview already as well.
Do you have any proof that the messages were made up? Because that would be easily proven.
Yeah, but they didn't put timestamps on them, and Discord came out and said they didn't exist.
This was supposedly text messages, not Discord messages. It's my understanding from the indictment.
I actually did not read that they were text messages.
The indictment calls them text messages.
So now it seems pretty obvious that people are confusing two different groups of messages. One group of messages were sent from a phone to a phone where Tyler is describing wrapping the gun up, hiding it in the woods, so on and so forth. Whereas the other messages are on Discord, where he's giving a full confession to the other people in the Discord server. And Discord has confirmed that these messages do exist and that he did confess on Discord. Where Fox Business writes in an article, a spokesperson for Discord confirmed to Fox Business that the reporting from the Post detailing the Discord messages where suspected shooter Tyler Robinson appears to take responsibility for Charlie Kirk's killing is accurate. But from there, people still jump to even more assumptions about these messages. Because officers initially said that they got screenshots of the messages, they assume that's all they got.
We see those iMessages. Yeah, we're actually not going to use the forensic copy of those iMessages, meaning the metadata. Yeah, the evidence we have as prosecutors prosecuting Tyler Robinson, they're actually just screenshots of Lance's phone, apparently. They're not forensic downloads of his messages. What?
So this is again just an assumption that they're jumping to because the officers initially said that when Tyler Robinson's roommate Lance showed them the messages, they took pictures of it.
Investigators asked if he would show them the messages on Discord. He opened it and showed several messages to investigators and allowed investigators to take photos of the screen as each message was shown by Robinson's roommate.
They're assuming that that's all they did, but they also have Tyler Robinson's cell phone where he has the other messages on there. And now, because it's important to note that the woman in the video is still confusing the Discord messages with the iPhone messages, I should mention that in the same Fox Business article that I was quoting earlier, they also go on to say that Discord did send the messages to the officials. Candace Owens fans learned the word metadata and they've been throwing it all over the place, but you don't need metadata when you have the physical phone with the text messages on it from both sides. Okay. So yeah, they, like, Candace Owens has just been very fucking sloppy in her, you know, investigations or whatever she wants to fucking call it, but real quick, guys, we're still at $0 out of 25. We got 25 minutes left on the clock. We got to get to $25 in 25 minutes. If you guys want to donate to the stream, use the tips link pinned at the bottom of chat. It makes it to where I get a lot more money and I get it a lot faster. YouTube takes 1/3 out of every single donation, whereas, whoops. Yeah, YouTube takes 1/3 out of every single super chat that's sent through here, whereas if you send it through Stream Elements, I get 100% of it, and I get it immediately, whereas with YouTube, I gotta wait 2 months to get it. On top of that, I don't get any of your information, just as with any other platform. I don't see anything, any of your personal stuff. But consider using the tips link. It'll, I think currently it only uses PayPal. We used to have a debit card or credit card option on there, but it seems like they've taken it away for the moment. I've tried finding a workaround for this, and it's just not working right now. So, but yeah, if we can hit the goal in 25 minutes, then we will continue stream. Otherwise, stream ends in 25 minutes.
Made in regards to the assassination itself. You should, yeah, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into it.
Well, just to be clear, and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our debate
is the major
is
substance.
me demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw, and in your answer for when I explained to you that he had the most degraded prints was, I don't know. Okay, well there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching. You're conceding. Nobody's giving a dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt, the state's theory.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure.
And those are the things that
I do doubt the state's theory. I also am welcome to say what I think. If you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erika Kirk, if you want to talk about Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it, I'm totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, like, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Candace, question for you.
But I am sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, actually the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like, we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like, we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt. Before we even get to the trial, people are going to see and go, oh crap, like, it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution, saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. Is the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me, that they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned, we know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the
No, that's they would have to have, again, some sort of reasonable suspicion that this person did it in order for that to be the case. They can't just like, oh, well, we found the backpack, so now you're a suspect. Like, that's not normally how that works.
Alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was, we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erika. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or a person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. That had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over, and it has.
You have to have reason to do that. You have to have reason to do that. You can't just take people's shit. She's so fucking stupid. You have to have a reason to do that. You can't just take people's stuff. You can't just steal people's property just 'cause. Like, that's not good enough. You can't just say, oh, well, it was involved in a crime to some extent, so now we're taking it. That's not how that works. You have to have a reason to take it, meaning it's like a piece of evidence that you have to use for court, or even like when they say that, like, they had it stripped and cleaned, maybe the cops have the fucking carpet with the blood on it and shit like that. But like, if they didn't have any reason to suspect any of these people, nor that the car was used in any commission of a crime, they can't just force them to give them the car. They can't do that. That's not how fucking property works.
Has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general, has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erika holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence, irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have have it and it's sweet. That should be in evidence.
What evidence is it? What is it? Again, it has to be evidence of something.
Immediately paving over the crime scene. Is this just like the craziest thing ever? This defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird.
Bro, like, by this logic, like, they should have taken over Tyler Robinson's parents' house, taped it off, literally not allowed anybody in. They should have taped off Erika Kirk's house and just not allowed anybody in there. Like, they're commandeering all of these things. It's theirs now. It's evidence. Like, she's just acting like anybody who's related to this crime whatsoever. That, like, not that they're related to committing a crime, but they're just related to the crime, and that there was some sort of aspect, like, of the case that this can be tied to. That's it. As long as you can tie it to it, then they get to just keep your fucking property. Uncle Alert, thank you for the 440 jewels, Thomas Jacobs. And again, if there's anybody in chat who disagrees with any of the shit that I'm saying, I'm happy to bring you on and we can go over how law works, how, like, how the processes work, like what it is that cops are allowed to do, what they're not allowed to do. Like, we can go over all the shit. Candace Owens has absolutely no idea what the fuck she's talking about. She's just making shit up. She's literally just making it up as she goes. She has no fucking clue what she's talking about. This is insane. These are basic pieces of evidence that were immediately given back. Candace has a point. It's odd. Wait, what is that? Evidence of what? So you heard everything that I just said, so you can't just say it's evidence. Evidence of what? Pieces of evidence. Like, you can't just call things evidence. Evidence of what? Like, she's just saying anything that had any sort of involvement in the crime is evidence, but it's not. Not everything is evidence. The shirt, the necklace, right, what were they evidence of? Don't name the things. Tell me, what is it evidence of? You're just listing things. What is it evidence of? I'd be as stupid as Wilson sitting there, most likely. Unless I did my homework, which he most certainly did not do. All these points are like her last 20 podcasts. She has this down by... Well, I mean, again, like, if you just know basic law, you'd be able to absolutely dismantle all the dumb shit that she's been saying. It can be used to determine marks. Marks of what? You guys can't keep doing this. Like, I seriously, I'm trying to, like, I'm trying to be nice about this, but I'm telling you, you can't just call things evidence just cause. It has to, you have to have a reason for it. The government isn't allowed to just take people's property for no reason. They're not allowed to just steal people's shit just cause. They have to have reasons for it, and they have to present those reasons. They have to be given. Like, if somebody says, like, you know, hey, I need my property back, they have to be able to make the case for why they're not giving them their property back. They can't just say, it's evidence. It's just evidence. It just is. It's just evidence. That's not how that works. You have to have, it's evidence of X, Y, and Z. We're making a case for this. This points to that. This is a crucial piece to give us evidence of this thing. Like that, you have to make the case. You're just saying it's evidence. Evidence of what? What does it lead them to? What does it give them more information on? How does it help them make the case? What is this? Well, you can't just call it evidence. It's not. Evidence means it leads you to a conclusion. That's what evidence means, right? We all agree, yes? We all agree. Evidence leads you to a conclusion. What is it evidence of? It's not property. It was on his body. It is an article in a crime scene. Wait, what do you mean it's not property? You don't think your clothes are your own property? What do you mean it's not property? It is your property. She's right about questioning the whole situation. Oh my goodness. You guys are going to drive me crazy. Like, you guys are actually going to drive me fucking crazy. This is not how investigations work. I'm sorry. This isn't how investigations work. Again, anybody who wants to, you guys are welcome to jump on, and I can go through this all step by step with you. But it's going to be impossible if people just keep saying random shit in chat. She's right. They should question things.
I'm just asking questions.
Yes, like we literally have a term for this, just asking questions. Like you're not saying anything. You're just asking questions. Well, I can do that with literally every single case that has ever existed. There is no case that has ever existed where there aren't holes that you can't poke in it. You like every single case ever, you can poke holes in it. Every single one. It doesn't mean anything to say that you can ask questions or that, like, oh, but it's evidence. You're just calling things evidence. Evidence, again, means that it is something that leads you to a conclusion. That's what evidence means. You can't just say it's evidence because it was around at the time that a crime happened. That's not how that works. That's not what evidence means. That's just not what it means. It doesn't, you're just stating things that sound good, but it doesn't mean anything. It has no meaning. So if you guys want to hop on, I'm happy to answer questions. I'm happy to explain this stuff. I'm happy to get into details. I'm happy to, like, if you think I'm wrong and you want to, like, question me on why, like, you know, where there's holes missing or something, or there's some sort of evidence that you think I'm missing, I'm happy, or, you know, some sort of argument that I missed, I'm happy to get into it. join the Discord. Link is in the description. We'll get into it. Also, thank you, Bucky, for the $5 dono. Let's go. W's in chat for Bucky.
There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVUs washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true, because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal.
There's a method. I don't know the method personally, but I imagine you 1, determine victim, 2, determine suspect, 3, place suspect that's seen a crime, 4, argue about it in court. Well, so the point that, like, what we just had was a preliminary hearing to go over evidence, right? They had to give reason for why they were charging him, okay? Excuse me. In order to investigate somebody, you have to have reasonable suspicion, okay? In order to charge them with a crime, you have to have probable cause. So they were giving a probable cause hearing. That's what the preliminary hearing was, is they're giving probable cause, saying, we have evidence to charge him with this crime. That's all they're doing, right? That's it. That's all they had to do, and that, which is why she's saying, I agree, they didn't have to give the defense all of the evidence. Like, they didn't have to have access to all of the evidence. The reason she's saying she agrees with that is because it's literally just a preliminary hearing just to show probable cause. That's it. That's the end of it. So when we say probable cause, we're saying there's evidence that leads you to the conclusion that it is that he is likely the killer. That's it. Just that he's likely the killer. That's what probable cause. It is probable that he is the killer. Not that we know for a fact, not that it is most definitely him, but probably. Okay? That's enough for you to go to a trial if he wants to decline or plead innocent. Then you can go to a trial, and then that's when both sides will make your case. But currently at this point, we haven't heard any arguments to say that he's not the killer. Like, his side hasn't presented anything to say he's not the killer. He hasn't even pled innocent. He hasn't even pled innocent. He hasn't pled anything. So right now, all she's doing is just poking holes in this shit and just asking questions, just saying, yeah, but this is suspicious. Yeah, but that's suspicious. Yeah, but this is suspicious. That doesn't, the overall amount of evidence leans in one direction. The overall amount of evidence leans in one direction. So again, when she's bringing up all of the fucking fingerprints all over the gun and the other people's fingerprints that are on there, and the fact that his fingerprints are smudged and shit like that, okay, fair enough. And she said that she could come up with reasonable, she could come up with reasons for why it would be reasonable that his fingerprints would be smudged, even if he was the killer. But it's the totality of evidence that you're looking at. So even if you can poke holes in this one thing, in this one thing, in that one thing, well, if there's 100 pieces of evidence and you can poke holes in 20 different parts, but you still, the other 4 people whose fingerprints are on the gun, you have no evidence for any of them being the killer. You have 0 evidence for any of them being the killer. But you still got all this other evidence that Tyler Robinson is the killer. Like, it just does. You're not. She's just pushing forth the most meaningless statements. Not watching because you didn't even review this debate with an open mind. I mean, I've literally been saying that Andrew's losing. I am reviewing the debate with an open mind. I don't know. You're just fucking lying. You didn't come in here with an open mind. You're just lying. You just came in here and fucking lied. So I don't know what the fuck your problem is, but you're the one who doesn't have a fucking open mind if you're going to make a statement like that.
Federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident the various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to...
Your first critique is the video is dark. Help us learn to think critically, not get into groupthink, our biases. Holy shit, this person's fucking brain dead. Never mind. I'm not reading the rest of that shit.
Say
something. If they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is, and then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying.
But you basically get no case.
What?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the oh, we got a picture.
Okay,
Here's him with the murder weapon.
Right.
Here's him taking the shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah,
one clear image of his.
But I don't understand when you're
his
asked,
car plates.
If you're asked the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me, Andrew. What would take to convince you that the oppositional is true, right? That he's a patsy or something like that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right, and is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay.
Just
I don't disagree with that. We haven't heard the defense
Just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard. And then, of course, I would change my mind.
You can't keep saying, yes, I think he's a patsy. Okay. Can present the evidence that he's a patsy. We haven't heard the defense yet. But you already made the claim that he's a patsy. You already made the claim. You already said that that's what you think is going on. So you can't say there isn't evidence yet, but also I'm making the claim that this is the case. That's fucking stupid. That's not how this works. Like, if you're just gonna say, well, I just think that. So you're saying you come to conclusions without evidence? Like, if I ever say I think something or I believe something, it means I believe there's evidence to make this claim. I believe that this is the case because of the evidence. I would never say I just think something if the evidence doesn't lead me to that conclusion.
So just to qualify this, so there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him. Yeah. So you're saying yes to that.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here that from
without question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy?
Of
the government
course,
was
I'm going to always follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas, and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here's purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now, yeah?
You want to get into it? Would you guys like to take an ad break?
We'll take an ad
break.
And then we'll talk Erika, Kirk, and TPUSA.
And the conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case in the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5 minute break and we'll be back soon.
All right, you guys, you have probably seen all the buzz around red light law enforcement. It's a mischief surface and this. When people offer for their on Twitter text to find weights and average rates to find
before overwhelming to
net/Owens.
Okay, so we're officially back. Andrew, before we go into the other issues you want to talk about, is it fair to say you're good defending your position of the overwhelming evidence?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah, so I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct, and I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded...
Super Real Horse tip $20.
Hey, yo! Let's go! Thank you, Super Real Horse, for the $20 dono. Shit! Let's go. W's in chat for Super Real Horse. That's not a fucking super fake horse. That's not a super fake horse. That is a super real horse. Why is 40% of the chat retarded? It's people coming in from outside. It's outsiders coming in. It's not people from my community that are clicking this shit. But we have 122 votes on the poll right now. If you guys didn't see, we got a poll in chat, and the poll asks, who do you think did it? Obviously referring to the death of, or the murder of Charlie Kirk. And currently 60% say Tyler Robinson, 40% say the Jews, Erika Kirk, TPUSA, Egypt. Just pretty much anybody else. So yeah, 126 votes on this in 2 hours. I think we have like 70 to 80 people watching, so obviously it's not my community who's doing it. It's people coming in, clicking, leaving. But again, I mean, I'll say this again for the 100th time. If anybody wants to come on and you don't even have to debate it, like again, like if you're just saying, hey, I'm not convinced, like we can get into it. It doesn't have to be like a full-on fucking debate. If you're just not convinced and you just have questions, you're just not sure why somebody would be convinced that it's Tyler Robinson, we can get into it. But this is a very annoying debate. Candace just ranted 80% of the time, and it all comes down to what she thought was strange and weird, provided no evidence of anything, just did a rerun of her show. Sure, but also Andrew is not doing a good job here. Like at all. Like he is not defending the claims. There are so many things that she's claiming that are so easy to just like tear down with simpleness. Just so fucking simple. Just simple as fuck to tear down. And he's not even doing it. I don't think it was moderated correctly. I wouldn't say it was actually moderated. I would not say this debate was moderated in any way. But
you should not respond yes or no, but as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. So just to be clear.
He's been asking for this debate for months. Yeah, it's weird. It's strange. I don't get it. Like I didn't watch all of the preliminary hearings. So obviously me and Pisco reviewed the first day. I went over a bunch of stuff from the second day and the third day, but that was about it. I didn't really get too deep into it after that. Like I was pretty convinced at that point. You know, we listened to Lance's testimony. We listened to the arresting officer's testimony. Like it's the lead investigator's testimony. It was pretty simple, but even just with that, I would have been able to go into this with a better, with better arguments, including the statements about the gun, the fact that like she's saying that the bullet there's no way that she's going to believe that the bullet didn't penetrate his neck bone. There's literally cases where this has happened. There's tons of cases we can go through, and I would have had those readily available and then gotten her to admit that there are tons of other cases where this has happened. But instead, he just kind of makes the claim, and then she moves on to a new claim to where she never actually has to concede the thing that she's been claiming over and over and over and over. And then on top of that, there's just tons of scenarios with like even court proceedings and legal proceedings where he just doesn't know enough to ask her about this shit. So where exactly was he stowing that fully assembled rifle when he jumped off the roof? His jail pocket. It's not clear. So it could have been that he had it like on his back. It could have been that he had it in the backpack because he does throw the backpack off. It could have been like there's a number of could be's there that are possible. It looks like it's there. Do you see this? Do you see this sticking out? It won't. It's not zooming in on the right place. Let me see if I can. You see that? And then here, he jumps down with the bag. I don't find it hard to believe that it could have been in the bag. It literally takes about 2 seconds to disassemble this fucking rifle. So it's not like we think that it's like fully assembled right now. It literally takes about 2 seconds to disassemble the rifle. So we've watched numerous people disassemble it in less than 2 seconds. That's a shadow. It could be a shadow. It could be a shadow. But again, it could also just be in the fucking bag. Like,
we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to question you.
Well, this is a meta conversation.
Right,
we're having
but
a meta
okay, so
debate.
now we're transcending. Like, let's use a word to use.
I don't know why she says you think you have a right to depose me. So if you're somebody who is like a content creator, you're an influencer, you're somebody who's online and you're feeding information to your audience, I do think that like it is necessary that you allow the things that you're feeding your audience to be questioned if you want to have any sort of credibility. So if you're like, and it's the same for me as an influencer, as a content creator, as somebody who does content, I want my audience to be able to believe me. I want them to trust me. I want them to know that I'm like actually trying. That doesn't mean that I'll never get information wrong, but it does mean that if I make a statement, I'm willing to like make sure this holds up to scrutiny and or concede it. And so people have to be able to challenge the things that I'm saying in order for that to be the case. The majority of people who are listening to these things, they're not going out and doing the research themselves. The majority of these people are just watching clips and watching what it is that other people are telling them. But if within the bubble of like content that they're watching, they're not getting the debunk videos that I'm putting out, proving beyond a matter of a doubt that they're lying, proving beyond a matter of a doubt when they say, oh, they claimed that the Discord already said those messages didn't exist. And then I go and show they didn't fucking say that. You're a fucking lying piece of shit. Like, if they never see that, to these people, all they keep hearing is Discord said those messages didn't exist. And they can show an article where it says Discord said those messages didn't exist, but they're applying it to different messages than the ones that Discord was talking about. Discord did say he did confess to the fucking murder in our Discord. Discord says that. Discord admits it. But if nobody ever tells them that and they just see these out of context clips over and over and over and over where they say Discord says that those messages didn't exist, then they have no fucking idea. And to them, it sounds like the FBI is lying. So you have to be able to have an outside source come in and yes, depose them. They have to be able to show that their statements hold up to scrutiny. Otherwise, you're just not worth listening to. So the fact that she's like, oh, you think you have a right. He literally paid you $300,000 for this. And then also allowed you to run all the fucking ads throughout this. And then you get millions of fucking views in the meantime. In the fucking meantime, 2,300,000 views right now since I clicked on it in 7 hours. In 7 hours. So she's making millions and millions of dollars off this. And he can't like, oh, you think you have the right to depose me?
Use a word that you're saying. But this is what you're doing, right?
Okay.
So this part to me feels like a bit of
am
a...
I allowed to ask the questions?
He's holding a bag. What you pointed out looked like a shadow. Okay, let's see. No, it's not a shadow. You can see it. That's not a shadow. That's definitely not a shadow. It's a shadow that just literally appeared out of nowhere. That's not a shadow. The shadows are coming this way, right? Shadows, so you can see his body creating a shadow here. So the sun is over here in this direction, and the sun is hitting him from over here. So the shadow is going this way. If that's a shadow from the bag, the sun is going that way. And you can see the lines from the shadows. So you can see the building over here, all of this. So you can see his body, sun is hitting him from here and going towards this. And instead, this would be literally from this opposite fucking corner. So yeah, that's not a shadow. And you can see, so like, again, this is sticking out, right? This is sticking out. And then he throws it down. Yeah, this, like, that's moving. You see how heavy it drops? You see how heavily that drops? He's pulling it off the edge and it slings down. That's got some heavy shit in it. Then he jumps down and something falls out of it. And then he picks it up and runs. Yeah, that's not a shadow.
I've already said you can ask questions, but I made it very clear to you via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This isn't like you get to sit.
I want to ask you
if you want to depose me, you should join Brigitte Macron's defense team. But you're like, I'm just going to ask questions. Can you answer it? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask. And I'm going to answer as I see fit because I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah. Okay.
I get it.
Just so we're clear.
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with the question.
Because you kept saying I'm Joe Rogan. They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now you're like, let's move away from the evidence. Just talk about transcendentals.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were on.
So that would be no as far as you know.
She is being a fucking weasel here. She's being an absolute weasel here. Just answer the question. No, as far as you know. She when she keeps saying we can't know. You can't know as far as you know? You can't know as far as you know? You can't know what you know? That's the question is not whether or not that's the case. The question is, what do you know as far as you know? And when you say we can't know, you're saying you can't know what you know? That's weird.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no as far as I know for certain.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say that for certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with
but-
this debate strategy.
but I
like,
am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or no,
you.
yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still
there's-
definitely debating. This is still.
no, it's not a debate.
This is
Now
inclined
this
to
is
your,
you saying I want to probe
Yeah.
things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already
That you've
addressed this.
stated.
You asked me.
Uh-huh.
You're not going to go.
No, you can't say it sits outside of the evidence. You can't say, I think something without evidence. If I ever say, I think X, you can bet your fucking ass I believe it, I think it, because there's evidence. Like that is what it means to say, I think X. It means, I think there's evidence for this. That's what it means. That's all you're saying. You're only saying, I think this thing because I think there's enough evidence. That's it. That's all that means. It doesn't mean anything else. She's like, oh, you're saying besides the evidence, you just want to know what I think. No, your thoughts better be fucking based on evidence. What the fuck do you mean?
Oh, like you're
Okay.
sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a conversation
let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed
French.
to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
She's copping out, dude. She has fully copped out. That's holy shit. She has fully fucking taken an L here. That is a full fucking L. Nothing but an L, full fucking L. If you're gonna sit there and say, this is no longer a debate, I don't have to justify anything that I believe. Yeah, you are fully taking an L there. That's that. Like you're straight up admitting I cannot justify the things that I am feeding to my audience.
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
It was told to me by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go,
Oh, I thought she could hack into his bank account. Oh shit. I'm glad she clarified that. Thank goodness she's clarifying that. That was my bad. I'm sure all of us thought she was able to hack into his bank account. I'm really glad she clarified that. That would have been confusing.
oh, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death.
My evidence is that I reported it. So that's it? You just report a crime and they're like, what does that mean? My evidence is that I reported it.
Threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. Then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people, and that's what I did.
Got it. I just want
Cool.
to make sure.
And so
I'm not
it-
trying to trap you.
Well,
I just want to make sure I got it clear.
And that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported exactly as I.
You're doing the same thing. You're saying, I can't win on the overwhelming claim, so I'm just going to keep poking holes in everything else. You're literally doing the same thing, except the difference is that when it comes to the actual evidence, the overwhelming evidence is on one side. Like, so you're doing the same fucking thing. I don't what the
I
fuck.
want to embarrass you. I just want to make sure that I get your positions clear.
I have not said. Yeah, go ahead.
And now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give
yes,
me?
Yes, we can pull up the clip. I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
Can I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved? Okay, where's your question?
Yeah, do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was, so into LGBTQ issues.
He did not say he never spoke about that with him. That is not what he said. Please, for the love of God, Andrew, correct that. That is not what fucking Lance said. He did not say I never spoke about politics with Tyler. That is a full fucking lie.
Since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half pepper.
But the question,
okay, yeah. Do you know that guy James? Well, I know Sarah and I know Alex and I know Bob. No, but that's not what I asked you. I'm answering the question the way that I want to. You don't get to tell me how to answer questions. I'm answering how I want to. What the fuck?
I'm asking is about positive evidence.
I'm telling you that in any case, establishing a motive, and and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, not even that. It's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then other than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show in the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent.
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary, was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see.
There's no positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well, positive evidence
just
would
have
be
a conversation.
Material evidence and other evidences, which would
what
point
we've
you
said
to it.
is on our show is what we said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. The day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So,
do you have any evidence that Erika, Kirk, or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said.
Everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up button. We got 38 likes right now. We got 80 people watching. Let's get some thumbs up on the video. You don't even have to like you don't have to like me. You don't have to like my commentary to hit a thumbs up. You're enjoying the content either way. You're consuming it. You like it enough to at least sit there and listen, so hit the thumbs up. Appreciate it.
That they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay. So then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video.
That's not how that. I don't know why he's conceding that. Have her say she doesn't fucking believe it, because she said things that imply that she believes it. So when she says, "Oh, I've never said that that's the case," sure, but you've said things that imply that that's the case. People, you keep saying that you can use inferences. Well, we can infer that you believe this from statements that you've made. So if you're saying that you're going to use inferences all the time, well, we can use inferences too. So why won't you just state you don't believe that they did this? You don't have reason to believe right now that they did this. Like, just say that. It's fucking easy, simple. Just say I don't have reason to believe right now that they did this.
Video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is. If you're... Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved?
Yep.
Yeah. He said evidence that they killed him. I said this is why people think their involvement.
So if they have the clip, they can play the clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah.
Via whom? My guess is Pierre. Erika. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also...
Involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you think you with full confidence, you think that...
Yeah, I think
that
Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you
United
don't have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of that.
Okay.
Right?
Liz, I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what.
What? Why is that annoying? What the fuck? She just doesn't know what evidence is. She doesn't understand evidence, so she's getting annoyed that somebody actually is asking her for real evidence because she just thinks that she can poke holes in things and then say that's evidence. That's not positive evidence. You're fucking stupid, dude. She's so dumb.
I think I just tell you. Yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said I think, and I am allowed.
That's not different than a claim. That's not different than a claim. You saying I think is no different from a claim. It's literally the same thing. It's literally the same thing. Saying I think means I believe I have the evidence to make the claim. That's what that means. If you say I think X, it means I think this because of evidence. That's the same thing. You like, unless you're just saying I'm an illogical person who doesn't use evidence to come to my conclusions. I don't use evidence to decide what it is that I do and don't think. Like, if you're admitting that right here, right now, then like debate fucking over. Like, end of fucking debate. You don't have to continue if you're just admitting that you're an illogical person who doesn't use evidence to come to the things that you think. Then end of story. Move on. You're admitting it. Your audience knows you're not a logical person. You don't use evidence to come to your conclusions. That's that.
Allowed to think. And
Yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed to
saying,
think,
do you have
but you're making
positive
a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of
I'm allowed
positive
to
evidence
think.
that I'm allowed to think.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So,
nobody's disputing whether or not Candace Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is
but
you have
what's your issue then? What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think that Israel is involved.
That's not just what you said. You said
I
that
did say
it's
I
with
think.
it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You would think that if you had full
Can you have confidence
confidence
to think when you think?
If I said, for instance, I think I'm going.
He's fucking this up so badly, dude. He's fucking this up so badly. There is no difference between saying I think and I believe. Like, these are all the same things. It's all the same things. Like, maybe I think shows a little less confidence, but at least would still come to the same conclusion that you have evidence of that thing. Obviously, it would have to still come to that conclusion that you have evidence.
Going to be late to work, right? With full confidence. I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew.
That's how you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just
confidence.
Going to tell you something.
Hang on, let me finish. Sure. If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right? And I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think.
Listening to this was like listening to 2 AI bots trying to have a conversation. It really is. It really is. It's infuriating because you don't have like any real like sense of sentience from either fucking side here. It's so infuriating because it just all of this, it feels like for like a logical human being, should be very simple, and somehow it's not from either side. But this is the state of the right wing today, where they're just not logical beings. They're not able to make logical, coherent arguments. That hasn't been part of their that hasn't been a necessity for them for a long time. So it's definitely not going to be the case here today.
So I'm asking if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence. I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with evidence.
I actually don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think.
Oh my goodness. I don't have to. Sure, you don't have to. But you're just conceding then. Like, that's the end of the fucking debate. You concede if you refuse to do it. Like, that's a concession.
With full confidence. I think with full confidence that you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm allowed to think that.
They're pertinent to this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this debate.
It's 100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete substance of the debate.
Actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind you said I could ask you about any of these things to my heart's content?
Feel free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me why are you allowed to think.
I'm not structuring how you're allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came prepared to do is to present yourself like a professor of fallacies.
I just want to know.
And to say, you're not allowed to say that. You can't.
You can say whatever you want. Nobody's disputing that.
Yeah, her whole, like, I'm allowed to say this. Well, okay, well, he's allowed to say that then. Like, so what? You're telling him what he is or isn't allowed to say right now. Like, what the fuck is happening, dude? According to your logic, by you being like, you can't tell me X, okay, well, now you're telling him what he can or can't say. What the fuck is happening?
It
seems like you are disputing it. I think that when this is all said and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this why I think Israel is ultimately going to be proven to have involvement in this. I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think, and I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that, like, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is that Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why I think that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions.
Yes, but he's here to challenge what you say on your podcast. You can't just say, that's why they watch my podcast. Yes, he's challenging what it is that you say on your podcast, woman. And anybody who watches her should never fucking watch her say another fucking thing again, because she acted like she had full confidence. She was able to come in here and defend all of her shit. And then now it comes to her shit and she's like, well, I don't have to. You're not my dad. You don't get to tell me what to do. It's so embarrassing, dude. What the fuck?
They're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, well, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course. But so there's good reason to doubt this. So
it's not a conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making...
Sure, but that doesn't mean that anybody else would be convinced by this. Like, that's the point, is that, like, nobody else has any reason to believe this. Because you're not any sort of authoritative person. Like, if the federal government comes and tells us that there's an anonymous source, normally there's a whole institution backing that anonymous source. Whereas with this, it's Candace Owens backing an anonymous source, somebody who's been proven to fucking lie incessantly over and over and over and over and over and over, just never-ending fucking lies. So in this case, not only do you not have an entire institution backing your statement, but you're already likely to be lying.
a claim to the federal government, you get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened
I
to
can
me.
ask you, well,
This
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me. And you're basically coming in like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say
Nope,
it, if
I'm
I'm
not
allowed
trying to
to
regulate
say it.
anything. I'm asking
Oh
you
my
very
goodness, dude. Oh my goodness. She's so fucking stupid. This is so dishonest. This is insanely dishonest. Holy crap. PBD agreed with Candace. PBD is one of the most brainless fucking retards of all time. Again, if any of you guys want to come on and get into this, we can get into it. Like I believe that Candace has won this debate for the most part. I agree Candace has won this debate. Not because she actually answered any of the questions, but because Andrew had the easiest fucking time to fucking debunk this shit and press her on shit, and he chose not to. That's why, because he did not do a good job at pressing her on the fucking claims. But if any of you guys are confused as to why it's obvious that she's lying here, I can bring you on and explain it to you very simply, very fucking simply. It'd be easy as fuck if you wanted to explain to you. I'm happy to get into it again.
You're sounding a bit like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
you sound very
can't say, I
defensive
think.
and like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3 times. I just didn't say it in the way that you wanted me to say it.
You just kind of obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to actually focus on it.
Let's just go through every clip that you guys have prepared, because
Why didn't he press her on the claims for it? Because he's just not a very logical person. Like it is what it is. Like so the problem is that he was put in a position where he had to take a positive claim. And I said going into this, that's not Andrew's thing. Andrew does not take positive claims. He doesn't like holding a positive claim and having to defend it. He doesn't like doing that. That's not his thing. So when she would like press him on a fucking claim, he could have easily explained why he was correct and why she was wrong, but he didn't. And he would keep like making claims, and then when she would say he's wrong, then he would say, well, I'll just grant that. I'll just grant that I'm wrong. Okay, I'll just grant it. So why? Why? Stop doing this. Like, just over and over and over. He had so many fucking things that he could have pushed her on and proven that she was wrong on, especially when it came to the processes through courts and how investigations are done and all this stuff. He just didn't. He just didn't. She's just absolutely objectively wrong on all of the shit, and he didn't even try her on it.
It's pretty... I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure. They can pull up whatever clips
whatever
they want.
it is that you guys have prepared. So
But I would still, on this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that Franson is.
Wilson got destroyed. He looks like a rookie. Seriously. I mean, so does she, though. Like, if she's going to keep saying, I don't have to tell you. I don't have to tell you. You're not my dad. I don't have to tell you. She looks like an absolute fucking child here. It's that neither one of these people look good in this.
Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk,
I think in
and
the
you
end,
have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it for you.
Did that same
So
higher up tell you that he was
to,
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No. Candace, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you pass down that message to a Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from somebody?
I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about like, from maybe they're not the correct office to. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I said.
Got it. So the call was, hey, I've been
Emailed.
told the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination, and that, I mean, it was a lot of information, but
well,
like,
you didn't give specifics who it was from.
not in the first email, because I figured they would like.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So if they do contact you,
100,
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
You know, so.
Well, it's really strange that if this person was an actually like good source of information, and that they actually knew what they were talking about, this is somebody who would be like, you know, somebody who would actually know this sort of thing. It's really weird that they would go to Candace with this information and not to the government. Like, that's weird as fuck. Why would they go to her for her to give it to the government? That makes no sense. Why wouldn't they just go to the fucking government? Why wouldn't they just tell the fucking government and have them deal with it? Going to Candace first makes no sense at all.
If that's the case, now they may respond back and say, we did, you know, that's their position.
I did. That's why I did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case,
Yes.
because so if they
and
do
right
ask
away in
you-
Trump's office, his Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk. So he has that. There's no.
And if you do say that and they
Mhm.
contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here.
Mhm.
Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources are?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, that's.
It seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is like.
I'm not. Never
Okay.
did.
I think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I
totally
asked you
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that?
On her podcast. Yeah.
What? The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source. that she's
probably
willing
didn't
to
think it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But
Yes, that's what exactly. That's what it sounds like. That's what, like, anybody would come to the conclusion that this just isn't a very good claim. It's not a good source. It's not good evidence, especially when she's saying somebody told this person who called me and told me, and now I'm calling and telling you, but you don't have access to the like original source. You just got like 3 levels of separation here from the actual source. It's, yeah, of course they didn't think it was fucking actionable. Of course not.
even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA
Well, we
and
don't-
had a relationship
Wait,
with Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then,
this.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they
No,
if
how
they didn't
could they
come
if
get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information? Because it
And
was a
by the way,
long file.
Yeah.
This is a separate, this has
Did
got
you
nothing
send
to
them
do
the
with the
guy's
debate.
name?
This is more on
Well, I sent the email, assuming that's you kept saying like you go and you make a report. You think they're going to come back to you and say, "Hey, what's more information? We're investigating this," and that didn't happen, and which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send them the
especially
source of
because
the
this was at
claim?
a time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did you-
So actually, it was three offices.
Let me ask
the
one question and then
executive
I'm gonna come to
office,
you. Yeah.
Dan Bongino,
Yeah.
and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up to that is the following.
Mm-hmm.
If they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel. It was
Okay,
they were
got it.
saying the French foreign, that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm surprised
And
they haven't
think
called you.
Then I find that to be very strange
Very-
too.
I do as well.
Because
Like-
who would want to make a report? Like, I mean, I've never
But-
made a report with the federal
But let me
government.
ask one question.
Yes, but if you, like, again, if you can't even tell us, like, what type of source this was, how they got that information, why you would even trust them, like, it just, this takes away from even Candace's credibility as somebody who's able to give any sort of evidence or information to her audience, because it sounds like she doesn't, like, it sounds like she doesn't even know how you would come to a conclusion on whether or not information is good or bad or, you know, reasonable or unreasonable. Like, it sounds like she just has no fucking idea how to come to these conclusions herself.
Question.
But
Let me
when
just
you
ask
did
one
send
question.
it-
Mm-hmm.
Let me just ask one
Okay.
question, and I'm going to bring it
Okay.
to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel French was involved. Is that also based on a?
Because Candace backs up her sources. She always has. What does that mean? She backs up her sources. What does that mean? What do you mean by that specifically? She backs up her sources. There's like tons of times where she's claimed that she has sources that she has never given to the public. So I don't know what you mean by she backs them up, because she hasn't given any, like, tons and tons of sources. related to tons of different things. She's never given them to the public and just continued to claim that these are people that she can't tell us who they are. So what does it mean that she backs them up if she's not ever giving it to the public? How, what do you mean by that? She backs up her sources. What does that claim even mean? We know for a fact that she doesn't. We know for a fact she does not tell us who her sources are and why they're credible on the regular. She's refusing to give any sources, but keeps saying she'll reveal them soon. Yes. So what does that mean? I would love to. What happened? Where did they go? What happened? What does it mean for her to always back up her sources? What does that claim even mean? She constantly makes up sources and lies about them, and then refuses to back them up. Constantly. Like, anybody who listens to her at this point has to be a fucking cult member, because she refuses to ever back up her sources. Ever. Right here, she is literally refusing to back up her own claims. She's straight up saying, oh yeah, I make a lot of claims on my show, but I'm refusing to tell you anything about them. I'm refusing to defend those claims. I'm refusing. You're not my dad. You don't get to tell me to be logical. You don't get to tell me to be a good source of information. You don't get to tell me to make a positive claim, or have positive evidence. This is somebody that, if you were dealing with them in an investigation, as soon as they talk like this, you would immediately discard them. And in any real debate, if somebody called into my show and said shit like that, yeah, I think this happened. I'm like, okay, what positive evidence do you have? And they're like, you don't get to tell me what to do. I'd be like, okay, fine, hang up, move on to the next person, because obviously this person is just talking shit. They're trolling. There's no way that they're not trolling if they're going to keep saying shit like, you don't get to tell me what to say.
Source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
You're going to be blown away when she finally reveals those sources. Oh, yeah. It's totally eventually going to come one day for reals. It's going to be a very real thing that definitely is going to happen someday, at some point. Just you wait. You're going to feel stupid when it does totally happen.
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now,
again, that is you have to have evidence to say something like that. She keeps saying, think, as though that means that she just doesn't have to include evidence now. Normally if you say, I think something, okay, this can mean that there's some evidence, but there's just not enough for me to feel like it's definitive, right? That's normally what that means. It's going to be there's evidence exists, but it's just not enough for me to say this is for sure what happened. And so you can back off a little bit and say oh, it doesn't mean for sure. It doesn't mean for sure. I'm just saying that I think it happened. It's just likely right now. I just think it's likely. There's not enough evidence for me to say for sure. That's fine. But then at least give the evidence that makes you think it's likely. At least give the evidence that makes you think this is probable, right? But you're just not even going to do that. She refuses to even do that. How the fuck can you respect somebody like this? How could you ever listen to somebody me personally, I respect myself. I respect myself, okay? If I ever heard somebody say that I listened to for any sort of source, that would be it for me. That would be it for me. I would never listen to that fucking person ever again. Ever, ever, ever. They are proving that they are an illogical person and that they think that I'm fucking stupid. They're proving that they think I'm a fucking mark. Just by saying that.
In terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only.
She doesn't even know what fucking positive evidence means. She doesn't know what substantive evidence is. She doesn't know how the fucking criminal justice system works. She doesn't know how court systems work. She doesn't know how any of this shit works. Yeah, of course, everybody's going to keep saying you don't have evidence, especially here where Andrew's trying to get you to claim your evidence and you're refusing and playing this like childish, you're not my dad. You don't get to tell me what to do. Yes, we are all, everybody with a brain after this is going to continue saying you have no evidence. For sure. For sure.
People that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police, sheriff's offices, that were departments that were involved that day, all believe there was a conspiracy, down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were, my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
You're not allowed to have sources?
Well,
like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have sources?
Well, hang on. I have sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. This is what I do. This is what I do. I do this shit all the fucking time. Somebody comes on and I'm like, dude, the Trump administration keeps saying that 40 million illegal immigrants came into the fucking country. And they haven't presented any evidence for this. None whatsoever. Like every study out there says maybe it's like 5 million, something like that at most. But like, you know, the Trump keeps saying 40 million, 20 million, like just outrageous numbers. And I'll get some fucking numbskull who calls in and is actually my brother works at the border. And he said that it is. Donald Trump is right. It is 40 million. It is. He is totally right on this. I'm telling you. He is totally correct here. My brother, he works at the border and he told me. I said, well, my brother works at the border, as does my sister and my dad and my uncles and my aunts. And my wife is actually the CEO of the border. And she said that Donald Trump is 100% wrong. And that this definitely did not happen. Wow, like, I'm telling you, my wife, she is the fucking CEO of the border. And she said, Donald Trump is 100% wrong here. And he lied and made it all up. Like, if you're going to give me some bullshit source that I can't look at, I can't read, I can't verify, I can't question, I can't, like, you're just telling me this source exists and it's your fucking brother. You're just telling me. I don't know that your brother even works at the fucking border. I don't know that your brother ever told you this shit. I don't know that your brother would even have this information even if he did work at the border. Like, why would your brother be is he the person that everybody reports to about whether or not an illegal immigrant came in or not? Like, your brother is the person that everybody tells the numbers to? Like, yes, exactly. Your brother saw 40 million and counted each one. Like, what is it doesn't mean that you're just saying the dumbest fucking shit right now. So if you're going to say the dumbest fucking shit, I'm saying the dumbest fucking shit. I can be dumber than you. I can be way fucking dumber than you. My wife is the fucking CEO of the border, bitch. And she said Donald Trump is fucking wrong. There were 0 illegal immigrants that came in under Biden. Not one. 0. Not a single one came in. The border was shut down. Joe Biden closed the border. I can be way dumber than you.
Sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leading the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience.
No, that's not how that works at all. Your audience is fucking retarded if they think that that's evidence of your sources being legit. Your audience is just fucking dumb then. None of that is evidence of your sources being legit. None of it. Like, it could be evidence that you could have a source. It could, yeah. That could be evidence of you possibly having a source, but not that your source is legit. No. That's not evidence of your source being legit. Yeah. Your source could have some information, but whether or not their information is good, whether or not the claims that you're making is even information that they would have, like you could be talking to somebody who actually works in the FBI. Sure. But do they actually, like, are they part of this case? Are they actually directly involved with this case? Are they somebody who's directly involved with the case who would have, like, you know, substantive and authoritative information on this? Like, you just have a source who's in the FBI who could get a picture of a fucking car. That means nothing. That's nothing. And the fact that she thinks that that's evidence, like substantive evidence, it is evidence of something, just not really conclusive evidence of anything. Yeah, it doesn't say much. Also, if I'm Andrew, first question I'm asking, what was proven in court? What did you claim that was proven in court? Is the first fucking question I'm asking. I bet he's not gonna ask it. I bet he's not gonna fucking ask it.
That it's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my content, because like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's source.
Ah, the lateral crawl. That's so fucking bad, dude. That was so bad. I can't believe she's sticking to this. I can't believe she's claiming a claim again. Why is she claiming this again? That was such a bad claim, bro. That was such an embarrassing fucking claim. She should be embarrassed. Why is she saying this again?
Sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, oh, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now.
Well,
how would that actually, hang on, I'm almost done.
How would that, talking to PBD.
How would that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize?
Yeah, why would you start talking to PBD in the middle of his statement? Are you like, but I was just talking to PBD. Why? He's in the middle of a fucking statement. What is wrong with it?
Your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it. How would that legitimize any of that?
Well, what I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here. And
I
think that
she's not forcing them to believe it, guys. Good deal, good deal.
I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it.
Bro, you're sad. Again, any of y'all want to jump on? I'm happy to get into this. I'm happy to go over it. I'm happy to explain this shit to you guys. I'm happy to show sources. I'm happy to go through the fucking facts. I'm happy to. I can prove that she's lied numerous times. I can prove that she is a bad source of information. I can prove that she hasn't done her homework on this shit. I can prove all of this shit very easily. Easy as fuck. I can prove it. Like, I can prove that she is just a lying piece of shit. So if you want to jump on, but when you don't jump on, you're the one who's fucking sad. You're the one who's sad. You're the one who's going to keep believing this shit. You're the one who's going to go right back to buying up this shit and you know, eating up the fucking slop. But I'm the one who actually you know, has facts, and I'm the one who actually can prove the shit. Please show us the facts. Yeah, like, well, I mean, if you're on her side, like, I can't. You guys can just hop on. I've already gone over it numerous times. I'm not going to keep going over it for every random that hops in the chat and wants me to show it again for the 100th time. But if you want to hop on, I'll go over it again.
And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that.
I'll jump on. All right. So we put ! Discord in the chat and just hop in the way.
She has these sources. Clearly, she's telling the truth. Now, Whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they don't believe, they think that there's a conspiracy. That's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't.
Oh, guys, she's not here to say that you have to watch her content. Damn, I thought she was here to say that we have to watch her content. Well, glad we cleared that up. Glad we cleared that up. I thought she was trying to say that we have to watch her content. Don't you guys feel better now? Don't you guys feel better now? I thought we were going to have to watch her content.
Don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like saying what I think and collecting
aren't
evidence.
most of the people
committing a crime? You have fucking millions of viewers, millions of subscribers. You're somebody who is one of the most influential people on the fucking internet. Why is your influence above scrutiny? What does you committing a crime have to do with anything? Why are you above scrutiny? You're one of the most influential dumb fucks of all time.
Will you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people,
it's okay to think and read, not just go with the narrative. It's her perspective. How does she come to a perspective? Statues. How does she come to a perspective? Tell me that real quick. Yeah, is she not allowed to have an opinion? Is it a crime for her to have an opinion? Yeah, that's what... Can you guys tell me who said that? Can you guys tell me who you saw say it was a crime for her to have a perspective? I would love to hear this, because I keep hearing Candace Owens fans keep saying this. So I'm sure you guys have seen tons of people saying it's a crime for her to have a perspective. Not following a given narrative. Right, no. How does she come to that perspective? Like you're saying, she's allowed to have her own perspective, right? How does she come to that perspective? Genuine question for you. No. I'm asking you a question. You said it's just her perspective. I'm asking, how does she come to that perspective? You guys are saying it's just what she thinks. How does she come to believe things? How does she come to think things? How does she get there? How does that happen? She can have an opinion, but it does not make it fact. How does she come to an opinion? I can tell you how I come to opinions. I can tell you how I come to think something. How does she come to have an opinion? How does it happen? Nobody said she's not allowed to think things. Nobody said she's not allowed to have an opinion. So I don't know what you guys are arguing with. Like, you're just making shit up to argue with. I'm sure it feels good to argue with literally nobody. But how does she come to have an opinion? Can you answer that? Do you know? Is it based on facts? Is it based on evidence? Maybe. I'm not a Candace fan, but from reading a lot of the Fed's narrative doesn't add up or is highly unusual. I mean, I don't think so. She received an email with an attached receipt of a transfer to her bank account. What is... I don't... So, okay. So the answer is evidence. Evidence is the reason, okay? When you guys just keep saying, she's allowed to have an opinion. She's allowed to think things. Like, nobody ever said she's not allowed to have an opinion. Nobody ever said she's not allowed to have her own thoughts. Nobody ever said. So you guys can feel really high and mighty and arguing with literally nobody. But when we're talking, yes, we're talking about evidence. We're talking about evidence, right? And so when she keeps saying, I think this, and this is what she said numerous times, she keeps saying, it's just what I think. But when he's asking her for evidence, she keeps saying, what evidence? It's just what I think. Evidence? What do you mean evidence? It's just what I think. So she comes to think things without evidence. She's admitting she comes to think things. She comes to opinions without evidence. Like, If I say I think something, I can admit, like, it doesn't mean that it's conclusive. It doesn't mean that it's for sure. It doesn't mean it's a matter of fact. It doesn't mean that, like, I can foolproof this argument. I think it, but that means I just think it's likely. And if I think it's likely, that means that there's evidence that is on my side that is outweighing other evidence, right? The evidence on my side makes it likely that it's this and not that, right? That's how I get an opinion. That's how I come to think something. But if it's not enough to where it's like beyond a reasonable doubt or anything, then yeah, I just think it. I just have an opinion, but I'm not stating it as a matter of fact. That's how that works. But she says, well, I don't have to tell you what the evidence is. I don't have to tell you my evidence. It's just what I think. It's just my opinion. Okay, well, so somehow you come to an opinion without facts, without evidence, like without logic, without any of these things. You just randomly, it just comes to you in a fucking dream. Like, is that what it is? Because it doesn't make sense. She refuses to present any evidence and just keeps saying, it's just what I think. It's just what I think. I'm just saying it's what I think. That's the same thing for any rational being to say it's what I think. It would still be that you have evidence for it.
To come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's
okay.
why I said
so I
Andrew
wanna,
Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's
isn't
his
that a double?
prerogative.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but what, that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you.
Yes, correct. You're being a hypocrite. If you think he should do it, and you're mad that he's not doing it, that means that this is something you think would be good if he did it. This is something he ought to do. But then now, when you should do it, you're saying, well, I'm also not going to do it, even though I am saying he ought to do it. Well, then if he ought to do it, you also ought to do it. But you're refusing.
You answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that
she's so fucking
you think
stupid.
that he owes you answers.
He never
if that's
said
the case, then
inferences
don't you
weren't
owe
allowed.
answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about, I mean, I'm talking about Andrew Colvett. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
Then aren't you sowing a lot?
Where's the guy who said he was going to come on? I keep checking to see if he's here yet. He's still not here.
For those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
people love to do that.
The thing is funny is
people
like,
act like I'm
I think
ground
they're
zero.
PR. I'll be fair with you.
Ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some
actually kind of
PR there. I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I am.
Wasn't she Charlie's best friend? I haven't seen any good evidence for that. No, she hadn't done anything involved with TPUSA or Charlie Kirk in public in like 3 years, and she was dismissed from TPUSA, like years and years earlier. She was fired, but for the whole like Hitler thing, and moved on to PragerU. And then left PragerU and went on to, because she got in a fight with Dennis Prager over the whole Kanye thing. So then she went to work for Daily Wire and then got fired from Daily Wire because of the whole Christ is King thing. And so now she's doing shit by herself. But like the idea that she was best friends with Charlie Kirk still, that's not true. What part of what I said is not true? What part of what I said isn't true? You didn't see the text message? I saw the text messages. What part of what I said is not true? You aren't being neutral? What part of what I said isn't true? Why do you guys do this? Like, it's so infuriating, dude. Holy shit. What is happening? She kept up with Charlie. I didn't say she didn't keep up with Charlie. I didn't say that wasn't the fucking claim. Why are we pivoting? The claim wasn't she didn't keep up with Charlie. The claim wasn't they never text each other. That she was fired? she was let go. She was asked to leave. She was asked to resign, whatever you want to put it. But the Candace Owens resigned from Turning Point USA in 2019 after a controversy over comments she had made about Adolf Hitler. She also defended Kanye West after he made anti-Semitic comments on social media. She is among a number of conservative pundits who have posited that Charlie Kirk, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, she, from what I understand, she was asked to resign. There was like a big problem with the fact that she was still working there from funders, and there was a lot of pressure for her to resign. So yeah. Thank you, Freddie. Appreciate it. Tom, don't debate with chat if they won't call in. It's cowards and trolls. Yeah, I mean, it is a bunch of fucking cowards and trolls. I fired to resign. Well, I don't think it's much of a difference. I think if you're asked to resign, that is the same thing as being fired. Like, it is the reason that you ask somebody to resign is because you don't want the optics of firing them. And so you're being nice and asking them to resign instead. That's what that is. Like, it's the same thing as being fired. Like, the implication of being fired is that they are not happy with you and they don't want you to work there anymore. Okay? Right? We all agree with this? Yes? So, if I ask you to resign, is the implication not the same? That I'm not happy with you working there and I don't want you to be there anymore? Is it not the same thing? Or we, like... I'll agree the words are different, but the meaning is the same.
Jason Watlington tipped $25. This whole debate is low currently draining my IQ.
Yeah, it's infuriating. Like it's I think I've talked about the fact that like there is I think a problem with people actually learning logic and like understanding logic and actually being able to come to like reasonable conclusions from things, and that they'll fight on things that mean nothing. So like earlier when people kept saying, I don't have Discord. I mean, I can give you guys a phone number if you'd rather call in. The only reason that I would rather use Discord is because I'm able to pull up like evidence and screen share it with you. But I can give a phone number for people to call in with if they'd rather. I assume you guys have phones. I'm happy to make it work. However, I'm not going to pay $300,000. But when you guys say I'm not being neutral, I've said over and over, Andrew has gotten trounced in this fucking debate. Okay, Andrew has gotten absolutely fucking trounced in this debate. He has taken a massive L here. So has Candace, though. In the first half, he definitely took an L. In the second half, she's taking a massive L. But to say that I'm not being neutral when I'm like I'm very clearly said throughout the beginning of this debate that Andrew Wilson is losing this. But W's in chat. W's in chat from my man's Jason. Jason Watlington. Let's fucking go, boy. Yo. For the $25 dono. Yeah, hop in.
I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erika Kirk or Erika actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast. I think firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all. And I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
She would ask questions. Oh, well, she would ask questions, guys. Excuse me. She would ask questions. Guys, back to me being very sassy. She would ask questions. Yes, Illogics. I was saying Illogics. Jump on. Hello?
Yo.
Hello? What are you calling? Yes. Oh, wait. He can't hear me. Oh, shit.
Hello?
I gotta wait for my shit to load.
Yo, yo, yo.
I gotta pull up voice meter. You can't hear me.
If you can hear me.
Hello?
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 Yeah. What? What? Oh, you had to set it up?
Yeah.
Okay. Is my background isn't too loud, is it?
No, I don't hear a background.
Okay, cool. They playing music and everything. But okay. So I'm just like, I agree that Andrew didn't perform well, but I think he even lost optically. I'm just, when people are like Andrew lost, I just don't get it, because on substance it's just like, it's not a question. Like, I agree that he didn't perform.
You can't no, you can't say I agree with the outcome, therefore he won the debate. That's not how that works, right? Like, I agree with his conclusion, meaning the conclusion.
Okay,
like,
okay.
I agree with his position, right? You can have the correct position and lose the debate, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I agree with yeah. I know you can be right, but so is it just like the winner is the who won optically? Is that just like what you or I guess maybe most people going off of?
No, it's generally going to be based on the facts, but he didn't argue the facts. Like, she made tons of bullshit claims. So he would make a claim. Yeah. She would say, that's not true because of X, Y, and Z. Well, she's wrong on Y and Z, but he never challenges her on it. And then instead just kind of obfuscates and plays this whole fucking game instead of actually engaging with the facts as well. And then even at times he would say, like, that's totally untrue. And she'd be like, what do you mean that's totally untrue? And he's like, I never said that's totally untrue. She's like, well, you did, but no, okay, fine, but I'll grant it. Like, I didn't say that, but I'll grant it. He's like, but what are you doing, dude? You did say, you're saying this shit. What are you doing? Like, why are you saying something and immediately acting like you didn't say it, and then pretending like you're being nice by granting the thing when, like, you're just wrong. Like, it's so fucking, it's just he's yes, it's infuriating as somebody who, like, I could have gone in there and made the fucking arguments, challenged her on the right things, and pushed back on everything. And somehow I didn't, like, prep for this debate at all. I didn't prep for this fucking shit at all. Whereas he paid $300,000 for this fucking debate,
and he didn't prep
and
either,
still didn't prep for the debate. Yes, still didn't prep for the debate. So like, just saying that, like, he has the correct conclusion. Yes, I agree that, like, it's obvious the majority of the evidence leans in the direction of Tyler Robinson, and it is above what it is that we would need to make a claim, above and beyond. But he's not doing that. He's not getting into it. So
okay, I ain't gonna take up too much of your time. So with that, you pretty much what I'm trying to set up a recap video I'm trying to do for tomorrow. And I'm just still, I can't wrap my mind around, like, the fact that, yes, Andrew came, I don't know, he let his ego get to him to not prepare for something like this, especially if you're going to spend $300,000. I can't believe he came in like this. But even if you understand that Andrew didn't defend himself the best way, that wasn't the goal. The goal was to, because he said, I think I'm more convinced that Tyler did it, and I don't think you can back up your claims. And I think both of those things were proven despite how bad he performed, right?
wait, say that again. Both of what?
I feel like he got both of the things accomplished that was agreed upon. It was that what her evidence has her claims have no evidence. She didn't back up what she believed, and the evidence that he had, albeit not fully formed and informed, was more probable than hers. And I think both.
I don't think he made that case. No. I don't think he made that case. I don't think he made the case that
his story is more likely than hers.
No, I don't. Not at all. No.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think he made the case that like his is more likely.
Maybe it's because I just believe it.
And then on top of that, like right here, where she keeps doing this, like he's like, well, now I get to challenge you on your claims, and she's like, wait, no, this isn't a debate anymore. It's just what I think, right? She is running from it, but he's not making that case either. He's not making that case either that she's running from it. Yes, he should be pointing like, he should be doing the thing that I literally just did. You're saying that you just think this, right? It's just what you think. And she's like, oh, well, I'm not allowed to think. Oh, you're just saying I'm not allowed to think. Okay, one, who the fuck ever said you're not allowed to think? Who said this? Who are you arguing with? Number two, if you think something, why do you think it? Is it because of evidence? Is it because of logic? Oh, okay. Well, I want to challenge your evidence and your logic. So for you to keep claiming, I just think this, so it's not a debate anymore, that as though it's not logic anymore, as though it's not evidence anymore, that's fucking insane. He should be challenging her on those points, but he's not. He's not bringing that up. He's not making those arguments, and it's infuriating.
Yeah, I don't know. It feel like he came in there with just his ego, and he thought that, I guess he thought that I have the facts. Candace isn't a debater. I am, so that's all I need to carry. Because even though the whole the charges thing isn't completely relevant to the debate, that looks so fucking terrible. It clearly showed that he didn't look into this, and that was like, oh well, sorry, you didn't finish this yet. But I don't know if you saw the clips, but yeah, she made him look really bad. She made him look terribly bad at the end. So, but yeah. I was just trying to pick your brain on that, because I see everybody's online like Candace owned him, and I'm like, she didn't prove anything. So, but I optically, yes, he looked bad. And
there's as I said, I have like a bunch of videos on Candace Owens lying about this whole case and like bringing up bullshit evidence that she's totally manufactured and like taken tons of claims out of context from like the FBI and from investigators that I go back and show that like it's not what they said. If you look at it in full context, it's totally different. Like he didn't bring any of that. He didn't bring any of that. And so instead of him doing this like, you know, oh, well, now I'm going to get to your claims about TPUSA and Erika Kirk and blah, blah, blah in Israel. Like he could have pushed her on the claims that she has made about the actual case. So where she says like, I'm poking holes in the prosecution and I'm showing that they don't actually know what they're talking about and that they're inconsistent. No, that shit's wrong. She's wrong
Candace
on all of
looks
that,
past
but he didn't
logic,
bring
and
any
so
of
her
that.
audience does. It's a net to capture the lowest common denominator.
This was the chance, I guess, for somebody to really show how stupid she was, and he dropped the ball and trying to and paid $300,000 to do it, which is fucking sad, and begging for it back, which is crazier.
Did he beg for it back? Fuck.
He has a GoFundMe to make some of the money back. Yes, you didn't see that?
Oh, to make it back. I mean, that makes sense. Like if I thought the GoFundMe initially. Wait, I thought initially he paid for it with a GoFundMe. I thought initially he just said, I'm going to raise the money from his audience.
Oh, yeah, no, he paid it and then was like, y'all help me.
No. I've seen him in numerous videos of him saying, like, donate to this so that we can pay for her to do a debate. Like, I've seen him ask for the money numerous times.
Before he paid for the money? I mean, before he paid
Yeah. He literally has, like, it was pinned at the top of his... at the top of his stream or at the top of his Twitter, I think yesterday I went over it on stream. It was pinned at the top of his Twitter for people to pay for the him to have money for to pay her. Like Andrew Wilson versus Candace Owens. Yes, it's right here. Andrew Wilson versus Candace Owens debate gives and go. For those who wanted the direct link. This right here was posted August 11th.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. He paid her, and then he didn't use that money to pay her. He paid her, and then was like, "I need to help me fund it back because I paid her."
Yeah. I mean, I think he was pretty clear from the beginning that he was wanting to crowdsource the funding for it, but he just paid it out of his own pocket because he didn't make it. Because right now the Gives and Go is at $74,000. So.
Okay, I missed that. I missed that. If he said that before, I thought he was. I didn't know he ever said like let's crowdfund it. I thought he was, acting like he had money and was paying, and then. But okay, if that's what he did, then he said it from the jump. So I guess it is what it is. Okay.
Yeah,
But yeah,
I believe that's the case. Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, I appreciate you. I ain't gonna take up too much of your time. I was just trying to pick your brain.
Yeah, no problem. Appreciate it.
All right, bro. I'll be in the chat.
All right, later, homie. All right, cool. But yeah, again, I would recommend if you guys want to go see like some of the videos that I've made on her lying about this shit. There's one on TikTok that you can find very very easily. If you just go to my TikTok and scroll down maybe like 3 rows, there's one of like with a picture of her right on the thumbnail, and like that's an area where I debunk like a whole slew of claims that came off of one initial claim. That initial claim is wrong. Like the main claim was that like the FBI lied that Tyler Robinson admitted to the murder in Discord, that he ever said in Discord that he did it. The FBI lied about this. Discord came out and said he didn't do it. That's a fucking lie. Discord did say he did do it. Discord said there were other messages that he didn't send, and they were just clarifying because the FBI made it sound like it could have come from Discord, it could have come from a cell phone, and so they were just clarifying those messages never came from Discord. But these other messages where he admits to the murder, those did come from Discord. We did verify those. So
actually
also, it doesn't help that Andrew Wilson looks like shit during this debate. Like he's sweating like a fucking pig, and I'm assuming it's because he hasn't had a cigarette in a long time. But yeah, it doesn't help. He looks like he's you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me, if you guys have ever seen like the Ocean's movies, there's the guy who puts like the tack inside of his shoe while he's taking a lie detector test. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Oh shit. Okay, yeah. I can't find the clip, but because I don't remember which one it's from. I want to say it's from Ocean's 12, but he puts a tack in his shoe because they said that if you're stabbing your toe with a tack while you're hooked up to a lie detector, it won't be able to read whether or not you're lying. So every time you lie, put your toe down and stab yourself with the toe, in the toe. And so during the fucking thing, he's like sweating like crazy, and he's like shaking, and his face is all red, and he just looks absolutely horrible. But all right, yeah, I can't find the clip, so whatever.
Participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie.
I've heard this. I don't know if it works. The foot would not stop. The difference is that so what you do at the beginning of a lie detector test is they hook it up to you, and then they ask you a number of like obvious, straightforward questions. And what they're trying to do is like gain readings from you from when you tell the truth. So they're asking you like, what is your name? How old are you? Do you live at this address? Like those sorts of things, right? Yes, they're trying to create a baseline there. So while you're answering true questions, stab yourself in the fucking toe. You push your toe down on the fucking tack while you're doing that to set a false baseline, so that now every time you lie, you stab yourself in the fucking toe, and now your heart rate goes up each time. And that's like they're reading just the same fucking baseline where you're stabbing yourself.
Kirk.
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast. I think firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase.
She would ask questions, guys. Damn. That's brave. That's brave of her. She's taking a stance. She would ask questions. Oof.
I would.
Okay, what does that mean?
She'd do it.
Does that mean that you do think
She'd
so?
do it.
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the.
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted.
That's not what he asked. See, right there, that doesn't show a conspiracy. You didn't ask for evidence of a conspiracy. You asked, what is the evidence that they didn't consider her? And she said that they gave back the backpack. Like, that would be the evidence. She is correct there. That would be the fucking evidence that they aren't considering her.
Everybody and didn't just hold things up for a second.
Yeah, they ruled them out as suspects.
That quickly, I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's a $100 million incentive. This is...
What $100 million incentive?
What I'm saying is his organization, like it had grown to, I think it was 100 million.
Plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to factor
in.
Yeah, but
what was your team wants to play video, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
There's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erika's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Could also just ask.
And so right now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it? That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erika Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because,
bro, what the fuck? This poll is bullshit. You guys are bullshit. You know that? You guys are all fucking bullshit. I fucking hate you guys. This is such... I hate fucking America right now. This is the worst place to fucking live, dude. What the fuck is this shit? What the fuck is this shit? 237 votes in 4 hours. 53% of people say the Jews or Erika Kirk or TPUSA or Egypt or just anybody other than Tyler Robinson did it. The majority of the fucking chat is saying pretty much anybody except for Tyler Robinson did it. I hate this place.
What?
Those two thoughts actually...
Hold on, I need to hear that again.
Erika's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Could also just ask.
And so right now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler.
You're a clown like Andrew? Well, I said Andrew lost the debate, so I'm not like Andrew. But I will say it again. If you guys want to call in, if you guys want to join the Discord, I am happy to get into this with any one of you. But if I'm sitting here willing to defend my claims and saying that I can make them better than Andrew, and you're just sitting in the chat whining and crying, I think you're the fucking clown. I think especially as we've gone over this and we've shown over and over and over that she's wrong about a ton of the shit that she's saying. And Andrew's wrong as well, but that she's totally wrong about a lot of the shit that she's saying. Yet you're still taking her side. It sounds like you're the fucking clown, homie. Sounds like you're the fucking clown.
Robinson did it. That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erika Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erika Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson...
Shit, I missed her fucking clip again. I was reading chat.
You'll
Y'all shut the fuck
see
up.
what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it? That right there is why it's impossible for me to think that Erika Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Those two thoughts...
She's saying because of the performance at the... where she's like got the fireworks and everything, that's supposed to have some relevancy as to whether or not we think Tyler Robinson committed the fucking murder? What? What did you just say? That is so fucking stupid, dude. She is such a dumb fuck, bro. Like, she literally has no idea how evidence works, how logic works, how, like, investigations work. Yeah, she's a fucking investigator, guys. Did you know that? She's the one who's doing the real investigation. Why is everybody mad at the only real person doing an investigation here? Why? It's kind of telling. Kind of telling, isn't it? You can... Oh, we know what's going on. She's the only real investigator here. She can see that this is fucking weird, the performance. This is so dumb. I've said over and over, like, obviously, when Charlie Kirk died, my first thought was, like, not my first thought, but, you know, one of my first thoughts was, oh shit, TPUSA is done. Like, that's it. Like, TPUSA as an organization, it's done. It's gone. Like, they can't do anything to revive TPUSA at this point. Like, it's gonna disappear. And obviously, if I'm thinking this, that's probably what most people are thinking. So then, when he dies and they name her CEO right after, the whole fear is the organization is gonna disappear. We need to put her up as the CEO so we have a sympathetic figure out front, and we need to, like, immediately get to, like, trying to show that we're not done. We need to immediately get to show that, like, we're not finished here, because this is Charlie Kirk's legacy. This is his fucking legacy, and we can't let Charlie Kirk's legacy go down like this. We need to honor him, we need to honor his legacy, and we need to get out there and just do everything we can to tell people TPUSA is not going anywhere. That's obviously the whole fucking thought process that's going on there. But for everybody else who's just sitting there like, ooh, this doesn't look like she's mourning enough. She's not sad enough for me. I don't believe it. She's probably the killer now. It's fucking stupid. On top of that, like, you know, she's getting, like, you know, she's going through a lot. I don't know what the right way is to deal with, like, your husband dying and shit. Like, I don't know what the right way is to deal with that publicly when you have tons of people attacking you from both the right and the left. Like, I don't know what the right way to deal with that situation is. I have no fucking idea. Like, I can't tell you. That is a situation that I would never want to fucking be in. Not to say that you know, Erika Kirk is a fucking piece of shit, so not to, like, empathize with her too much here, but you know, so it's Charlie Kirk, but that's kind of irrelevant to the point that I don't look at her and what it was she was doing and think, oh, that's evidence that she probably killed him. Like, you have to take into consideration, like, states of mind, and that's just Candace Owens is not an inquisitive person. She doesn't think about things enough to actually come to, like, a reasonable conclusion.
Actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erika Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's just say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say complicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips, like I said.
No. That dude got, come on. Candace Owens fans, none of y'all believe that, right? None of y'all believe that, right? None of y'all believe that, right? No. There's no way, dude. There's no fucking way any of y'all hear her say what she just said in that clip, and that we're supposed to believe she was saying she's complicit in the narrative, not in his death. No, you guys don't believe that. Nobody believes that. And I know the Candace Owens fans don't believe that because they all ran around making tons of posts and videos and shit about the fact that, like, they knew that Erika Kirk was guilty because of her doing the whole song and dance and everything. I know they didn't believe that until she started doing this sort of bullshit denial, and then they all came out and they're like, oh yeah, see, she never said that. She never said Erika Kirk did it. Then why did all of you run around saying that she just proved that Erika Kirk did it? Why did you all say that? What do you mean? Y'all, all the fucking orbiters immediately ran around saying Erika Kirk obviously did it. So you appoint the widow? Well, what? Who is like the better, more sympathetic character in that situation that is more likely to be able to like revive TPUSA? Who is like, who do you think is a more sympathetic character? To be clear, that's what I'm asking. Who is the more sympathetic character in that moment who's going to be able to raise a bunch of money besides Erika Kirk? I mean, if, you know, looking back, I would obviously like advise her not to do what she did. I would obviously advise her to be like, yeah, maybe take some time off, sit back for a while, chill, like do your thing. You know, come deal with this later, allow other people to kind of come out to the forefront and everything. I obviously would have recommended other things, but again, if any of you guys disagree with me, you're welcome to hop on and we can get into it. Even if you just have questions, you're just asking questions, guys. You can come ask questions. But it's always suspicious to me that it is always these people who refuse to actually get into it, and that Candace Owens has to be paid $300,000 in order to actually back up her fucking positions, and that she only does it with Andrew Wilson, somebody that like obviously is not not going to be the best at challenging her. Like, I feel like all of that's kind of telling in and of itself, but I'd like to hop on. I mean, you said you didn't have Discord earlier, right? I can give you a phone number if you don't want to use Discord.
Said you didn't have the confidence to come
Okay,
in
well,
and
tell
debate,
me,
so
what
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erika, when she is asked, "Are you do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" and she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erika for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like I.
You downloaded it? Okay. Yeah, if you just join the waiting room. Are you JD?
Actually, this is why I did not engage in any like Erika. Everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm gonna wait here because I don't know. Just it feels weird to think that. Did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not. You can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, you know, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot.
Okay, just go to the general chat. I put a link to the waiting room in there.
You know, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. You know, that's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay, so this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Complicit in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show.
Okay.
So we call her lawyer, and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward, and now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says no.
Yeah, okay, first off, it is ridiculous that she thought that they had evidence that like nobody else had. It is this is proof. This is surefire proof. She doesn't understand how courts work. She doesn't understand how any of this shit works. This is whenever people say like, what makes you think she doesn't know what she's talking about? I show her saying this shit, that she thought that Erika Kirk and her lawyers would have more evidence than everybody else. This is the clip that I show. I show her saying this. It's not just this one. She said it numerous times in the past. This is what I show. There is no reason that Erika Kirk or her lawyers should have any more evidence than anybody else. That's not how that works. That's not how trials work. That's not how investigations work. They don't go and give the family all of the information, especially when courts are trying to keep everything on the hush hush and quiet and trying to make sure the shit doesn't get out so that it doesn't affect the jury pool and all this crap. They're not going to go tell the fucking wife who's out here in the fucking public and posting shit on Twitter all the time and out giving speeches. They're not going to tell her. Why? That doesn't happen. That never happens.
So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erika saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made an arrest.
I don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut case.
How is she trying to?
Do you understand the point that Candace has made in this debate? You talking to me, or who are you talking to?
Fool the public into this. If she believes
don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right, but so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it seem like I said she was complicit.
Everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have infinite amounts of time. I'm guessing you probably don't want to watch.
Well, I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming.
Anyone, do you understand that the point that she was making was that the evidence suggests her theory is worth looking into? What does that mean? If she can't present evidence that her theory is substantive and that it's better than the other side, but she keeps saying, I can poke holes in these things enough to where my theory is worth looking into, that's a nothingness statement. That means literally nothing. That's just conspiracy theory talk. That's not how logical people do things. That's not how investigations work. That's not how anything works. You can't just say I found some things that I think are little holes in the Tyler Robinson investigation. It's a meaningless statement. But that's not what she was saying right there. That is literally how investigations work, though. It's not. Yes, if her theories are bad and her arguments are bad and her logic is bad, And then there's a mountain of fucking evidence on the other side to where this is like overwhelming evidence. There's no reason to say her bullshit is worth looking into. Understand how courts work. What up, JD?
Hello.
How are you?
Tom, how are you?
Doing well. What are gonna
Just
do for you?
1 second. I'm going to just pause you on YouTube there. Thank you so
Yeah, the
much
video.
for having me on your platform.
Yeah, appreciate you calling in.
Okay, so yes, I did not want to be one of the cowards in the chat. So I just have a couple of questions on your perspective because I believe it's a bit everywhere. So your understanding, yes, is that Candace did well in the debate, but you don't inherently agree with her. So that's where your issue is?
Yeah, that not necessarily that she did well, but that Andrew Wilson like did really fucking poorly. That I think she did really poorly as well. She just happened to do better than Andrew Wilson.
I will say, actually, to Candace's standard, I will say she could have done better. But I do think she left a lot of it to not being as prepared as, she generally is. But the other guy was very, very appalling. Now, my only question, maybe let's get a few things straightened. So you believe Candace doesn't have any evidence, and because according to your poll, not by a landslide or anything, but majority of the people who have visited the chat or whatever also don't agree with the general narrative, but you disagree. And I apologize if you've said this on your chat. This is my first time coming into contact with you. And so in general, and I don't ever do this. In fact, you're the first, that's why I had to download it. But anyway, my point is, I want to get a different perspective because I've really always wondered about the other side of life that believes that Tyler Robinson is guilty. Are you one of those people?
Yeah, 100%, yes.
That's interesting. Okay, and what perspective of, actually, no, yes, what's your perspective? What makes you land to that, considering that this is a fairly young man who's never had any military training, over a 4-point-something GPA, and has never shot a gun in like a professional setting? What's giving you that conviction?
So the main thing is that I think we have three, maybe 4 separate confessions from him saying that he did it.
Okay. The ones that sound like a woman who's speaking from 1920. And I'm only saying that because if you speak to anybody who is born before, I mean, after 2000, I kid you not, they speak in a certain way. I mean, they talk about facts and printers and, ID gaff, all these crazy things. And there's nothing wrong
I'll
with
agree
that.
that like that's one of them. But I'll agree that like the text messages are definitely, he's odd in that he like comes off very like odd and autistic. But that's only one of the
Okay, after you, sorry.
Well, that's only one of the of like the admissions of guilt from him. So there's not like, that's just one.
Okay, so inherently a younger man who doesn't speak like anyone of his generation and seems to be jumping in between that. And we have to look at the perspective that this gentleman is smart. Like, we're not dealing with an individual who's of average intelligence, over 4-point-something GPA. And then he goes, oh, I wanted to take this to old age. And then he's giving a confession. He's writing it down. He's referring to the sniffer dogs as a sniffer with a bad putsch. Like, what exactly is
Have
your
you seen
perspective
his
to that?
Discord messages?
And this is from his verified account, is what you're speaking to.
Yeah, like so you've heard about like the group that he was in where he confessed and said like sorry to his friends and that he did it and he's sorry that he let them down and everything. There's
Okay, once again,
some of
Tom, let's look at it from and
well,
honestly,
hold on. I just to be clear.
Okay,
so
sure.
So in that group, a lot of his friends from that group have come forward and given a bunch of DMs from that group, given like a lot of details about like his relationship with Lance and like how they eventually got together. They talked a lot about Lance like transitioning over time. And when you look at their group messages, he comes off exactly like what I know to be like a church kid. And those people, they do talk like somebody from the 1920s. Like that is, they're very sheltered, especially Mormons. They're very sheltered. They don't get out much. They don't have like large groups of friends. They didn't go to college parties. They weren't going out and doing drugs. They weren't like, that's not them. They're people who are like very insulated to all of those other things. And then especially if they're still practicing as an adult, then they're still very sheltered. Like I grew up, you know, a lot of them are like homeschooled even and just don't have a lot of experience with a lot of friends. And this is like they said that they're a very tight-knit group of friends. They only hang out with each other. They don't really hang out with other people, and that they do everything together. So when you're telling me he sounds like somebody from the 1920s, I would expect him to sound like somebody from the 1920s.
I interact with Mormons so many times. I've never come across a kid who was born before the 2000s who speaks like that. Oh, my lover, Mormon or not, whether you grew up thinking that your uncle could marry 16 of your other cousins, no one really talks like that. Yes, they may have more proper speech, but that's not even proper speech. That's just strange language. But I'll leave it at that. We'll leave the messages at that because you strongly believe that's him. Besides a confession, because if we're going off with confession, why didn't George Zinn do it? The one who was also at the 9/11 and many other, like this guy has to go down in history as one of the most worst luck or best luck. I don't know. He always is. Why aren't you going down with that George Zinn did it? If we're going by confession, because he confessed there and there.
Because he doesn't seem to match the description of the person who was on the roof at all.
No, but he said he shot him from where he was. Why did what evidence do we have? And this is not you to say that the evidence, you have to prove that, but why are you so convinced in the narrative that the bullet came from the roof if a gentleman who was on the ground stated that he did it there and then, two of them on top of that? But let's go George Zinn, because you are saying you're so convinced it's Tyler because of the confession that's written in a language that doesn't even sound like it's of this century. So why not George Zinn?
Well, George Zinn seems to be like a crisis actor in other scenarios
is where
as
Candace
well,
comes
but
in.
hold on, just to be clear, not all of the shit that people have said that he did, like that he was like at 9/11 or that he was at like, you know, there's a lot of things that people make up about him that are totally untrue. But that he does have a history of like lying about committing crimes.
Okay, but we'll give George Zinn a pass, but not Tyler, not the kid who's never had any trouble, who's passed fairly well. Sure, we'll give him a pass. And first time offender, first time shooter who's never really ever shot anything, shot someone from a roof. Tom, you've got to know the precision it takes to shoot someone from a rooftop. First shot, like this, he didn't go second shot, third shot, got him on the fourth one. Even if he had got him on the first one but tried 2 other times, he didn't do that. First shot, clean in the neck, gone. I'm telling you, if he did it, the American army needs to hire him. They need to hire him because we are wasting sniper potential. People go and train for months for this. But okay, we'll bypass that.
From everybody that I know that like has talked about this. They said like it's not that hard of a shot. It's not like a super
No,
easy shot, but for anybody
Tom-
who works with guns, it is for like an average person's shot, like an average shooter who does have some like a familiarity with guns that they could do it.
Tom, have you ever shot a 30-06?
No, not a 30-06.
You know what? Find me the closest range where you are, and I will pay for a shooting session for you tomorrow or Sunday or whenever you're available. And I'm not saying this because I think Candace is amazing, because I never actually had a lot. I didn't actually believe in a lot of her perspective, but this is what made me start to actually get onto the Candace train. It's not so much so that we love everything she's always talked about, but you've got to stand from a logic perspective. If you're not a shooter and you go and you shoot a 30-06 one time, I don't even want you to get in the range of a neck. Charlie was not a big guy. I want you to.
Well, hold on. You're talking about somebody. You're talking about me, somebody who doesn't have a lot of experience with this sort of gun.
Does Tyler.
Yes, he does. What are you talking about? He's had this gun. Hold on. We have tons of like coworkers and friends saying that he did shoot the gun a lot, that he would regularly brag about how good of a sniper he was, and that this has been a family heirloom that he's been able to use and practice with.
Yes, I have my grandmother's jewelry from many years ago that I've never worn. It was given to me, but I never wore it. And do we know
what
that?
Did you? If I had coworkers of yours telling me that you said that you wore it, though, would I be able to use that to say? I know, I understand, and I'm saying that if I had a bunch of your coworkers and friends saying that you've told them that you wore it, that you've told them a bunch of times that you've worn this necklace a bunch of times, like, would I not be able to use that as evidence to contradict you?
Okay, and I'm saying I can take that point very fairly because I'm coming from a very neutral perspective. But then you go on to the gun itself. And listen, I'm not talking about what CNN, I'm not talking about what Fox News or any of these many rigged news stations have said. I'm not talking about headlines. Did you read anything that actually happened within the hearing or the case so far? Did you read? I mean, read as in open the papers and actually read what transpired. Did you ever get a chance to do that? I know it's a lot of paperwork. If you didn't,
it depends on what you're talking about. Like, what do you mean with the preliminary trial, or
yes, the gun?
Oh, you're talking about the fact that the gun was inconclusive. That the bullet came from that gun. That it was inconclusive.
Well, that aspect, and that the fact that that gun that you're saying, oh, he used to brag, you're a man. Many men brag about things that they have not even come close to. I'm not saying he did it. I'm not saying he bragged, because we can't take on someone else's hearsay. Oh, he used to say this to me. The fact that he bragged that he used to shoot, because the gun itself doesn't even show that evidence. Many men brag about performance that they don't come with. So
wait, but that's totally different, though. You admit though that hold on. Okay, you understand that you and me, like, when we're talking about whether or not it is likely that he did this, that if you're claiming that he has no experience with these guns. I don't know where you got that from, but I'm saying there is evidence that he does have a lot of experience with snipers, and you're claiming he doesn't have any. So if I have evidence that he does have experience with sniper rifles and that he claims to be a good shot and that he's had this gun for a long time, where is the evidence coming from that he doesn't have any experience and that he couldn't have possibly done this? Where does that come from?
Okay. Good point. You don't have evidence, you have hearsay. You say that you have friends who have come together and said that, oh, he said he was a good sniper. No one ever said they went out shooting with Tyler. No one ever said that, oh, Tyler was actually so good at that. We've seen him shoot a moose from the... Hold on. I'll let you speak.
But that's not what I'm saying.
Hold on. No, you just said I have evidence, and you said the evidence is coming from the fact that the people who came together and said that he was saying that he was a good sniper, and that's... Anyway, moving forward, the gun itself had dust in its barrel. Not only that, his prints were the most degraded on that gun. There were 5 other sets of prints plus that were more So you.
I
have
understand.
To
Hold
ask
on,
from-
you're moving on to something different. I'm trying
No, this
to
is still on the
talk about.
perspective of.
No,
Hold on,
it's not. It's not. It's not. Wait.
Let me just
I understand
explain
it's still
why.
on the gun. No.
Simply
Hold on.
because
Wait. Hold on.
on the
Wait.
gun,
I
if
understand
he
where you're
shoots
going.
that gun often, you said it's an heirloom, it's been given to him. I'm not moving. If he shoots the gun often, your prints wouldn't be the most aggregated on it. If he's the one who's always practicing and going out and shooting moose or whatever gun ranges, we would see evidence of that from the gun. The barrel still had dust. The fact that that gun would even have been shot that very day, I know what's his name, Andrew, I believe, who debated today, said something along those lines that it's possible, but it's so rare. I looked that up in numbers. The chances that a gun like that, a bullet like that, would be shot and then within the same day you'll still have dust, very, very rare. Coupled with the fact that fingerprints are barely there. It looks like something that was handed to him. Maybe they took a photo and he hung it up many years ago.
Okay, so the fact that there's dust in it doesn't mean that he didn't shoot it on that day. It means that he could store it in a place where there's a lot of dust, but it doesn't mean that he didn't shoot it on that day. There can still be dust in a gun, in a barrel, after you shoot it. 1. 2, I'm asking, like, what is the evidence that he doesn't have the experience to be able to shoot it? You keep giving me evidence that makes it to where you think it's less likely that he actually shot it, whereas I'm saying, where's the evidence that he doesn't have the ability? Because it's not just, again, there is the friends saying they have personal experience hearing him say that he did this. Then there's also the fact that they found a bunch of like shooting range, what do you call it? Targets that were in his room, that when they searched his house, he had tons of like bullseye targets from shooting ranges, that his family have said that they did go on hunting trips regularly and that he grew up in a gun household shooting regularly. Like, so where you initially said that he doesn't have the familiarity or the ability to shoot this type of gun. I'm saying I have a bunch of evidence that says otherwise. I'm asking, where is the evidence where did you get this from, that he does not have this experience? Because you didn't just claim, I don't know that he's capable of doing this. You claimed he does not have this experience.
Okay, I said 2 things. I said that we haven't seen anything strong enough. 1, to the gun that he has as an heirloom that he would have shot with, the gun that he would have been, unless of course you're telling me Tyler's a collector of guns and we haven't seen that evidence, so we don't want to put that in. The one gun we know that he has not been shot over a long time. Even if it was shot on that day, it hasn't been shot over a long period of time, this 30-06 of it. This heirloom that he would have great experience for him to be able to have army grade shooting skills. Not only that, his family members that have actually come out and spoken, for example, this is one thing that Candace actually brought up as well, which was one of the very first things that made me actually question, was that Tyler's actually not much of a fisher. Much of a shooter. He's more of a fisher. Now, I want everybody who's on your other perspective side of it. It's not only about taking what the government has said and then we run with that. It's about understanding that there's a young man at stake, whether he had something to do with it or not. The death penalty is what goes on as, a repercussion of this thing going south. It's not just about, let's not take it very lightly. We don't want to be like years later, like, oh, by the way, this evidence came out and a young man has lost his life. So let's not just go, oh yeah, it makes sense. The gun that he would have been practicing with, we have no other evidence of him having any other gun, showed that there was dust. I see in your chat here, someone is saying there could definitely be evidence of you could still have dust. Yes, I said it's possible, but to a lesser degree. So with that being said, this gun isn't being used repeatedly. The prints on the gun belonging to him are barely there. Where is he getting the experience?
Again, that's not necessarily true. I went over the fact that, again, it can be stored in a place that is just very dusty. It can be stored, and we know that he did not clean up very much. We know that, again, from the stuff that came out from his friends, there was pictures of their house and pictures of their apartment, and that this was a very messy, fucking cluttered, disgusting place all the fucking time. It is bad. And so the idea that not only was it possibly stored in a place that had a lot of dust, and that maybe even his backpack was covered with a ton of dust as well, that like it could have been used recently and then put back in a very dusty place and then gone and used again. And now you're saying, well, just this one time, like, yeah, it could still have the dust left over after he shot it from where it was stored just a little bit ago. But the fact that he never used this gun, it's not necessarily evidence of that. It could be evidence of that, but I'm saying that this doesn't lead me in one direction or the other, because there's so many other surrounding pieces of evidence that lead me in one direction.
Tom, you just said that the boys are very untidy, very dirty. Do you know what it takes, how much lack of movement and wind and gathering for it to take a room that has people that is like you live in it to gather dust? For a
Not
gun
much at
to
all.
continue,
Not much at all.
no, it does. No, look it up. It does take quite a lot of lack of movement. Being
No, it
untidy
doesn't.
is, hold on. Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I'm telling you, I literally, my girlfriend is a job right now. She is a house cleaner. She talks about the fact that all the time that there's like in houses that every surface has to be wiped down regularly because they gather dust incessantly. And especially the more people that you have there in a smaller place, the more it's going to get dusty. On top of that, that would have a lot to do with like how much airflow you have, how often you use fans, how often you vacuum. Like this shit can literally just build up over time. And if you're not like cleaning regularly, as you can tell, this place was not cleaned regularly, then it's just not like it doesn't take a whole lot for dust to build up in that scenario at all.
I get that, but for someone to have practiced, well, mind you, we're still talking about a very smart gentleman. Or let me say young guy, for someone to have practiced shooting this one bullet, no other bullet, this one bullet, shooting so many times, the gun wouldn't have had that much that much dust. Anyway, we're going to leave the dust narrative, and that's not me conceding. I'm just trying to say to you, think about it from that perspective. A gun that you need to be using that much. And Tom, honestly, I believe when you start to put certain things into practice, you're able to actually see how it lacks a bit of, I want to say, common sense. And this is not coming for your character. I'm just saying in general, if you go out to a shooting range right now, first time, second time, third time, I want you to be able to aim for something clean shot. And as you go back, from a higher level, from a higher point, same distance back from where our narrative is being told. It just takes a lot more than that. That's all I'm saying. It takes a lot more than that. Let's not go with just the first thing, especially with so many other things that are inconclusive. Because his family have also come out and said that he's been quite a very smart guy their whole lives. He doesn't come... schoolmates have come out saying, no, he's not those kind of guys who comes to class wearing pajamas. Like, you just be in t-shirts, sneakers, jeans, decent looking, but not untidy, not like dirty. Let me say, not
I
dirty.
understand.
Yeah, that's counterintuitive of what we are seeing in, having dusty guns, going out every single day and being in a space that's dirty. For me, I'm not saying that the place was clean. I'm just saying there's too many holes in it for you to go straight to a dead.
I don't think any of those are holes. I don't think any of that is considered holes. Again, like the all of the other things that I'm presenting you, you're saying these are holes because there's other like possibilities of things, but you're not taking like the most likely possibilities here. You're not coming to the most likely conclusions. You were just saying there's other possibilities, which I don't deny, but we're not going to deny the most likely things for other possibilities. That's not, and especially when we're doing it in scenario after scenario after scenario after scenario after scenario, you can't do that when every single thing, like the most likely conclusion, all leads in one direction. We can't just keep saying there's other possibilities.
Oh, I'm not going with other possibilities as the main thing. I'm saying the strongest factor here that the feds are putting forward is just too weak for us to be able to go forward with that. It's just not a thing. It's not a thing to be like,
what?
oh,
Well, hold
maybe
on.
it's
On what we're
that
talking
he
about with
grew
the
up-
gun right now, you're not saying that. You're saying there's other possibilities. Where are you talking about the fact that there's weak evidence or that like it's just not believable? What evidence
because
is
the
that?
people who grew up with him, his family members, the people who attend class with him regularly, don't say that he's an individual who's untidy, who doesn't present himself well. They don't say those things. It's contradicting to what the government is putting out there. Let me not
No,
say the government.
the government didn't put this out. The things that I'm claiming were not put out by the government. These are put out by his friends, his close-knit friends who were all in the Discord with him, who went to his house
family says
regularly and played
opposite.
cards with them.
His family
Wait.
says opposite. What's it called? His classmates say opposite. But anyway, moving forward, I see what you're saying because I genuinely wanted to understand from the other perspective what exactly it is. So you're going by the fact that his friends are saying that, oh, okay, this guy is untidy, their place is untidy, the gun could easily gather up dust even though it's used regularly, and he would have been able to gain experience to make that one clean shot. Someone in your chat said that snipers don't have low IQ. No, they do not. My point in mentioning his high IQ is that you've got to have time as a main hobby for you to be able to practice well enough to make a clean shot like that one time. Anyway, that being
But
said,
sure, so so as I said, like they have other, things showing that he grew up using guns. This is the gun that was given to him by his grandfather. The fact that he has
that
like
doesn't
the
mean he
target
was using
practice.
it.
No, it doesn't mean that he's using it, but that gun, he also had the same exact ammunition at his house. Like the same exact ammunition was at his house. So we're saying that the ammunition that matches this gun that he owns, that also is at his house and shot Charlie Kirk, that, like, can you say what is the most
I
likely
understand what you're
conclusion?
saying. I'm glad you came to that. So I'm going to jump onto a Candace perspective on this. Just because somebody is trying to, let's go with Candace perspective, that he's more of a patsy. At this point, someone is trying to frame him, or he's involved in a slight way, but he didn't shoot. You're obviously like, that's going to be something very simple to do. If the number one person who's testifying against him is Lance, the fact that there's ammunition of this very kind at his house is very much like that's that's really very simple. There's so many other things.
But you can always come up with alternative theories, but I would have to get reason for why those alternative theories are even like considered. Like I would need evidence for the patsy narrative. I can't just say a patsy narrative is possible, and if we consider the patsy narrative, then it could be somebody who was trying to dress like him, and somebody who stole his gun, and somebody who planted the ammo, and somebody. Sure, we can always say that, but I would need a likelihood that happened, and that has never been presented ever.
But I never said that planted only. I said it could even be his ammunition, something that he was given as well. Okay, I'm looking at it from the perspective where you put everything together. You're going so much by what friends have said. Tom, did you really have so much of a great high school or university experience if you did go to college? If not, that's fine. But any form of schooling experience where everybody who spoke about you had something positive to say. And I'm not saying, because from my perspective, Candace has shown quite a lot of evidence of people who are close to him who have said the opposite about him, who have said that this is not like him, his family as well. In fact, a clip came in from
I agree.
Hold on, just one
I
second.
agree
From
that they say
a
that.
journalist where the father was the one who supposedly walked him in, who clearly did not do that, was speaking against the narrative that's clearly there, that they're not understanding how they've gone this far. And this is the same father who apparently said, that's my son, I'm gonna take him to the police station. So everybody around him is not saying that. His parents are not saying this narrative that's come out there. So this whole patsy narrative isn't coming out of nowhere. The people around him are not going along with that. Not only that, Lance's family are like, no, this this one has been more of a problem child. He's more of the type to be in this.
I'm sorry. Hold on.
When there's a good opportunity,
I'm sorry.
can the caller
I'm
explain
asking
what
for
kind of evidence would convince them that
the
Tyler
Patsy
Robinson
narrative,
is
not
guilty as
evidence.
charged?
I just gave
Not
it to you
again. You
because
just
you-
no, you didn't. Hold on. I'm trying to explain this because I don't think you're understanding. You again just saying I can poke holes in this narrative. That's not evidence
No,
of
that's
a
not what I'm
Patsy
saying.
narrative.
I'm saying
That's
to
not,
you what
that is
no,
what
no,
you're
Tom,
doing.
No, let me explain to you what I'm doing. You have said Tyler's friends have said that he used to shoot like this. He used to do that. I'm saying to you, as an individual, I know that some random kid who's going to college isn't going to just take a clean shot with some random bullet first time, right? We don't have any fragments of this bullet or these things. It's not going to happen. So I'm saying from the other perspective, you're giving me one side. From another perspective, his parents are saying opposite. His friends are saying opposite. His classmates, people who are not even close to him, are like, no, this is not how he presented himself. So I'm saying to you, what you're using as evidence that he did this, even though the average human being does not go and, if you really can, go out to a range, Tom, shoot and tell me how well you do. You're
I'm sorry
using
again.
evidence
This
of
is you are poking holes. You just to be clear,
No,
that is
okay,
what you're
I'm
doing.
saying to
You
you,
are.
you're using
That
evidence
is
of
what
the
you're doing.
people. Hold on. No, you're using evidence of the people around him as to what they have said. Like, oh, he said he could shoot, he could do that. I'm not poking holes at that. I'm saying with the same train of thought, with the same logic you're using, I'm using the opposite. There are people who are close to him,
No,
including
you're
his
not.
parents.
No, you're not.
Oh,
No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. I'm telling you, you're not. I'm telling you, your claim is that we don't think that he had the ability to shoot the gun like this. And I'm saying, yes, his friend said that he
Ali, bring
practiced a lot with guns and that he bragged about how he could shoot from long range. Then I'm saying that his friends also show pictures and like sent a bunch of pictures about how dirty the place was, and they were showing like how nasty and cluttered it was all the time, and that these are the people who were going over and playing cards with them all the time. Where you talk about like people from school and things that, you know, people from schools, sure, there's lots of people from school that might say a bunch of different things for me, but the people who are coming over to my house on a daily basis, the people who I talk to, a weekly basis, and the people that I talk to on a daily basis in Discord and play video games with on a daily basis, those people, if they talk about me, they know what they're talking about. Those are the people that, yes, I will trust them to give a reasonable narrative about me, even if it's not good. I would trust them. But you're telling me people from school said something.
Okay, so if I gave a reasonable narrative about you right now, would you be okay being convicted based on what I've said? I've known you on Discord.
You came over my house
I'm glad.
weekly. Wait. No, you came over my house every day. Hold on. No. You're being bad faith. You came over my house. You came over my house every single week to play cards with me. We grew up together and we meet in person regularly. And we also talk every single day in Discord. And you match that to we've met in Discord. You match that to people that he's known almost his whole life. You match that to we've talked on a call for 20 minutes in Discord. You know you're being bad faith when you say that. You know you're being bad faith when you say that. That's ridiculous.
Okay, let me say this. Let me say one thing, because I saw something in your chat there about being a friend of Tyler's. Let me say one thing. If the evidence is more substantial than what it is at this point in time, sure, go ahead. But the pictures we've seen, did you see the evidence that came up with the left hand? Why I'm moving away from that is because you have friends saying, oh, who have come over. There are friends who are also saying he's not like this. Family members who are saying this is not him. Did you see the pictures?
I'm sorry, you keep saying that. Hold on. Wait. You keep saying friends. No. Hold on. Wait. I'm trying to understand. You keep repeating things. I don't even know what you're talking about. They say his friends say he's not like this. What is that? What does that mean? He's not like what?
He's not the individual who'd get up and he never used to speak politics. He never used to speak trans movement, LGBTQ, so much so, you know, you and I are having this conversation like this. I've had a chat similar with people who are closer to me. Yes?
Yeah,
people
I agree
who are
with
close
that.
to him.
They've said this, yeah.
To pick up a gun and go shoot a man. He's never shown any of that. He's really shown to be very stable, nothing of that nature. For him to take on something like that is very out of character. And we see this in trials all the time.
I feel like that's everybody.
No,
I feel like
it's
that's
not.
literally every
No,
school shooter
no,
we've
that's
ever
not true.
heard. Everybody
No, that's
comes
not
forward
true.
afterwards and says, I never thought he would ever do something like this. He was so quiet and so nice. I never thought
And
he
have
would
you
ever
also,
do something. I feel like that's the majority of them.
that's not true. Have you also seen the opposite, where many people are like, no, you know, the way he spoke to her, the way he did this, he was very aggressive. I never saw him do anything physical or abusive in front of me, but his mannerisms sure showed he had the ability to do that. Many people are like, oh, I'm not shocked with that. I've never seen it. There's certain things
Sure,
that
I
align.
agree
So,
that happens, but I'm saying like for school shooters specifically, I think that it's super common that like the majority of the time people are always coming out saying like, yeah, I never thought that they would do something like this. And so all I'm
no,
saying is
most
that
of
like
the school
the fact
shooters
that
is
people who are friends with you would speak highly of you and think that you would never do something bad. Yeah, that's normal. That's what everybody's, their
Tom.
moms, their parents, like that's
I'm fact
common.
checking you. Look up the last 2 school shooters in America and ask you.
Hold on,
fact
I'm
check
not
it. See,
denying
hold on.
that you're correct.
Hold on.
I'm
Hold on.
not denying
Not,
anything you're
hold
saying.
on.
Though.
No, you just said most people say, oh, that's not true. That's not true. Most people will say, oh no, he actually used to keep to himself. No, or there was a history of mental illness or something. That's going in line with the drastic task or the drastic action that this individual has carried out. It's not the opposite. So I'm saying for someone to go this far for a narrative of LGBTQ that no one's ever really heard them talk about is really then stretch. Anyway, all I was saying with that point is not to pick holes in yours. I'm saying from your perspective, you're trusting the people who've been around him, and his family too have been saying the same thing. Growing up in a hunting family, guys, doesn't mean that you yourself, you're going to be a hunter. Not only that, doesn't mean you'll have the same value. You can grow up. How many people of this generation grew up in faith-based homes who do not carry on the faith? That doesn't necessarily mean that you yourself are going to take it up. Anyway, moving forward, the pictures that have come out, right, at this point in time, for me, that just doesn't look like the individual that we're seeing, especially
okay,
more
I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm not ready to move forward. You agree that like the majority of the evidence that we have, it leans towards he is most likely the shooter. Yes?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No. Okay,
No.
so that's what this is my issue right here, is that like what I feel like by far the majority of the evidence points to him obviously being the shooter. And when you keep bringing up things, this is why I say it's poking holes, is because there is clear evidence from by far the majority of evidence that shows he is most likely the shooter, and that there are other possibilities, but other possibilities doesn't give me anything. I would need like evidence of why he wouldn't be the shooter, and instead I'm getting like, you know,
But you just
I'm
said to
building
me
a
the
case.
shooter. Tom, you just said to me the shooter. So when you say there's by far a lot of evidence, you said to me the shooter, his friend said that he was a good sniper. The shooter received an heirloom.
That he said he was, yeah.
The shooter was trans or not trans, sorry, part of the LGBT movement, but he never spoke about that. And then there's messages.
No, he wasn't.
Then
He wasn't part of the LGBTQ movement.
no, apparently there was some sort of relationship that was there with Lance at some point or something along those lines.
He was. Yes, he was in a
Do
relationship
you know
with
how many
Lance,
people are
who
willing
was.
to die for a movement that they don't even belong to? Do you know how wild
He's not dying for a movement. You keep
but
saying
he
that.
could
Where did
easily
you
have
get
been
that
shot.
from?
Because he
Where
could
did
have
you get
easily
that from?
been
That
shot.
he's dying for a movement. Where did you get that from?
Because he could easily have been shot. Okay, Tom, you go out and you
No,
shoot
hold on.
people.
Wait. Okay, I understand. I'm saying, where do you get this from that he did it for a movement? Where did you get that from?
But it's from the messages. Did you read all of them? This is why I asked
Yes.
you. Apart from
He said he was
headlines,
sick of the way that he talked about trans people. What does that have to do with the
that's
movement?
what I'm saying. That's part of the movement, right?
That's
For
not
you
a
to, okay,
movement. No.
Okay, what I'm saying to you is right now you could be not pro-Israel or whatever, and would you go out and shoot someone, a rabbi, whatever, who is pro-Israel, who's pro-war? Would you go out and do that? It takes a lot of being. See, that's all I'm saying to you is, if you're looking at it objectively, it takes a lot for an individual. Especially, I keep bringing up his IQ because we're showing we're not dealing with an average individual. It takes a lot for you to go and risk your life, to go and be practicing and doing all of that clean shots in order for you to stand for a movement that you don't even belong to. That's all I'm gonna say to that. And also the other two.
And just
decoy
again, you
boys,
keep saying he's doing it for a movement. I don't know where you're getting this from. He's not doing it for a movement.
He didn't like how Charlie's perspective on the trans and LGBTQ. For you to stand and then go shoot to stop your own life, especially if you're having such a positive trajectory, is very, very, like, that's very rare to see.
Yes, again, it's not for a movement. It's not, again, you keep like going off the topic.
What is it for?
Nothing said he did it for a movement. If he likes somebody, if he's in a relationship with somebody, he loves somebody who is trans, and somebody else he feels like is constantly giving demeaning language and rhetoric towards the person that he loves, that he's not doing it for a movement. He's doing it because he feels like this person already struggles within society to acclimate as a trans person. And then he has people who are the ones who are feeding the narrative to make it hard for this person to acclimate to society. And so he is personally offended by these things. But that's not for a movement. It's his own personal offense. It's his offense on behalf of Lance. This isn't a movement that's happening. He's not doing it on behalf of LGBTQ people. He's doing it for himself and Lance.
Okay, so he wasn't LGBTQ, but he was with Lance, somebody that he loved. Can you explain that to me?
What do you mean? What am I explaining?
He wasn't gay, but he was
Correct.
with a man.
Well, I mean, it seems like it seems like he's
think about that for a
from
second.
your perspective, he would be gay, sure.
No. There's no from your perspective, Tom. Let's be objective.
What do you mean? Yeah.
What was he in love with a man? We're not here to debate whether I think that's correct or you think that's okay or anything. Was he with a man?
I think so. Yeah. I don't know if like Tyler, Lance identified as like a man or whatever, but I'm saying that like within like their communities, if somebody is attracted to like feminine people and feminine features
Tom,
and things like this,
Tom,
hold on, just listen. I'm explaining. Hold on, I'm explaining. If they're attracted to like feminine features and feminine aspects of somebody, and somebody dresses up like a woman and acts feminine and acts like a woman, and then they would be attracted to still feminine things that are of a woman, but it's still obviously a penis. So if that's like all you're saying is that like obviously they're fucking sword fighting, that makes him gay, then sure, that's fine.
No, but that's not what I'm saying. Because initially I had said that he was part of the LGBTQ, and this is where the movement aspect came in. And then you said he wasn't. Then now I'm asking you, but
him being gay doesn't make him part of a movement. Like I would say that Blair White is trans, but I would never say she's part of the trans movement. She's opposed to the trans movement.
Okay. When someone goes out and shoots someone else, murders someone else, and they belong to a particular group, it doesn't become a movement because you are holding flyers or you're wearing a flag or anything. The movement is for you to stand with a certain ideology that this is okay, and the rhetoric that Charlie was passing out there was harmful. That's what I meant, if I needed to clear that up. It's the fact that
I would never call that a movement. His personal offense is a movement now. That's ridiculous. Like he loves somebody and he wants he's tired of that person being dehumanized. That is a personal offense.
Tom, you have a personal offense with Candace. Seeing her in public is not going to make you shoot her.
How is that relevant? Hold on. You understand that what you just said doesn't make any sense. That doesn't mean anything. There's tons of people who are like bullied at school, and that doesn't mean that you get to say, oh, well, you were probably bullied at school one time. You didn't go out and shoot them up. But there's tons of people who do go out and shoot up fucking schools because they were bullied. Like that is a thing that happens, and they don't have to be mentally ill. They don't have to have some like super hardcore depression or anything. I understand. No, you just said, hold on. You just said that I wouldn't shoot Candace just because I'm personally offended by her. I'm saying that doesn't mean anything because we both know some people would. Some people would shoot Candace because they're personally offended by her.
Because I never said you're mixing two things. I think you've forgotten. I said the messages that came out talked about that. Oh, and so mega and against trans. And then I also talked about the fact that considering that he was part of the LGBTQ, and you said no, he wasn't. Then you went on to say later his boyfriend, and I said, oh, because this is.
I said he wasn't part of the movement. I said he wasn't part of the movement. I didn't say he. Like I'm saying, if you want to say he's gay, that's fine. He's not part of a movement because he's gay. He's just gay. Like,
okay, I totally understand that. He's not part of a movement. He went out and he shot someone for the lover that he's with. We understand that. So all I'm saying to you is your perspective of where you're standing. You're going to forgive George Zinn. You're going to forgive the other decoy boy. I forgot his name. You're
George
going
Zinn
to
said
allow.
he didn't do it.
George Zinn said
Tyler
he did
Robinson
it in the
didn't
moment.
say it. Yeah, Tyler Robinson, did he say he didn't do it?
What do you mean? George Zinn said he did it. The other guy said he did it. They both
He
confessed.
did. No, George Zinn did say he did it. And then he said, well, I didn't do it. I wanted to help the shooter, right? Hold on. So I agree that makes George Zinn suspicious. Do we have equal or close to with Tyler Robinson? Do we have him turning around saying I did it first and then saying, no, I didn't do it. I was just trying to help the shooter. Do we have anything remotely close to that?
How do you know we don't?
I'm asking you.
No, we haven't heard from Tyler. In fact, we haven't. George Zinn stood up in front of a crowd of people, stood up in front of law enforcement and said, I did it. Right now, at this point in time, you're telling me text messages is what you've seen, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying it's a problem. I'm saying you haven't seen Tyler say he's done it. George Zinn, we saw him say it. Another gentleman said he did it as well. But you're forgiving those two. You haven't seen any confession from Tyler, but you're willing to take him to the death chamber. Interesting.
Wait, what do you mean I haven't seen a confession from Tyler?
You saw text messages. How many times? Yeah. Yes, and Discord then came out and said, no, that's not really this chat.
No,
we're
they
not
didn't.
going to...
No, they didn't.
Okay.
No, they said that the Discord said the confession was given in Discord from his account. They said they confirmed this.
Why was that not presented in the hearing? If that was the case,
they don't need it.
No, they do.
Again, he has 4 separate confessions.
No, but why, Tom? Look at it like this.
Yes.
If I can pin you down with 8 things, why would I only bring 2?
Because you don't.
Right.
It's okay. Hold on. No. Don't say right. You're totally wrong here. You are insanely wrong here. What is the point of the hearing?
Listen. Sure, go for it.
What is
go for it. I'm listening.
Okay. What is the point of the hearing?
For the state to be able to prove that this guy did it.
No.
And that.
No.
Hold on.
No. That's not the point of the hearing. No. It's to show probable cause. So it's a preliminary hearing. It is only there to show probable cause. So all the defense is doing is saying, hey, we want the prosecution to show that they have enough evidence for probable cause. They have enough evidence to charge our client with a crime. Because he hasn't even pled guilty or innocent or anything yet. He hasn't pled anything. So they're not going to trial. You only go to trial when he pleads innocent. And then they say, okay, we're going to carry forward with a trial. Right now, they're saying you just need to show you had enough evidence to charge him in the first place. They only need to show one confession and then show how the investigation happened and how they came to their conclusions. And then that's it. Like they link him to the murder weapon. And so that's all they had to do in order to make the case. Now at the trial, yes, they likely at the trial will come with all 4 different confessions and all of the different things. But here they don't have to prove he did it. They just have to prove they have enough evidence to charge him for the crime.
And what you just did was just use legal jargon, because that's exactly what I just said. I just said they had to prove that.
You said they had to prove he did it. They're not proving he did it. They're showing probable cause.
You said they have to show. You said they have to show enough evidence. So when you're showing evidence, and I'm saying to you,
to charge him.
Yes, to charge him. And if I have 8 pieces of evidence, why would I only come with 2?
Because that's how it works. If you're probable cause, I don't know if you're American, but like the process for these things are like, in order to investigate somebody, you have to have a reasonable suspicion. In order to charge somebody, you have to have probable cause. And then in order to convict them, you have to have beyond a reasonable doubt. In this court case, they're not showing beyond a reasonable doubt. They're just showing probable cause. That takes very little evidence to show that you have enough to charge them with. Whereas in the trial, once you go to trial, yes, then they have to show beyond a reasonable doubt. That's where proof comes in. Proof comes in at that point. So when you say they had to prove that he did it, no, it's not proof. It's a very low standard to show that you think it's likely that he did it, which is just probable cause. So it's not proof. It's just probable cause.
Okay, sure. No problem. I'm not American, so I'm not going to take too much on that perspective. I definitely am listening to what you're saying, and that was the point of the conversation in that regard. Now, you believe the gentleman in the photos is definitely Tyler.
Yeah, it seems to be him. I haven't seen anybody else that it would be, but it looks like him.
Why?
It
What have
could
you
be
seen?
somebody else, but the jaw shape, the shape of his head, the shape of his cheeks, the like body build,
Really?
those sorts of things. Yes.
Really? So the
Yes.
new photos that just came out of the compression, the size of the individuals, sorry, the height, the hand even that the individual uses, that's not coming up suspicious for you at all?
In the hand that he uses for what?
Yes. So the individual who's pictured is seen, I'm not going to say several, about a couple of few times using his left hand, putting a earbud into his ear with his left hand, texting with his phone, pulling out his phone from his pocket as well with his left hand. I think 2-3 times the camera snaps him. Tyler is not left-handed.
I saw him texting with his right hand. Hold
No,
on.
no. Look it up, Tom. This is the thing. When we're having these conversations, and this is how I got onto understanding some of Candace's
You're
train
talking
of thought.
about
It's
at
not-
the stairs, right?
and also by the car when he also puts it in. There's 2 times he pulls
Well,
out.
hold
He
on.
puts
Yeah,
in a phone.
I'm
Yes,
asking
it's
which one is he texting with his left hand then?
the one where he's texting is on the stairs where he goes down the
Yeah,
stairs.
right
I
in
believe
front of the
he's going
stairs.
down.
Okay, that's what I was
Yeah.
asking.
Yeah, and then also by a car, he pulls out a phone, quickly glances, he's not texting, puts it back, and then he puts a earbud into his ear, left hand. Those are 3 occasions. That's why I said few. We don't want to over exaggerate. Why are you overlooking the fact that not only is this guy, he looks like he's got a lot more hair in his hat. He looks much bigger than what Tyler is coming across right now. And the fact that he's left-handed is so big as well. We haven't seen any other features of this individual, but the things we are seeing, one of the things that came up was that Lance said that Tyler wears jeans. Those look like his shoes. Are we serious on campus? I just want to say, and it's not about you rebutting me. It's just, it can be a point to even go look into. If there's something else that you see that brings you back, sure. But I just want us to know when we're looking at such mannerisms, and the thing on the line is a young man going to jail. I'm not saying he's squeaky clean, but not going to jail, sorry, is a young man being killed. Like, there's no him getting paid by the state years later, even if he's lost his life. This guy has died. Let's be very careful about what we run with, especially because, you know, someone's life is on the line. So that perspective of the left hand, we haven't seen many, we haven't seen many photos or features. Lance even goes on to say, I mean, I guess it could be, it kind of looks like him. His boyfriend says that. And then they ask him why. What is it? It's like, oh yes, he wears shoes and jeans like that. No.
Yeah,
no.
sure, but he's not the prime person identifying him. It was the cops who did.
Not only
like
that,
using Tyler Robinson's
using
Lance's statements is just to help build their case in any way. But
Lance
the
can't even
investigators are the
identify him.
ones who identified him. Yeah, I'm saying it's irrelevant whether or not Lance can do it. The investigators are the ones who because the investigators are the ones who identify him.
But the investigators have also missed the fact that this guy is much bigger than what Lance looks like. 1, 2, I mean, weight wise. And then second thing, he's left-handed. Why are we missing that? These, you know, and there are many cases before in the past that we've seen where a detail that small was what exonerated someone. The gentleman is clearly left-handed.
He's holding the phone in his right hand here.
No, he's not. Tom.
I'm looking at it. He's holding it in his right hand. I'm looking at it. It is 100% in his right hand. This is a right hand. And you can see it on my screen. It's on my stream right now. This is his right hand.
Hold on. Let me go to mine because can we go back? I can't see anything on your screen right now. I see a gentleman who's just paused.
So this is his right hand pulling it out of his pocket, then stopping and looking and texting. He uses both hands to text, but he's holding it in his right hand.
This is not the one that I'm
back in his
talking about.
pocket with
When
his
you're talking
right
about-
hand. You said it was the one in front of the stairs. That's this one.
No, the one where he's going down the stairs. I never said in front of the stairs. You also didn't say that. The one he's going down the stairs. I can.
That's this one. He
send it
goes
to
down
you.
the stairs. We're watching him walk down the
No.
stairs right now.
No. There's one way he, not this angle. And also, can you pull up the one where he's also putting in the earbud as well? Into his ear.
I don't think I've seen the earbuds one, but that
maybe
wouldn't
it's
matter
new-
to me at all. Because like if I put an earbud into my left ear, I use my left hand.
No.
If I
He's
use
the other
put
one.
it in my right ear, I put it in my right hand. Like why would that matter?
You put. Sorry, say that again.
If I put an earbud into my left ear, I use my left hand. If I put an earbud into my right ear, I use my right hand. So why would that matter?
I gave you 2 other instances. Maybe perhaps you haven't seen it because there was also more photos that came out.
Well, you did see he's just texting with his right hand a second ago on this one. So if there's
Do you
another
have
one,
your
yeah,
earbuds
I
with
don't
you
think
right
I've
now?
seen it.
Do you have your earbuds with you right now?
I'm wearing an earbud in my left ear right now. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, take it out and put it back in.
This is. I wear these every day. But I am right-handed.
Okay. And you're saying essentially when you have put back your earbud, it's normal for you to do that. And then it's also normal for you to text with your left hand because it's not single standing things. This is not the one that I'm talking
No,
about.
I'm saying I
you
know. I'm saying
Actually,
I know
hold
that's
on.
not what you're talking about. Hold on. I know that's not what you're talking about, but I am saying that we did just watch him pull out his phone and text with his right hand.
Yes,
so
one-
I'm saying that this
No,
is,
he didn't text.
Yes.
He didn't use. No, he pulled out his phone with his right hand and he texted with both.
Well, it does look like he probably texts with both. Yeah, sure.
Yes, he texted with both. And then there's another one as well by the stairs. The only problem is the only way you can look it up is on Candace's show. So are you willing to do that?
Sure.
Yes. I believe it's, let's try Tuesday. I do want to say though, Tom, I think you are genuinely coming from a very good faith perspective. So it's very nice to be able to talk to someone who genuinely stands and isn't just thinking, let's just go with the narrative. No. You're going too far back. Oh.
Wait, I'm just trying to find like somewhere. Wait,
yes,
I'm searching.
Okay.
It's this one?
No, I'm saying this week. I don't think it's
I
a
think
month
this
or
is
A bit
it.
broad. Take a look at this. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's actually start this episode with some good old.
Yeah, that definitely didn't look like him.
Oh, you were there, but okay. Yeah.
Yeah, she just showed that in the intro, and then okay, this is the
court because they knew it was going to be public. Now it could be their coming. He was about to descend.
I think you've already
down
missed
that
the other part where
in
he
the
pulls out the
courtroom.
phone in the left hand. He puts the earbud in. I don't think it's that far back. It's a little closer to where you are right
And
now.
I'll tell you that is not the sun. It is like what looks to be,
there.
and I don't know if it's looking as clear on your screen. It's got tanned arms.
Oh, another
and,
thing
like
I will mention, Tom. One thing that Candace also mentioned in this footage, where this is the footage we're seeing of Tyler. the contrast in which it happens, but the serious contrast between his arms, his face, and his legs. Now we know that you do get a tan in the summer, but that is giving ghost white legs. Anyway, we'll come back to that another time. Let's go back to the left and the right hand. We don't want to rear off.
Yeah, that's what she's talking about here, but I don't see anything in here from what you're talking about. Let me see if I can find it on Twitter.
Keep going. Let's see with also someone else in your chat is talking about the compression that's making him come across as a much smaller man when clearly the guy is much bigger.
Now his body.
I don't believe that's the one. You know, let me look it up here and I can tell you the exact
Yeah, see
minutes
if
to
you
go.
can find it somewhere, because yeah, all of the things that I'm looking at are like just showing random things of.
Hey, you guys. Oh, another thing, Tom. Does that look like a dusty bag? Just asking from your perspective. Does that look
Well, I
like
mean,
a
I
dirty bag?
can't tell, but maybe like it's way too blurry to be able to tell. Like when I say things are dusty, it doesn't mean that like the person's walking around looking like the kid from Charlie Brown with like dust falling off them all over the place. It's about like where they would store the gun, because like I have, you know, a garage that is definitely fucking dusty. I have storage rooms that are definitely dusty, that if I left shit in there, yeah, I would expect them to build dust overnight.
All right. If we could go maybe perhaps with good faith in this case, because I'm not just speaking out of nowhere. If we do get to these photos where he is pulling out his phone with his left hand, putting it back, the compressed photo, the earbud, clearly just showing more so signs of a left-handed individual. Would you be able to be like, okay, maybe there is a bit of an issue with this narrative, considering
Again, not for earbuds. For texting, that might be a little bit more suspicious, but outside of that, like for earbuds, no, definitely not.
okay, the earbuds portion is not to say that you can't ever put the earbuds in. It's just to prove habit, to prove something that's natural, right? That's the point.
Right, but I'm saying that it would be natural to put it in with your left hand.
But not if you also type with your left hand, not if you put your phone back in your pocket with your left hand. There's nothing wrong with using the left hand. We're not saying that, oh, okay, but this is when everybody says Candace has no evidence, has no evidence. It's small things like this where you cannot put aside the fact that he's putting in his earbud with his left hand, he's typing with his left hand, he's pulling out his phone with his left hand. That's not something someone naturally does if they're not left-handed. And we know Tyler is not.
I disagree with this. I disagree that those are evidence of anything.
This is
I
the
think that that's
quietest you've
normal.
been.
Unless he's typing with his left hand on his phone, that is one thing that I would consider to be suspicious. But that's like that is the only thing out of the other things that you mentioned that would be odd to me.
Right. Okay.
I would never reach across my body like this to put an earbud in. That would with my right hand, like that would be odd.
No, I don't want you to stick to the whole earbud thing only. I'm just saying
I
when you
understand,
add
but
it
I'm
up with
saying of
everything
the
else.
things that you're
Okay,
mentioning, I'm saying that would never be weird at all. That would be expected. So it's not when you add that up. No, that wouldn't be added in at all. That would be normal. It's not even like a slight suspicion. No, that is normal as fuck. That's exactly what I'd expect a right-hander to do. And so I'm saying that like the only thing in there that I'm hearing that would be a little bit off is if he was typing with his left hand on his phone.
okay, and which it is there now. The other thing as well is the compressed
I mean,
images.
did you find
You
it?
just passed by them. I'm sorry. I'm looking it up right here.
Okay.
You just so this was 3 days ago. Let me look for something that was 4 days ago. Okay. You just passed the one where we saw the compressed images. Where we see that clearly the images that were shown were much smaller. We see the cars in the background are compressed, and the individual who's moving around
I
is
am
much bigger
right-handed,
than
but
Tyler.
always keep my phone in my left pocket. None of this has anything
Any
to do
thoughts on
with what his
that?
dominant hand is.
That the photos are compressed?
Yes. You just
What
passed by
about
it
it?
right now. That the photos are compressed, and now it makes it seem like the original videos that were shown, that the guy who's walking in the videos is the same build as Tyler, but this guy is much bigger. Not much bigger. Let me not exaggerate, but he is bigger. Significantly enough to be able to see that, oh no, this one is bigger. The cars are compressed. So what's your thoughts on that? You literally just passed by it.
I don't know where she got this from. Like, I don't know
What
why.
do you mean?
Like, I don't know where this came from to where this guy is supposedly so much bigger. Because right here, he looks normal. Like, he looks like the skinny little guy that I would
But you
expect.
see
Whereas
you see the compressed cars in the background. Oh, where I can't see. Sorry, let me just play your.
I can share the screen with you through Discord so that you don't have to keep looking at my stream.
Oh yes, please. Actually,
You see it?
no, not yet.
Okay, in the Discord where it says Tom Live, you got to click
Yes.
on that and then click watch stream.
Thank you. Okay.
So I was talking about here.
Yes.
He looks a lot more normal.
Oh no,
Whereas,
here, yes. There's a part where you show with the jeans, by the
yes,
steps. The one where you showed me typing with the two. Yes.
Why you were talking about him being bigger in the compressed, like what was that then?
Yes, even yeah, the one by the steps. Even here,
and I'll tell you that is
okay. This one is harder to see from the front, but you can see that this is a bigger gentleman than Tyler, but you see it more clearly when he's by the steps. The one that you pulled out and you said, oh, he pulled out his phone with the right hand, but seems to be texting with both.
Well, okay, so my issue right now is if I don't have the full like images or the full video of any of this, for me to just see in one image he's like this big jacked dude, and then in the next image he's right back to being small again. Like I have issues with the fucking source of this of this information. If the whole video hasn't been released, I don't know why she's showing these like screenshots that she has of it and then just putting these out in small bits instead of just actually releasing the whole fucking video, which I can't find the full video of this anywhere.
You just got onto a channel right now. Just hold on. You haven't gone back to the part with the jeans so that you're able to see it in motion. You were there right now, like at the beginning. Yes, where he's wearing the
were you standing at the top of the stairs?
Yes.
don't think that was in this one. That was in a different video.
Yeah, that's not in that one. That's in the one where she's wearing polka dots. This is one day before the one that you first played. Yes, there. But my only question is, where, like I said, in good faith, if you were to actually see.
So yeah, so this person still looks like
This
Tyler
is not
Robinson.
where what? Oh, good question on that. What about him? Looks like Tyler Robinson.
Again, the build, like I'm saying, the build is closer to Tyler Robinson here. Instead of like when we're talking about how big the person is in the other one, this build looks more like him. And then same with like the jaw.
You can
the, like,
see
smaller
his jaw.
Yeah, you can't see his jaw. Right there.
No. It would be very interesting for you to say, yeah, that definitely looks like him, because this is what we're basing on.
I was talking about the build. I'm saying that in that other video that we were just looking at a second ago, where she's showing this jacked version of Tyler Robinson.
Yes.
I'm saying, yeah, this does not look like him. But then when I play that video out, then it does start to look like him. And I'm saying, here's the same clothes here, that where it does now look a lot more like Tyler Robinson and how small he is.
But so what she was actually showing here was that if you go back to the one with the jeans, and I know it's a bit difficult because, we're just having a chat now. She's talking about how the videos are compressed, and when you uncompress them, you see a different size individual. And you see that with the cars in the background, that they look very, and I believe in the next shot or so, she then goes on to show with it in its normal state, and you see how normal the cars in the back as well look.
When you say compressed, you mean like there's like a fisheye lens that?
No, literally, when you compress a video, you know how you can literally bring it all together, literally compression wise, not so much so size, but when you're compressing it to fit a particular screen size or something, so that you don't lose the whole perspective.
Like compressing a video means that you're going to change like the digital format of a video. That's what like a video compression means. Like you can put it into like a zip file or something like that, but it's about the file size. That's video compression. Whereas you're talking about like frame compression, I think, is what you're talking about. Like the lens is different.
Yes, frame compression. Sure, we can use that. That it's compressed to fit a particular frame, and hence the cars in the back look stranger, he himself. And then she goes on to show, you said there were no videos of it, she goes on to show as well the next video, the uncompressed version of it, and it's a much bigger looking man. Not much bigger.
Yeah, again, she would have to release that, because again, like
what would she need to release?
The actual video, the original video that she's using, because this right here, I also have
not
the
only
tools
this one,
to just
there's one in
click
the
to change the like camera lens based on what type of lens they have. I can just input it into a program and it'll fix it based on whatever type of lens that it's using to make it normal. But this is this looks ridiculous. Like,
okay, I'll ask you something. Does the background, the vehicles, do they look stretched out? Do they look normal to you in this case?
No. You can't really tell. They look a little wide, but they
really?
Not really. Yeah, really? So like when you look at these, the fact that the car, when you look at the far edge, the fact that it's stretched wider to go farther. That's odd.
Tom, if you stretch a video out from left to right, you have literally shown me from north to south, not east to west, or west to east. So if they had done what you're saying, what you have just, where your mouse is right now, it wouldn't be
Yeah.
in that direction, it would be in the opposite
Okay.
direction.
So
we would be
look.
seeing the bumper moving more forward than naturally it would, and it would look stretched out in some way. Do you see the Jeep that he's much closer to there? Do you see the Corolla that he's much closer to there? Very normal size looking bumper. And you have admitted it
What do you mean
yourself.
normal
This gentleman
size?
looks bigger. Yes, this Jeep does that bumper look, because the car at the back looks more like a Navara or
Yes,
some
but
sort of-
again, why isn't she playing the video in this
She is
uncompressed version? No, she's
She
not.
is.
This is okay, and then it gets here, and then he's right back to normal. So what? Like what is?
No, he's
what's
not.
the
No, he's not back to normal. He's not back to normal. You're just seeing a side profile. That's even something that ask any Instagram baddie. From the side, you look great. Your waist looks smaller. Everything else that's curved looks bigger. Where are you getting that he looks smaller here? You just can't see.
You're kidding me right now. You're kidding me right now. You're trolling me. You're trolling
No,
me.
Tom. He said it's a social experiment. I'm not trolling you, but you know what? Sure. The unfortunate thing is I haven't had a chance to, because it's definitely there. I haven't had a chance to sit down and be able to give you exact time. But you're seeing it as well. I don't know where
So look, you see the size of this guy's biceps, right?
That's hard to say because now he's putting in the earbud, right? Which
Yes, you see the size of his biceps right here, right? Do you see the size of his biceps? Okay. Does this guy have bigger biceps and bigger shoulders?
The biceps definitely look bigger. I'm not disputing what you're saying about him looking leaner as he comes closer. I'm not disputing that. But I'm saying we're also at a different angle.
No, that's what uncompressing a video does. If you uncompress it, it changes it to where all of the angles are normal now. That's what it does. It takes whatever type of lens you have and flattens it to where it'll be normal across the board.
Okay, so the good thing is we don't even have to take Candace's word for it. We just have to see exactly what was given in the hearing, right? And see what it looks like, correct?
Yeah, I
don't have to take Candace's word.
Yeah, I don't know where this, because in this one I don't have that video. Oh wait, there it is. Yeah, this is it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't uncompress from this because the monitor's at an angle, so I wouldn't be able to.
Tom, hold on. Can you see the bumper of the white car that he's next to? Can you see the size of the cars in general? And this is what is being said. This is exactly what she's talking about. Yeah, but when you then say he's not coming with any evidence and we see things like this, from your own eye, you said this yourself the very first time, even the size of the bicep, you can see this gentleman looks smaller than the other one that we saw before.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just these things where when I then ask you, what makes you say for sure that's Tyler? He can, he's a shooter, he's all of that. But these are the things that we're saying he was on, he was on campus. There's overwhelming evidence from every single person. And then we see things like this.
But that doesn't change my mind on anything.
That could literally be Lance. Because we know that Lance Twiggs is left-handed.
It doesn't look like Lance. Lance has a big jaw.
No, it does to me. That definitely
it does
looks
not.
Like Lance to me.
It does not. Lance has a big jaw. He has a big protruding fucking chin.
No.
This guy has no chin, no jaw.
Tom, you can't see that. Tom, can you please highlight?
What do you mean I can't see that?
Highlight to me his jaw right now. Just draw on it.
He doesn't have one. That's the point. It's non-existent. Look at that.
That's not
you
good
can't see his jaw there? You can't see his jaw here?
To be like, oh my gosh, this guy has such a defined jaw. That's definitely Tyler and not Lance. I'm not saying.
The difference. Hold on. The difference between those two people. Yes. Yes. Now I'm not saying it couldn't be anybody else, but I'm saying it definitely cannot be Lance. Yes.
Listen, I'm not saying this is Lance Twiggs. That's not what I'm saying to you. I'm saying the individual here we see is left-handed, is bigger, all of that, and that I am just giving you an example of someone else in his vicinity who is left-handed, who is slightly bigger than him, who could be wearing a maroon shirt and would, and is left-handed as well, and would be on campus and could simply come across as him. Also, another thing Candace brought up is if you zoom into the hat, you see that the hat looks like it's more on top of his head, not so much so being worn down, as though this is an individual who has longer hair. Not in this. You've changed frame.
Yes,
this
I know.
is very different.
Yes, but this is.
But why,
I know it's different.
Do you know why
because
do you know why
I'm
this one
looking
is harder?
I'm looking at the fact that there is
You see this
no
one?
jaw
You see?
and no chin on this guy, and that I can look at it and tell that's definitely not Lance. Lance's jaw and chin protrude and stick out.
No, Tom,
Yes.
you are running with the narrative of leaking holes into the Lance, and no, that's not the thing. I'm not trying to put Lance on the line here. That's not even my perspective. My point is, you're saying this guy has no jaw. I'm saying look at the cap, right? Sure, he doesn't have as chiseled as a jaw as you'd like for it to be Lance. I get it. Look at the cap. That looks like an individual who's wearing a cap that has hair, that's held up in a bun or something.
But
trust me, most women would agree, because that's what it
Not
looks
here.
like when you have your hair up.
It doesn't look
What
like
do you
that
mean not-
here.
Yeah, because he's looking down. Oh, don't do that. Don't do that.
Yes,
when
if
you're
he's looking down,
down,
that's where you would see it.
no. Do you want to take a picture right now? Put a little I don't know, cup or a little lid onto your head. Wear a cap. Look down. Take a picture right now, and we'll see. That's not true. When you look down, because we've changed the perspective. Do it yourself. And these are some of the things that I'm not doing it because Candace is my sister, or I know Tyler, or anything like that. But when you do it yourself, you see different perspectives, and you genuinely start to question if what you're looking at is really the narrative. I'm not saying he's definitely not the one who did it. But you look at something like that there, you can tell, Tom, if you're being in good faith, that that's not a cap that's being worn lower like most guys would be doing anyway. It definitely looks like it's got a hump when you clear it up.
I'm sorry. It's like, so the fact that he is stretched here and that he is like pushed inwards, and we're looking at the fact that he's stretched upwards here, and that his head sticks up
No, I never
when
said
he's
that.
stretched
I
out.
never- we-
No, I'm saying
we
that.
never
I'm
said
saying
that.
that. It's obvious.
You're now
you
saying
can
that he's
tell that he
stretched
is
up?
stretched out. No, that's what Candace was saying as well. When you're talking about the compressed video,
No,
you're
she
talking about
told
the
her-
fact that he's stretched up, and so she stretched him out to even out how the stretching. That is what she did in the other fucking video. Is she's just changing him being stretched out now instead of being stretched upwards. That
No,
is how
she
you
never said
change the
that.
fucking dynamics of the video. I didn't say she said it. I'm saying that's what the video is.
just
When you're
did-
saying this guy looks bigger, what you're doing is you're stretching the video out because you think that it's too thin. It's pushed inwards. When you say it's compressed, it's pushed inwards. When you say that the cars aren't wide enough, you're saying it's pushed inwards. That's what you're saying. So you have to stretch it outwards in order to uncompress it. That's what you're talking about. Here, in that picture, this hat is obviously stretched upwards. That's what you're saying. That's what you mean when you say compressed.
I'm going to pass by that because we're clearly not even saying the same thing. I'm going to ask you this definitively. Are you saying that this hat does not look like somebody has hair or something tied up in it? Is that what you're saying? And you're saying you're leaving it down to compression purely.
100%. 100%.
Interesting.
Without a
You
doubt.
know what? I'll give it to you because at the end of the day, you still agree compression. So if you're saying that it's compressed, you agree that the size
what
isn't
does
even
compression
correct.
mean?
We then know, come on, we spoke about this, Tom. The frame size is different. We then know at the end of the day, even if you don't want to agree with the hair, sure, we leave the hair.
No,
We
hold
know
on.
that
What does
the frame-
compression mean? What does it mean for something to be compressed? It means that it's pushed in, right?
And it's pushed in, and you're saying he's gone up, and then we've taken it back down to our normal size. In general, we just want to see what it looks like regularly. No pushing in, out, north, south, nothing like that. That being said, we have agreed earlier that when it does look like that, the individual looks bigger than Tyler. You said it yourself. Anyway, that being said,
Yes.
it's just, hold on. That being said, to you and to, unfortunately, it's rather really late my side, but you and your crew and all of that, and anyone else that may have the same perspective, it wasn't so much so about changing your perspective and like, oh, okay, I see what you're saying. But when we come and say Candace has no evidence and she's just saying things to spew, I don't think that's really even a fair perspective, considering
I
that
do.
you may say, oh, okay,
I
you
definitely
may
do.
say
I
that.
think that I think she has
Yeah, that's
no
funny, but
evidence. I think she's got
you've
nothing.
watched 2 clips of something that she's shown from 2
Mhm.
different days, and you're already learning something different. You're learning the left hand, you're learning the compression, all of that. We cannot say that's not
I
evidence. Whether
didn't
we
learn
learn
anything.
no,
Again, I didn't
no,
learn
no, no,
anything.
no.
And
You just said right now, Tom, that this guy looks bigger than Tyler. Don't do that, because
Yes,
when
and
you said I don't see a
yes, and
joke,
I think that's
Tyler,
bullshit. Yes, and I think it's bullshit. And I went over the fact that this looks like bullshit. This is not how you do these things.
no,
And
Tom, when you start to swear, when you've been using very much more logical words before, it makes it
this
seem
looks
like
like
you're
bull
just running
crap.
some. Oh, it doesn't matter which one you use. Tell me what it looks like. It looks like what?
It looks like somebody manipulated an image to make it not look like Tyler Robinson.
By making him look bigger.
Hey, this guy's head is turned sideways. Does it look like there's a bun under the hat when she's uncompressed it, when she has her stretched out version? Does it look like there's a bun under the hat?
It does look like the hat is sitting very awkwardly. As a girl, or at least as someone who has longer hair, that typically tends to happen.
I had
so
a ponytail for a long time. Either you're normally going to put it out the back, or if it isn't a bun on there, you're not. The
Tom,
hat is sitting. I agree with you that this could be the
Tom,
case
would you
here,
put
but
it-
it's stretched out. Whereas here, when she unstretches it, it doesn't look like that anymore, does it?
But
it doesn't look like
it does. And the question, you're saying you'd put your hair at the back. That's a logical thing to do. If you want to look like someone who doesn't have long hair, would you do that? The whole point in all of this, remember, was that Candace has come with no evidence. She's just spewing out of nowhere. You've watched 2 of her videos with very little context, right? You don't have to agree with her, but you can't push aside what you're saying. That's not good faith. Even you can't push aside whether it's the fact that he's compressed, or if he's had to. Why wouldn't the person just wear their hair back?
But it's not evidence. What is it evidence of?
That this is not Tyler. That was my point.
But it's
at the
not
beginning.
evidence that it's not Tyler. It's not. It
What
looks
do you
like
mean?
Tyler. It looks like fucking Tyler.
This big guy looks like Tyler?
No, this big guy looks like somebody manipulated a fucking image, and then when they play it out, it stops looking like the fucking manipulated image, and it starts looking like Tyler again.
That's true. Play it when it's moving. That's not true. It's only.
I did. We'll do it again. We'll do it again. Hold on. No. We'll do it again. Hold on. I have to switch my screen share. Hold on. Okay. Tell me when you have it pulled up.
You can go ahead.
Okay, hold on. So this looks like Tyler, right?
This looks like Tyler size-wise, yes. And hold on.
Okay.
And then we see in this. Hold on. And we see in this perspective, whether compressed or not. Go back. Does the hat look strange to you?
No. Not at all.
Zoom in. Let's see. Zoom in. Have you zoomed in?
Well, I the other ones I took pictures of it and then put it on my. Well, hold on. I'll take a screenshot of it and open it up.
That looks like a normal sitting hat to you. This one right here. A cap is sitting normally to you in this shot, where it's his correct size.
Okay.
And this was my perspective. This was my
Yes,
perspective.
that looks like a
before.
normal hat. It looks like it's pulled tightly on his head.
And you don't see any extra hair. You don't see anything. Nothing.
No. Wait, what do you think? You like this is extra hair or what?
You don't see at the top here.
At the top here?
Yes, that's it. Like a normal cap.
Yeah, it looks like a normal
Look
cap.
at, okay, could you just go down slightly? Go down slightly to where the cap ends. No, the cap on his head. Yes, over
Here?
there. Is that sitting at a normal level? Look at where his eyes are. Is that normal?
Yes. Wait, what is it? I don't understand. What is abnormal about this to you? I don't.
Typically,
What
if you
is,
put
what
a
are we
cap
talking about?
on, typically if you put a cap on and your hair is flat or you don't have hair or whatever, it will typically fall right under your ear, like where your ear starts. This is sitting right above his ear. So even if you're not wanting to acknowledge the little bun looking or hair looking situation that's clumping up the cap doesn't even have much material left at the back of the head. And this is in his normal weight size. You take him back to the other one where the cap looks more normal, he looks like a much bigger guy.
Well, again, that's the one that they manipulated. That's the image that
No.
she
The
manipulated.
one
is
that's
this
not
one.
manipulated, where the size looks like Tyler, the cap is not sitting correct. You can see that.
Oh, you're talking about this one?
Where it's the normal size. Even the one that you were in before. You can see it. You can't
Yeah,
see
you're
it from
talking
the
about
front.
this one.
Yes, you can see where his cap is. Even right now, if you were to draw a little line over it, that's not how a cap sits.
Yeah, again, this is a stretched out image. Like it's
And then the one that's not stretched out, the guy looks too big.
No. Hold on. Wait. In this one here, he does not look too big. He looks normal here.
And the cap
in
still looks like something is underneath.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't
It
look like
doesn't?
anything's underneath. No, in this
No,
one, nothing
don't go.
underneath.
You keep
And-
changing the shot. Go back.
In this one, nothing's underneath. This one, nothing's underneath. These, the only one is this one from where he's turned sideways, or the image was turned sideways. But it looks like the cap is flat on his head.
Okay, Tom.
I don't like. This is wishful thinking.
been-
This is obvious wishful thinking. There's no
Wishful
there's
thinking.
No way you think
There are
it's
many
pulled
times
tight on his
I
head.
don't know if you play it back, but there's been a couple of times you've had a silent moment or two, and that's very okay when you learn something new. But to say it's wishful thinking,
It's
with
wishful
so
thinking.
many other
I don't want to hear this silent moments thing. This is bullshit. That's absolute
Okay,
bullshit.
you were
There's no
never
fucking
silent.
silent moments here.
No. Okay, sure, no problem. But I just wanted to say thank you. Unfortunately, it's rather late. Decide. I did really want to hear your own perspective, what it is, and I guess you heard mine. But I can clearly tell a lot of the people who are coming for what Candace is doing are clearly not even watching. It's one thing to watch and say this is BS, like what you're doing right now, what you're learning now, and I respect that.
It is BS.
not-
It's obvious BS.
That's okay.
Like this is wishful
I
thinking.
can respect that. But this is your first time coming across this, and you're saying certain things about Candace not having evidence, but this is what she's looking at.
She doesn't have evidence. She doesn't. This is not evidence. Listen, in order for us to come to a conclusion on something, okay, this obviously looks like Tyler Robinson. The idea is I'm supposed to be convinced that it doesn't look like Tyler Robinson, but it does. It looks like Tyler Robinson. Then on top of that, I'm now supposed to believe that it's somebody else, but I don't have a somebody else that I'm supposed to believe that it is. And it still just looks like Tyler Robinson.
Just because you don't have someone else right now that fits on a college campus with long hair with a funny cap doesn't mean that it automatically makes it someone.
So you're telling me this looks nothing like Tyler Robinson, right?
That's not what I
This is
said.
not.
No. I'm going to be very.
Okay. Hold on.
Okay.
So it is likely Tyler Robinson in this picture, right?
No. Not with the hair.
No.
Absolutely not. Weight
Okay.
and all of that. Let's forget the fact that his legs are completely different color from his face and his hands.
Yeah. He has a tan line right there. You can see it, farmer tan.
Not to the level of his legs.
It's literally white. Yes, it's literally fucking white right there at the sleeve.
Not at the same as his legs. Play this video.
It doesn't
You're not
like it
playing the
just
video?
skips. It doesn't do anything. It just skips. But you can see.
But can
the
you
tan
see
line.
that tan and the color of his legs right now? Very different.
Yeah, hold on. Let me test the colors real quick. Let's see.
Okay, sure. Oh, you're testing them aside somewhere?
No. I gotta pull it up on the screen. Hold on. It's
Okay.
I have it loading. Okay.
And just in the meantime, a general question. When you say what do you think Candace's perspective, not perspective, but what's her end goal or what's her driver?
I mean, I don't know. This isn't different from her normally. I think that she's always been like a very illogical person who's not good at reading things or like coming to logical conclusions. But currently, I mean, it seems to be really beneficial for her to never really make any claims and just say, I think, as though that's different from logic, and then make an insane amount of money off it in the meantime. So,
Okay, but we can't talk about the money perspective because we don't even know how much he's making. Where you compare to Turning Point, very different. And interesting for us to say someone who's quite literally almost been considered a top percentage of the children in the United States as being illogical. I don't know.
sorry, say that again. You cut out.
I said it's very interesting for us to look at Candace and say someone who's not intellectual but scores very highly nationally. I don't know.
What does that mean? She scores very highly nationally.
And she was in the top percentage of children of a certain age and was offered special schools and all of that. Scholarships.
It won't let me get just this without the fucking shirt.
Perhaps it's something to look more into. And I'm really, really grateful for the opportunity to have been able to speak to you. It's good to see a different side.
Okay, well, I mean, as I said earlier, if you check out my TikTok, like I have other videos where I kind of go over like bullshit that has been spread from her side, but
BS, but right now you're fact checking. You don't tend to fact check BS. But I will look into your TikTok.
I with Candace Owens, it's only ever fact checking BS. That's all it is. What do you mean?
Here he is zooming into color correction. Sure.
Yeah,
Color matching,
while
sorry.
you're telling me this is not the same color as his fucking legs. Yeah, if I I don't know what you think like people end up doing to fact check conspiracy theorists, but
Oh, look, you see it. Those are tights.
Those are tights? Is that what you said?
Yes. Can you see the demarcation?
It looks
Yes,
like
you
white
see
legs.
it. His ankle. That individual is wearing a top.
Okay, so just so you
Or
can
sock
see
or
these
whatever.
here, right? Hold on. You see these here, right? So this is the arm, and it's DBF BBB 9. This one here for the legs, D8 B4 B4. These are literally like a couple panels off of each other.
we were here to test. You literally said that's a farmer's tan. That's a farmer's tan. That's
It
not the
is,
same
yes, that's
white.
what I'm
You
saying.
came to test the whites, and the whites are different.
Yes, that's what. Wait, hold on. You understand? Those are literally like a couple fucking panels off from one another. That's literally how it will always be
How
that
many
way.
panels?
It will always be that way.
How many panels?
I mean, I don't know. Hold on.
Well, check for me before you say that. See?
Okay, hold on. So let me. I need to write these down.
Get the.
Hold on.
Yes. I think you can clearly tell, Tom, that I'm not an individual who just goes by what you've told me. There's a lot more looking into many other things. And you can see this individual's wearing tights. Maybe to cover up tattoos. We don't know. Tom, it's been...
Okay. All right, I got it.
Okay.
Fuck. Wait, how do I tell? What is the...
You can even chat it.
What is it called? Color stash? What is it called again, guys? Color...
It'll correct you. It's fine.
Hash. That's what it is. Okay, so the first one is this one. Invalid code.
Tom, but you
Did I
could
do
have...
the first one wrong?
You can Google that.
D8, B4, B4. Oh, I did. I fucked it up.
Why don't you just Google what's the shade difference between this shade and that shade?
It's darker, slightly less saturated. I mean, it doesn't really say. 216, 180, 180, 223, 187, 185. Like, these are almost identical. And I would
Okay,
bet
just
you
hold on.
would
I'm going to
literally
take a
get the same
screenshot
if you just take a picture of myself and did, like, check two different sections, that you would get similar differences.
Oh, I just took a screenshot of this and I'm just going to look into those shade differences. Oh, look, it increases by value by 7 points.
Mm-hmm.
You said they were right next door to each other.
Yes, they are. That's nothing. That is nothing. We're talking about like how many
Hold
are on
on.
the
I'm
whole
not a
fucking
color expert.
spectrum.
Clearly, you've used this before. Maybe 7 is not that much of the color wheel. Sure. I just said I'll look more into it. No problem. But Tom, once again, thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for explaining. I'll look more into your videos. And hopefully I'll be able to engage with you.
It's just to
again
be clear, seven boxes is out of 16,700,077. So it's 7 boxes out of. Yeah, like from my forehead to my cheek will probably have 7 boxes.
That's a very, very yeah, that's a good thing to learn. That gives a lot of context. Okay. No. When you said from it's within a palette that has like 16 million, that's very close.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I agree. Okay. Tom, I do have to go. Thank you so much.
Yep.
And I'll
Thanks
let
for
you
coming
on
on.
to. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, appreciate it. Later.
All right, bye bye.
I'm saying like that's like a difference that you wouldn't even be able to tell, like with the naked eye. Hello. What's up?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, let me know if I have to mute my laptop. All right, so first of all, I don't know all the minutia of this.
You are echoing.
All right, 1 second. Sorry about that.
You are echoing.
All right, let me see if I can get this. All right, 1 second. Sorry about that. All right, let me see. Okay, is that better?
Yeah, that works.
Right. Yeah, I don't know all the minutia of this, but it seems to me like the preponderance of evidence is that Tyler shot him. He confessed multiple times. He turned himself in before he was a suspect. His prints and DNA are on the murder weapon, and we got surveillance of him at the scene. So, okay, maybe he didn't. I don't know, whatever. But best evidence is that's a good theory. His defense team's not refuting it. But what concerns me is, when you see like Candace saying, okay, 0% confident that Tyler did it, but fully confident, it has full confidence that Israel and France were involved. So where's the evidence of that? Because if you just pick apart a prevailing theory, like if like the theory is Tyler did it, okay, maybe it's not 100% perfect mathematically, great. That doesn't mean that Israel did it. Maybe it was Russia that did it. Maybe Russia did it because Charlie could prevent the Iran war, and Russia gets drones from Iran they need in Ukraine. So Russia did it. Who's been to Russia recently? Ooh, Candace. You can do this with anything. I don't know. Maybe it's probably Cattail's dog. I don't know where that dog was that day.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what I said. Like you can just keep like giving alternative theories and poking holes in something, and you can literally do that with anything, with literally anything. That's like it's just the way that all cases have ever worked. The amount of like holes that they're able to poke in this, and the amount of questions that they're able to ask of it, the amount of like little things that they're able to point at. Those are things that are just normal with any and all cases. This is not different. This is not like special in any way. It's just the way that they all work, but that's how like logic works as well. It's like you'll have like some things off here and there. Not everything fits neatly into like a little bucket. People's lives don't. They're people, things are complicated, but as you said, like the preponderance of evidence all leans in one direction pretty heavily. And I think that Andrew didn't do a great job at kind of like pushing her on those things, where like kind of getting her to answer those questions.
Well, she's very slippery as well because, he might ask like, okay, what's your evidence of this? And then she'd say, well, what's your evidence of the whatever? It's like, no, Candace, you just made a claim. You made some pretty bold claims. So
yeah, but that's what he knows. That's what he's dealing with when he challenges her to a debate, and he's somebody who's not like new to debate, so he should be able to like push her on those things, especially when she starts doing this whole like, you're not my dad, you don't get to tell me what to do, or I'm just telling you what I think, like as though that's different from like, as though she doesn't come to think things based off of logic or evidence, or like even because he just there were a lot of things that she would say that he could have like really kept pushing her on and explained to her why these aren't real answers, and he just didn't. So
that's a fair point. This is certainly not his first rodeo. He's made quite the career of doing this. It's I think that she needs to be pushed to provide evidence of the claim that she's making, because if she's confident that a widow has killed her husband and that these other governments are involved or whatever, these are bold claims to make. You can't just say that without any kind of evidence.
Yeah, well, she even says that she's not making those claims, that she just thinks it.
Yeah, that's the slippery aspect of it, because if you say you have full confidence that Israel's involved, and then you say, oh, I'm not saying Israel's involved, I just have full confidence that they're involved. What the hell does that mean?
Yep. Yeah, if you have full confidence of something, you would have to have like substantive evidence. Like if you have full confidence of this, you would have to have full proof like that's the case. And even Andrew, when they asked him initially how confident he was that Tyler Robinson did it, he said something like 70%, I think was his high number. And I thought, damn, dude, like I would have put it like 90, 95. Like that's low.
Me too. Whenever that question was asked, in my mind, I thought, well, I'd say 95. Just based on what I can see. But yeah, but Candace is also she has a record of conspiracy thinking. This is incredible. You can look at it in YouTube. Just type in like Candace Owens dinosaurs, when she makes the claim that dinosaurs are fake. She also thinks the moon landing.
I did a whole documentary on her a while ago.
Well, I'm not familiar with the content. Sorry.
Like I put out a documentary on her for, what was it? It was talking about the, like her Jewish conspiracy theories and like the Jewish gangs and the shit like that. Then even like her whole BLM video back in the day, it was pure just like her coming up with theories and then finding little things that met her confirmation bias and then said, see, I proved it. Like that was the whole fucking thing. So
yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah. Well, I don't want to take up all your time. Thanks for having me on. One thing I would suggest, though, in a situation like the previous caller, maybe move things along a little faster, because it seemed like we weren't really getting anywhere.
Well, this is all of their claims, though. This is what they do. And so they, like, if you go through TikTok, if you go through Candace Owens' videos, if you go through any of, like, all of the different orbiters that she has that are all doing videos on Tyler Robinson every day, this is their entirety of their evidence. When you heard her at the end say, see, you guys said that there's no evidence, but she has a lot of evidence. None of that is evidence. Like, none of that is substantive. But they actually, like, they point at things and say, see, his hat looks weird there. Obviously, this guy has a ponytail. Or I've seen tons of other videos where they're like, oh, look at the security footage. You can see it skips 2 seconds. You guys thought we weren't going to notice that it skipped 2 seconds? You guys think we're stupid. It's like, that's how security cameras work. They shut off when there's no fucking movement, and then they turn back on again. Like, that's how it fucking works. Like, you guys are trying to hide evidence here. Like, this is how all of it goes. This is how all of it fucking works. This is how all they do. So when you say, like, move things along, this is just what it is. Like, that is the way that they do everything.
Yeah, I don't know if you probably didn't see this comment I made in the chat, but it just reminds me of the underpants gnomes on South Park, where it's like, step 1, steal underpants. Step 3 is big profit. Hey, what's step 2? Step 1 is get the underpants. Step 3 is profit. This is what this is from my perspective. They're like, oh, well, look, the shirt is slightly discolored in this lighting. Therefore, Egypt killed Charlie Kirk? Like, I'm missing step 2, I think.
The shirt has a wrinkle in it. Therefore, this guy has a bazooka, not a sniper. It couldn't have been this guy.
That's true. Bazooka.
He was hiding a bazooka.
That is a scientific fact. Well, thanks for having me on.
Yeah. Yeah, appreciate it.
All right, see you.
Later. Okay. Appreciate the donos. I saw. Fuck. Okay. Well, never mind. Stream elements. Oh, there we go. Okay. Peak sent a $5 dono. He said, I am right-handed, but always keep my phone in my left pocket. None of this has anything to do with what his dominant hand is. Correct. I mean, the earbud thing was a little strange to me. Doesn't everybody put their earbud in their left ear with their left hand? Like, isn't that literally everybody? I realized after a while that that's what this was here.
Screen. He's got tanned arms, and like, you're either albino in September, and this is the first time you've ever in your life. Look, this is a better, because you can see now he's out of the sun. Just take a look at that. It looks to us like sports leggings, like soccer socks pulled up. What does that, or
The reason I don't think that is because you can see his knees are a different color. So it just looks like he wears jeans a lot, and therefore his legs get absolutely no sun. I mean, I think my legs are white as fuck too. All right, let's get back to it.
In any,
oh wait, and I think sorry, Jason said when there's a good opportunity, can the caller explain what kind of evidence would convince them that Tyler Robinson is guilty as charged? True, that's yeah. Candace looks past logic, and so her audience does. It's a net capture, the lowest common denominator. Well, it is. It's kind of frustrating. Like, a lot of these people just don't know like how investigations are done and how they like go through the processes, how the legal process works, how the court process works, like how we come to conclusions, how we charge people, how we convict people, like all of these things. It's Candace literally is just totally clueless on all of these things. And I did, like I said, that, you know, on day one of the preliminary hearings, I sat here with a lawyer and went over it. But on top of that, I've been arrested numerous times. I've gone to court numerous times. I've gone to prison. I know at least some of the, some of the processes to some extent. Not an expert in that area, not a lawyer, but have at least a relative amount of information to know when Candace is just bullshitting. Jason said this whole debate is low-key draining my IQ. I think I already got that one. I can't remember. I'll go through and add them up. Thank you guys.
I in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut
How
case.
is she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
Like,
it,
don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you
believe,
saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right, but so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it seem like I said she was complicit.
Everything.
Yeah, but then why not?
So again, when she does this again, or that's just my opinion. Like, again, your opinion should be based on facts. Your opinion should be based on evidence. He doesn't press her on any of this shit. He never says like, yeah, but you should be coming to conclusions. You should be, you know, it's what you think normally means. It's because that's where the evidence leads you. So what is the evidence?
Not just play the full thing. Like, why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time, I'm guessing. You probably don't want to watch.
Well, I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting me to respond to it.
There's no doctored anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
that what you're actually saying is that Erika is just complicit in believing it.
When I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erika was sus from day I forgive him. And I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, you know, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by Charlie. We can find that, I'm sure.
In the meeting with her?
Well, no.
Okay, so we went over the video where she claimed that Erika Kirk lied a bunch of times. She literally says at one point, she unironically says at one point, she may not have known that it was a lie, but it's nonetheless a lie. I'm not even fucking kidding. She actually said that at one point. She may not have known it was a lie, but it was nonetheless a lie. Candace Owens is talking about Erika Kirk. That's what we're talking about right now. She's talking about Erika Kirk lying. And she said, She may not have known that it was a lie, but it was nonetheless a lie. The fact that, like, a lie means you are intentionally deceiving somebody, right? That's what it means. You're intentionally deceiving somebody. So if you say they didn't know it was a lie, that means it's not a lie anymore. That means you're not lying anymore. If you made a mistake, if you messed up, if you just act like you thought something was true and you ended up being wrong, that's not a lie. But she unironically said this over and over and over and over, is that Erika Kirk lied. But she said one time, I don't know that she knew she was lying. It's nonetheless a lie. It's like, no, that's not what a fucking lie is. How the fuck have you claimed over and over and over and over that she lied, and then turns out you don't even know what a lie is. You have no idea what a lie is. So here, where she keeps saying we've proven a bunch of lies, all she's saying is she's shown some like differences in their story, or they've admitted that they were wrong a couple of times, and she's calling those lies. That's it.
I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, you know, and I don't know who to trust at the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erika?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like, it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just.
So she didn't know it before, but when she gave Erika the benefit of the doubt, but afterwards she found information, she lied. No, I'm saying initially, immediately after the meeting, Candace Owens said that she lied over and over and over. And then she got into a conversation with Piers Morgan and said in that conversation that Erika Kirk lied. And then at some point said she may not have known that she was lying, but she still lied. If you don't know you're lying, it's that, like, everything that you just said, I didn't say any of that. I don't know where the fuck you got any of that from. She said this immediately after her meeting with Erika Kirk and straight up claimed that even if she didn't know she was lying, it was still a lie. Immediately after.
Our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I've been pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie. Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erika and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. Mm-hmm. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erika. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious, I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erika per se.
So the complicit part about Erika to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied?
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
Go for it.
I actually don't. I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erika's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erika's too retarded to kill her husband, would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erika was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erika after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards them.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No, come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah, usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek. Yeah, like for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin, he called you bad names and called your husband bad names. Are you're just like, well, that's no biggie?
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm
she's
not her biggest defender.
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erika Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about the feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the headquarters.
Still think it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point.
Well, I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down. And then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do.
Andrew Wilson doing debate training. Oh. Poor guys. Did they have to pay for that shit?
On recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay. And then you said you sat down with Erika.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erika?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay. Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay, so at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
I just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly...
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's...
Candace literally went and had a sit-down conversation with her. Like, what is she complaining about here? What is the complaint? You literally were able to sit down and have an entire conversation with her and ask her all the questions that you want. That she gave you all of the access you could possibly want. What is the complaint here, dude?
Deaths that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I feel like if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erika too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't know where
they don't have the courage to have the conversation. If they were just releasing something in good faith to answer questions.
Do you have any evidence of that claim?
It's not evidence. You're sharing your opinion that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going to register.
See, again, she comes to opinions without evidence, and he's not pressing her on this. This is infuriating. She can't just keep falling back to, it's just my opinion. It's just what I think. Your opinion should be based on evidence. You don't, nobody just randomly thinks of random shit and then says, that's just my opinion just cuz. You don't think things just cuz. You think things, you believe things based on evidence. Why is she so capable of getting away with this over and over and over and over? This is ridiculous.
As really obvious to the public that rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise. Well, do you think the public's not smart enough to see through that?
Do you think that if you
talking about terrible PR,
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for. And Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I'd definitely take a look. It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people.
Again, he should be mentioning that Candace was literally allowed to sit down with Erika Kirk and ask whatever she wanted. That this should be brought up as pretty major evidence here. A pretty major comeback.
People in good faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this. They actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You were critical of Erika, and now you're sitting here going, Candace, I want to interrogate you for an hour and a half about everything you've ever said about it.
Yeah, I don't know why she said he's a new man. He still holds all of those same positions. So.
Being critical of somebody that you hadn't met, and then you meet them, and you're less critical of them.
And the inverse has happened too. I was less critical about Erika, and now I'm more critical about her.
But I'm asking you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of, and then you've met them, and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and you. Let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about well, yeah.
I debate against
against feminists
and red pillars.
Okay.
And a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist.
And then you go on to Joe Rogan, and you're like soft explaining away why Erika had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually no.
You're in the biggest of the girl.
Well, she didn't criticize them. She didn't criticize them for that. That's his criticism. She's pointing out the issues with his criticism. That's not her criticism. That's not a good
boss positions. Like you don't have to do this. You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a
it's what Andrew Wilson calls an internal critique.
Comparison that cannot be compared because Erika's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which makes sense why she would take the organization over.
No, it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Yeah, because they don't have a parent. They don't have a parent, and they've just suffered a trauma. You don't go into the office.
You want to protect your husband's legacy, right?
No.
And you're trying to find some new normal.
The legacy is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to believe that it would be both Turning Point USA. That is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life for it.
I think this is why people think she's sus.
And his children. Now, for you though to say that anybody's a girl boss. Right? That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending.
Yeah, see, he keeps doing this where he's like, "No, you're wrong," and then a couple seconds later, he's like, "Okay," and then just moves on. Like this keeps happening over and over and over where. He makes a claim, and then seconds later is like, okay, fine.
Some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're. By the way,
she's not qualified to take over his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erika is underqualified to run the organization. Sure. And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, because I'm not gonna say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms. Yeah. But I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so
let's feel like you got an answer to how it's complicit.
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erika Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. Okay. So if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
And causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a pet and explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables. They panicked. That was what then, that's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay. They panicked. It's the reason Erika had to step out.
She's so
That's why
dumb.
she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erika to relive, oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged it. He spoke to Erika immediately. Why did you speak to Erika immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way, because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
But
I didn't
so
prepare the
in
clips, but
yeah, I think
I didn't, but it's fine to ask it to back it up.
Like I said, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But
Oh
in
my
this
goodness. Oh my goodness, dude. She is so obnoxious.
episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode on my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it, that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they pull up random clips and they're like, "What's this? What's this?" You watch the episode, you know what it is.
I'm just trying to make sure. Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think?
I think it should be explored. This is so fucking. She's such a weasel, dude.
That Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive.
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I think that that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too. What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times. And the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw
Oh my goodness.
Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, the first thing I thought was it looked
Rob
like...
O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed and his experience.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to my first episode when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? That doesn't make sense to me. And
That's because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle. Take an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so
Question for you. Does that box go sideways off a table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not
30-06.
2,000 pounds of energy.
Well, we can fact check that.
That's-
How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-06 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say I just think that that's not possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't go through. But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And well, because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
Well, why are you able to assert your position as a fact?
Because I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
What? The air has to go somewhere is BS? If you do this with your hand, you feel the fucking air move towards your face. Now you're talking about a bullet that is moving and breaking the fucking air, and you're saying it's crazy that there would be like a wave of air. And that's I think you're totally BSing that the air has to go somewhere.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air has to move out of way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd
yeah,
like to
not
say
at
for
the bottom
record,
of a shirt. Everybody knows that air can move out of the way, but it never moves to the bottom of a shirt. That is a place that air would never move. We all know air, right? You guys know air. I know air. Like, we all know air. When have you ever heard of air moving to the bottom of a shirt, dude? That's just so unrealistic. Air never moves to the bottom of a shirt.
Telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air has to move out of way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say for the record.
Yeah, just on the record, not at the bottom of a shirt. Okay? That would be ridiculous. There's no way. I mean, do you guys even know what she's talking about? Do you know the clip that they're talking about here?
Me, the moment I saw
the shirt move.
I've never seen
like that. You can see like it's hitting his neck at the same time. And his shirt's moving.
A shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. The moment I saw it was what
That looks like an explosion to me. You're a dumb fuck. Shut the fuck up.
I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and it's,
you can fact check it.
Fact
check if bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaced air; it's where it dispersed the air. Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the shirt.
But bullets this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck,
Candace,
and then
it's not underneath
it is beneath
the
his shirt.
It's not under the shirt. Again, if I go and I grab my door, okay, and I wave my door back and forth like this, my shirt will do this. Like, my shirt will move around. It's like any sort of wrinkle in the shirt, it'll immediately push that and the shirt will jerk around. Like, that's just, it's not that the air is like coming up under the shirt and pushing up. It's that it's just moving the shirt. That's it.
It starts up here and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we obviously can't show that clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not that was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me.
She can't show it for TOS purposes because you got to get that ad revenue, dude. You got to get that ad revenue. I will show it because I'm more worried about the truth. I'm more worried about showing the facts. I'm more worried about it. But she's not going to show it because she's got to make that money. It's not TOS that's the issue. TOS is not the problem. It's the rules for ad revenue. You have some rules for TOS where you can get in trouble and get suspended and shit like that, right? Then there's other rules for ad revenue. Stop embarrassing yourself. Wait, what is the disagreement here? What is the disagreement here? There's no fucking way you buy this dumb shit that Candace is saying right now. She looks like an absolute fucking nut job. There's no fucking shot, dude. That there was an explosion.
It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry wound on his neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my platform.
Do you think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
there's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic. I
think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how a shaped charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car, and I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this, and I think he has debated a ton of people, actually, regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For the purposes of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
Rob, and good to see you, General Holt.
You too.
A lot of things bother it bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. And it's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying, I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people.
Just to be clear, Rob O'Neill is like an absolute nut job. He's a fucking idiot. You can go over just like every claim he's ever made, and I would say probably 80% of them are proven wrong before he ever even makes them. Like he'll continue making claims that are substantively disproven. He's a fucking idiot. He's a nut job. He's had too much brain trauma. The guy is not working. It's not working upstairs for sure.
Closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk. They were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later. And then you get Erika Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but then she can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, "Oh, I'm just asking questions." Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper.
Yeah, I think he OD'd on fentanyl. That's what I think as well.
I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
He's asking a lot of questions, guys. He's asking a lot of questions. That's what they do. That's what we do, guys. We ask a lot of questions. Well, no one wants to answer them. Andrew Wilson just answered it, but you know.
Said very little about the explosive there. So
I'm
he
just saying
starts.
he observed, he said he's shot people up close
Yeah.
and he's never seen a shirt
No
move
dispute.
like that. And it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he
no
just
dispute,
said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just.
No, he always recorded his shots and then slowed them down so that he could watch it happen. He did that. He did that each and every single time. Rob would always slow down the shot. He would record himself shooting. He was recording their shirt, and then he would slow it down. Yeah.
Assuming this, right? I mean, if I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick, very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's
over.
not what I saw. And clearly it's not what he saw. And he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you,
when you
people disagree with you. Your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I understand.
I think that's a good place for us to.
Your opinion's not a fact, but her opinions aren't based on evidence or facts. Interesting.
Jason Watlington tipped $5. These people are such one, insinuate a strong claim that there is an intergovernmental conspiracy and that there's evidence to prove it. Step 2, when pressed about the evidence, retreat to, I'm just noticing weird things.
Yep, it's always they're 100% confident, and then when you ask them about it, that's just my opinion, man. That's just my opinion, man. Every fucking time. I'm trying to find something that shows like air dispersion. But it's all just showing me wind deflection. That's what everything's showing is wind deflection. Shooting a bullet creates a significant air dispersion because the bullet pushes air out of its way and generates powerful pressure waves and turbulence as it travels. But yeah, these are all how, like, every fucking video is about the, you know, the theory that if you shoot a bullet in the air, it's going to come back down and hit you in the head and kill you. Like, that's all of these fucking videos are just about that. Like the how dangerous is a bullet shot in the air, debunked. The falling bullet debunked. How altitude affects your bullet. Here's what happens when a bullet is fired straight into the air. Yeah, I can't find anything that shows this.
If we have another a break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5 minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
Cool.
All right, thank you.
And that's because body with facts, transparency, and
Yeah.
fieldofgreens.com. That's code Candace at fieldofgreens.com.
All right, fantastic. So, Andrew, if you want to go with your last couple thoughts.
Yeah, so I just have two more clips to play.
Okay.
Right, and then we can do final thoughts. I'm guessing. I feel like we got where we were trying to go, or at least for the most part. So,
I don't think so.
The two other clips.
I don't think so.
I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me. The Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah.
And they're gonna pull it up just to have you respond
Well,
to it.
you don't have to play it because, like, if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twigs' DNA, like, he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to, like, explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples, and then they started speaking about the gun and said, multiple prints were found on them. And then they moved and they said Lance Twigs's DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun. So I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think, like, but if you want to play the clip,
this is directly you saying it is on the gun. Twigs' DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like, I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember 9-hour testimony.
It's to demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've already
on the case.
I've already
You're
conceded.
going to make mistakes on the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twigs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
that's fine. And then the last one is one with Erika Kirk.
Sure. This is like the Erika Kirk. All right, Erika. You could just sit down with me, Erika, but we can do it this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah,
why I'm
sure.
bringing it up.
Straight to jail, straight to jail. For questioning, at least, Erika.
I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you will be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
So straight to jail?
Yeah, so that's the show intro. And straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like,
So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's obviously tongue in cheek. And then we explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that.
Okay, yeah, I did not get that when I watched that clip either. I did not get that she was using a monopoly term, but I guess that one makes sense to an extent. I can buy that. But every time I watched it, yeah, her saying straight to jail, I totally thought that she was saying she should be arrested.
She should be sat down and questioned. And I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erika should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already.
Or it would have been a good thing for you to ask her when you sat down and spoke to her.
Why do they?
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me anything. That's my show you're watching. Just the clips that you're pulling are from my show.
Oh wait, can't you? Donald Trump, when he got shot, he said that he felt the air break past his face when he got shot in the ear. He said that he didn't even know he got shot in the ear. He just felt the wind. He said he felt a big blast of wind go past his face. Right?
So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I didn't say they owe me something. I don't think that's ever, unless you have another clip.
But if you say like you need to be sat down for questioning and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
you're
entire
just kind of filling the air
if your
with
entire thing is
junk.
No, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erika Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not, what that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here, when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either. So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the air with nonsense. Because Turning Point's like, we want...
Andrew, you're not making the claim. You're not making the claim. She is. What is happening? Why won't he say these things? What is happening? You're not making the claim. She is.
Make sure that you go in there and you defend Erika. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job at that.
But I'm not here to defend Erika. The thing is, though, is like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time. I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not remember something, or I do remember something and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very fair.
I expressly
we did not take out of context clips of Andrew to try to
expressly said that I was going to bring claims.
We did not.
Right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims that you would want me to speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email. Any clips that you want to share with us, send it over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. That's
not really what happened.
Well, what didn't happen?
Yeah, the way that you're framing the exchange, that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true we negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position. I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing. And I do think that you fell short of that.
There's nothing out of the, hang on. There's nothing here except holding you to account for your claims.
Yes or no. Well, we were supposed to be debating the case and whether or not there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've said.
And we got through.
And like 4 out of 5 of your clips are about Erika Kirk. So the general perception
I don't think 4 out of 5 even
is
were.
your Turning Point's horse.
Oh,
I think quite a few of them were. Was there 3 Erikas or 4?
So you're just making stuff up?
Can we get a count of how many were about Erika? I feel like
it was 3.
3. Okay.
Yeah,
3.
3.
I said 4.
But those are extraordinary claims, which is why you were asked about them. Right?
Okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility when I point out.
You're trying to get me to defend my opinions. Why does he let her get away with this? Stop letting her say this, please. I hate this so much.
No, they're not claims. When you tweet Erika is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move on.
That's a claim that I'm not responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue-in-cheek.
Yes, sure.
Yes, wait, that's a joke. That's not the same as saying it's an opinion. That's not the same as just saying, oh, it's just my opinion.
That's me responding to your criticism of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested, and
I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now, if you would like to.
Well,
Your
that
team
was
has one more
supposed to
clip
be
they
the
want to
whole
play
point.
from 7 days ago. They got one
They
more
had
clip.
two.
and
we
then
were
we can
getting
go to
into the Patsy stuff, and you stopped it, and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erika. So
100%.
This is absurd.
okay. And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago. Okay. While they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
can I
yeah.
ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we
Not
just in
really. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're going to hold to the actual contract itself.
the contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you.
I've never said you can't
or have
respond.
a conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing
What is she talking about, dude? What the fuck is she talking about? Even just a minute ago, she said that they were getting into the Patsy stuff and he stopped her. That never happened. That never fucking happened. He kept trying to get her to justify the Patsy claims and she refused to do it. She kept saying, like, I'm doing it. And then she never did.
It's just like,
Let's have it your way. I want it to look like
still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I
Totally
will not
fine.
ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with her asking a question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay. So you want to wait for the clip first. Okay. You guys have it in the back?
Oh, shit. Oh.
Okay, beautiful.
Well,
You need the
Your
Jeopardy
team
thing.
told me they had it. So
That's what I heard. Okay.
My rifle when I
guys.
did this crime.
Okay, there we go.
Okay? Because Lance
I can't
Twigs
hear this. My
has
thing
his
went out. Just tell me
DNA
what
on
it
the
says on
towel.
here. It's fine.
Lance Twigs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twigs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
rifle.
Twigs'
I've seen this 4
DNA
times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they feel
as
like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you
but
also
Lance's
said, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things. But I've already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you, when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twigs. They said 5 other profiles were on it, and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the
Oh yeah,
debate
we should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you
Did
read, just
wanna
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context.
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
So you're going to
message.
read it on my show, but not show it.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
Can
show.
I ask why?
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence. You know, that's got to drip out that evidence. Keep people coming back for the show. Right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like,
True.
yeah, I'll release it there.
That's a pretty good one.
Yeah,
That's pretty
my
good one.
intention.
I like that.
But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just, if I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
Oh, no.
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think is that
Oh, no.
Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Oh, no.
Yeah, of course. But I
Can you-
want to
can you
make sure
name
that we
one?
have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about.
Oh, why did he say yes, of course? Oh, no. Why did he say yes, of course? Why did he say yes, of course? He obviously doesn't know. Oh, no. Why did he say yes, of course? She said, do you know them? He said, yes, of fucking course. He said, yes, of course. Why did he say that? He obviously doesn't fucking know.
This case, you're not following
Is that
the
it?
case.
That's the question. You're just not following it enough.
It seems pretty like if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should. Like,
All right.
Can you tell me one?
Then let's do the
charge
counter.
That he's...
You can really, no, this is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play clips out of context, put me in the hot seat. So please just answer the question.
This is fair. Name all 7 since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure. You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like
name all 7.
And I
can you
name
all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure. You don't have to
do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't
name
have to put
them.
your fingers up.
Okay, hang on.
That.
Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries a death sentence in the state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And
Next.
so just for people, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined and because it carries a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're just going to recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work. And you'll be better the next time you debate someone.
I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that people don't walk away?
No, I just want you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Oh my goodness, dude. She's so fucking obnoxious. Holy shit. Holy shit, she's so fucking obnoxious. You don't get to tell me. She keeps doing this. You don't get to tell me. Like, I swear, her husband must fucking beat the shit out of her. Like, he must beat her. The way that she fucking talks and like how snide she is all the time and how everything is just so like, you don't get to tell me, you're not my dad, you're not in charge of me, I don't have to if I don't want to. Like, this is how interactions work. What the fuck? Somebody says answer the question. She's like, I don't have to. You're not in charge of me. So obnoxious. I know some of the charges for him. I know that I believe he's being charged with witness tampering, firing a weapon in public or some shit like that. And then yeah, I know I didn't know it was aggravated murder, but I know it's capital murder, like meaning that they're gonna give him the death penalty for it. But those are the only ones that I know off the top of my head. Firing in public, witness tampering, and then aggravated murder.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm going to say
them.
again because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I actually am under no time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering, and
What's the specific charges though?
That is them: obstruction of justice, obstruction of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
Yeah,
okay.
those are
And there's no.
Those are the charges, and then on top of that, the almost all. I think all of the last 3 that she named are technically all like witness tampering. Like it's all the same thing, or it's all for the same thing that they're giving different charges for. So each one is for like, him telling Lance not to tell them, him trying to hide evidence from them, him trying, like, it's all pretty much the same fucking
No other
thing.
specifics to him.
Well, I can tell you why he's being charged with it.
Just the charges and then 7.
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's like you cannot
Massive.
say murder versus aggravated
Massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that if the state was going to even try to pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster, or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that.
I don't think you need to know the charges. And I think that he could have made the case that you don't need to know the names of the charges in order to make the case that he did it. Because it could be like, you could say, I think he killed him, and I think that there's evidence that he killed him, and therefore he should at least be charged with some type of murder. But I may not be able to delineate one type of murder versus the other, and I could admit that maybe they've overcharged him, or maybe they've undercharged him, or maybe maybe there's a technicality in some of the types of charges that they gave him versus other types that they should have given him. Like, you can give that to them and not know the names of the charges. The problem is that he said he knew the charges. That's the fucking problem. He said he knew them. He could have not known them, and it wouldn't have been a problem, and he could have argued that he didn't have to know them. But the problem is that he said he knew them, and he obviously didn't know them.
That he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you guys want to pull that up just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit for
aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7
violent
offense in the presence of a minor.
In front of a child.
Yeah. So 5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd degree felony. Now, I did notice something I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You want to see it?
I'm just
Okay.
curious.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator. Take it.
Let's see
See if anyone was texted at all during this debate about the violent charges.
This hurts. Oh, this hurts.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
so I'm
have
looking
full
at, I'm not
permission
gonna
to
give
go through my
names.
phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
He's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission.
Yes.
I'm just going to read 3 of them
Yes.
to 1132 because after that, I don't need to read it.
And you know their texts. Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia, and that was it. I downloaded it for
I'll
Russia.
take your word
Stop.
for it.
Yeah.
Then-
I don't need to like. I
Okay.
deeply care about this case. I don't
Now
need to pretend
you
to
know
do stuff.
you don't. You can't say after she fucking hands the phone over. Now you're gonna take her word for it. You can't. That's not how that works. Why do you keep pushing this?
Deeply
I
care
don't
about
know.
the case.
Yeah.
I just, I have my other question is about the steakhouse receipt.
You just said that you were done asking all your
Nothing, just so you
questions.
know,
Yeah.
nothing there.
There. I don't.
Yeah. Do you
need
have
to
the
do that.
steakhouse receipts? My question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt. And that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it. And I said, stay tuned. He's the one working on that story.
Okay. So you,
I never-
you haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay. So to be clear, there's no receipt. You
No,
don't-
I just said the opposite. I said there is a
Well,
receipt.
you don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah, right. With blurred
The
out.
person working on this story
Yeah.
that blurred that out is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse.
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I
is-
agree with that,
Yeah,
but-
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now,
He paid. If you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well,
is
the
more
reason I'm
something
asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved. I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that
I would stay tuned.
Having spoken to the owner, that the
I would stay
evidence is
tuned.
compelling enough to put onto
Just stay
my
tuned.
personal timeline of what took place on that day.
Our
That's where it's
personal
going
timeline.
to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Well, yeah, beyond that, because they
Yeah,
didn't even
but-
have receipts. They were like, Bob told me this.
But the question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler
Yeah, I just want to
Robinson's,
say you're
right?
holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it.
in
I'm
the
just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
So
I
should that be
chased
added
it down.
in an official timeline that
It's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
You
we
can
get
do
something
what you
wrong,
want, sure, but
cool,
I'm
I just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls
And then
under...
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that
That is, she is right here. Like this is where if his card is used somewhere, you would believe that he was the one who was using it. The problem is that she doesn't do that with the Discord messages. She doesn't do that with the text messages. She doesn't do that with the letters. She doesn't do that with any of the other shit. Like the fact that he texts somebody, a text message came from his phone or a message came from his Discord account, and she keeps saying, well, it could have been somebody else. Somebody else could have gotten on his account and sent the message for him. Somebody else could have done this. And so she keeps doing this, like it could have been somebody else, so I'm discounting that evidence. That's not how that works. You would believe that it was him. But then here, now she is correct this time that yeah, you would, if it's his card, you would believe that it's him who's using it until there's evidence otherwise. She's just very inconsistent on when she's using like logic correctly and when she doesn't.
there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's the
is,
strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
you know, I'm actually all good with being. I feel like
Okay.
I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got
All
the
right, fair enough.
information, what happened next. Would the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it? Yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof,
Mhm.
do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
Christopher. When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during the
About
preliminary
his camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
No. Who do you think planted it?
If we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy.
See, he's allowing her to get away with this is my opinion so many times, dude. It's so fucking gross. It's so fucking gross. Why does he keep letting her get away with that shit? It's so fucking gross. Like this is basic fucking shit, dude. This is basic shit. If she's gonna keep saying over and over, this is my fucking opinion, you have to say, at what point does he finally say, do you not use evidence to come to your opinion? Like, you keep just saying, it's just my opinion, but you're saying that as though there's no evidence, there's no reasoning, there's no logic, there's no facts, there's nothing that goes into this. You just feel that way. Like, if you want to say it's a feeling, okay, fine. But to say it's an opinion, generally, you would normally think it's an informed opinion. But nope, not her. No, informed? No. Not Candace.
By his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible, it's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that.
Even appealing to evidence isn't a good strategy in debate. Well, no, it is in this one. Literally, the whole debate is over whether or not they have evidence. That's the whole thing. His whole claim against her is that she doesn't have evidence. That's his whole fucking claim. So it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense for him to not just keep demanding evidence over and over and over when that's the whole point in the debate. Is his claim is she doesn't have evidence. So if he could just keep pointing to the fact that she doesn't have evidence, then he should win the debate.
Stuff, and then are like, did you call the merchant and get, like, it just seems like you
Well, I'm not adding.
hold,
I'm
like
not
I said,
adding
you
this
hold the
to
prosecution to
Well,
a
wait a
state
second.
to a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do to
adding
people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean an official timeline? This is my
Well, this is
timeline. I made it at home.
So then
Yeah,
it would
why
be
is he
official to
calling
your
it an
show.
official timeline?
Sure.
Oh
Yeah.
my goodness.
Okay, great.
The official Candace Owens timeline.
Great.
Oh, man.
So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline,
Yeah.
includes a steakhouse stop that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution, so it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera.
Again, if his debit card is being used somewhere, it would imply that it's him.
There.
That's-
And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you.
Like, this is normally how alibis work. Like, if you say, I wasn't in this place at that time, and they say, can you show evidence of that? You would normally just show, like, yeah, I can show that I wasn't, I have a credit card charge to this place on my bank account. That's it. That's it. Like, you've got your fucking alibi, unless there's someone else who can show the evidence to the contrary, like that bank card is going to be used as sufficient evidence. That charge to your card will be sufficient evidence as an alibi.
And you got to like keep pushing this, or like
I've been following it very closely on X.
The receipt you weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really wanted to know. I've been following it very closely on X.
Wait, you think
I'm calling owners of steakhouses and having a conversation. You're following Congo on X.
I literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary or lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the
That's
charges.
Splitting hairs.
No, that's not splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't
like,
mean that at all.
You don't know any of
That's
the charges that are
ridiculous.
against him when this is like getting literally to the crux, aggravated murder versus murder.
It's ridiculous.
A death sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else is going to be? Who else? There would be Candace Owens' timeline.
I just don't know what his issue is with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing.
Did he really? Oh, did he really just do that? Did he really just do that? Is that? Oh, you think I don't know anything about the case? He didn't have any alcohol. You thought I didn't know anything about the case? No alcohol. Ha. Huh. Gotcha. Gotcha there. You thought I didn't know anything? Oh, no alcohol.
To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is a...
Oh, all they have is a receipt. If that's all they have, but you don't even know that it's his, like, does it not have his name on the receipt? Does it not have, like, anything connecting it to him? What is
the longest 13 hours? This is 13 and a half hours. The requirement for about what, roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And so, and that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person.
What proof do you have, Tyler? Well, I mean, we've been over it a bunch of times, but I mean, again, the main one, I think he has four separate confessions.
We don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was public.
Well, yeah, it's always her own sources, her own personal sources that nobody can verify. Like when we say the FBI says something, okay? She'll do this thing where we say, like, so you're just telling us that this is the case? And she'll be like, the FBI just told you that this is the case, and you'll still say that you believe that, so why can't I tell you this is the case and you believe me? It's because the FBI is literally an entire fucking institution. We're not believing a specific one person by themselves who's making a claim. We're believing the entire institution that is backing that claim. But in her case, we have nothing backing her claims except for just her. Like, she's just saying this is the case. And she talked to this person, she talked to that person, and that's that. Like, and that's all we get. Let's just say, there's no reason to believe any of the random personal shit that she says she has. And all of the, oh, I'm coming with the evidence, I'm coming with it, oh, it's coming so soon, guys, totally believe me, it's totally coming. New topic, new theory, we don't need that evidence anymore. I've moved on from that one. That was just my opinion.
Published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
because
timeline.
You will constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline, and I'm going to keep it there if that's
sure. Cool. You can keep whatever you want there. Okay. I'm just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay.
Is that okay?
No
Andrew?
hard evidence anyway.
Is that okay?
Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break,
is that
right
right
after this
with
will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break, and then we'll come back for final thoughts.
All right.
Andrew learned the charges of the case.
All right, we are finally at the end. For those of you that are watching it, maybe a good commentary for you would be the following on if you're a Andrew fan and you are still saying, you know what, Andrew's arguments were solid, great. Candace, great. But did anything change your mind? Did you watch and say, you know what, I had this position over here. This would be an interesting commentary to hear. And of course, for all the people that are watching, I was just whispering to them here before we wrap it up. I think whether you're a fan of Andrew or not, whether you're a fan of Candace or not, nobody can dispute the fact that these guys agreed to sit down and talk live. Others were thinking this was pre-recorded. This is not pre-recorded, just so everybody knows. This is purely live. This is a little bit scarier than pre-recorded because pre-record you can do edits. So whether you agree with them or not, let's make sure we respect both of them for having this sit down. And before the final thoughts, I want to make sure you guys hear that from me as well, for inviting me here as well.
Of course.
I do know one day, I think it was last week, you sent a message on one of our accounts. You said, can I talk to Patrick? We got on the call. You said, Patrick, can you moderate this? And then I said, great, let's do this. And so before we wrap up, final thoughts, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing. Just nothing. For all of her claims of Patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that...
I mean, if you guys were here throughout, if you weren't, like, I'll repeat kind of my take on this again. Her logic is horrible. Her evidence is horrible. Her thought processes are garbage. Her evidence is, like, so flimsy, and she doesn't even have, like, good reason to question the evidence of the case that I heard at all here. But Andrew did not make that case. Andrew for sure did not make that case, and he didn't do a great job. I would say it's pretty substantively a Candace win in this case. Pretty blatantly, solidly, obviously a win for her. Not because she's correct, not because she understands the case, not because she understands how to investigate things, not because she's right, purely just because Andrew kind of loved it.
That France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erika Kirk is involved in anything. When I ask her about her claims about Erika Kirk, yeah, it's just funning. It's just funning, you know? Or, yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, but, or answer some questions, but you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like, maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this.
Well, again, even on that point, like, that was one of the most infuriating fucking points on the Erika Kirk thing, is that the fact that she said, like, why hasn't Erika Kirk answered questions? She needs to answer questions on this, blah, 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 right? She's the one making the claim that Erika Kirk hasn't answered questions on this. But then she keeps saying, every time he's like, but you don't know if she did, she says, but you don't know that she, or you don't know that she didn't. And she says, well, you don't know that she did. You don't know that Erika did sit down and answer questions. Andrew should have responded to this and said, like, I'm not making a claim as to whether she did or didn't. You are. You're the one who's saying that she hasn't answered questions and that she needs to. You're the one saying that. You're the one who has to show some evidence to this, not me. I don't have to show evidence that she didn't do something that I'm not claiming. Like, why would I show evidence for something that I'm not making a claim on? So yeah, it's just absolutely fucking stupid.
This more than anything else was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am, and never did.
Oh.
But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times did you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on...
Finally! Oh, finally! Why? Why are you saying this now? Why is he saying this now? Why did he take so long to say this? Why is he saying this now? He should have been saying this throughout the entire debate. I've been saying this from the fucking beginning. Why are you saying this now? Why? Why is he doing this? He's trolling me. He's trolling me. He set up this whole fucking debate. He set up this whole fucking debate so that he could go in and he could just not say this the whole time and allow her to get away with over and over and over and over, making this, oh, well, it's just my opinion. Oh, it's just my opinion. He allowed her to do this over and over and over and over just so he could say it at the end because he wanted to troll Tom Foolery show. That's what he did. He just wanted to fuck with me. That's all he wanted to do. He thought, I'm going to go and pay $300,000 so I can fuck with Tom Foolery show. I know it. I know that's what fucking happened here.
Evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just, I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing. Unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that. But there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy. Nothing for any of her conspiracies. Not.
Yeah, that would have been a great conversation to have while you were having the debate.
Yeah, zero, zilch. And she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erika thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now. Whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate. Zero.
Candace.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated. It probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel and the things that you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erika, Kirk, and her character, and what I've said about Erika, which is my opinion, and I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erika Kirk. It tends to follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits, and I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up, and that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths. I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated, that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. Part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator. I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which was a little more than what I wanted. But I'm very content with how I dealt with this. And I trust, I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the audience won. And again, from the beginning, all of this is because of how much love and respect we have for Charlie Kirk, a great man that's no longer here with us. His 1-year anniversary is coming up here. I can't believe it's that quick that is here. The audience, I think you also won if you did. Support the Crucible, support the Candace show, support the PBD podcast, subscribe to the channel. This is how you help these voices get out even more, especially going into future when this happens. You want a lot of independent creators to have these types of discussions. And last but not least, the two of you, I respect you guys again for having this conversation. It is not easy to do so. Hopefully this will lead to more discussions. A lot of different things we talked about. I'm sure there will be a lot of follow-up. With that being said, take care, everybody. God bless. Have a great weekend.
Bye.
That's rough. That was rough. I mean, I see you saying in the chat he did. He didn't. There were numerous times where she kept saying, "This is what I think," and he should have said, "Are you like?" or "This is my opinion," and he should have said each time, like, "Is your opinion not backed up by facts, or like, is it not an informed opinion? Do you not have information to back this up? Do you not have?" Is it not an educated opinion? Are you not coming to the conclusions based on evidence? Like, he didn't do any of those things. He would literally, every single time, she would say, "It's just my thoughts. Like, I'm allowed to think what I want." He'd say, "Okay, fair enough. Like, I'm just asking." Like, and so he would push her a little bit, but he never would make the case that you can't say "I think" or "my opinion" as a runaway from justifying your position. Like, that's not, it doesn't change anything if it's your opinion. Like, it's still. So yeah, I didn't hear him say that shit. Nern one time. I'm just now figuring out how this thing works. I get 1 extra out of it each time I do it, and then I put it back in, and I get 1 extra out again, and I do it again, and I get 1 extra again. I couldn't figure out what the fuck I was supposed to be doing here in order to get more out of this, but now I'm realizing I just keep putting them back in. That's all I gotta do. I just keep putting them back in, and then I'll keep getting more out of it. But all right. If you guys weren't here for the whole thing, we reviewed the whole thing, had a couple of debates on it, invited people, Candace Owens fans on and debated some of them and got into it. We had a good stream. It took the full 8 hours to get through this debate, plus do some other debates of my own on the topic. So if you didn't watch it, go ahead and rewind through, check it out. Also, guys, make sure you hit the thumbs up button. We've had well over 100 people watching this whole time, and we only have 72 likes. So do me a favor. Even if you don't like me, you can hit a thumbs up just to say you sat here, you watched the content, you consumed it. It was at least good enough for you to stick around long enough to watch. So appreciate you hanging out and watching. But give me a thumbs up. And if you want to come back for more, we do debates regularly, cover lots of politics, and I host tons of other debates against other people. We'll be publishing one a little bit later today. We're going to publish the Jola Blue Dog Josh debate in a bit, so we'll have that up shortly.
Silty_water tipped $10.
Hey yo, Silty with the $10 dono. Yo. Appreciate it, good sir. Thank you, thank you. I will be back on tomorrow. We got a bunch of other shit to get into tomorrow, so. And then also make sure you guys follow me on Twitter and join my Discord. The links are in the description. All my socials are there. As I said, I've got some Candace Owens debunk videos that are on my TikTok, so go follow me on TikTok. Follow me on Twitter. Join my Discord. Links are all in the description. I'll be back on tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. And I'll see you next time. Oh, wait. I keep forgetting to do this. There we go. Later, fools.
Silty_water tipped $5. Tithe.
The wind is bullshit.